Coffee's cold, blood runs hot. Corner table, a ticking plot. Whispers rise, stories rot. No escape this cursed spot. True Crime Cafe, where shadows stay. True Crime Cafe, where sins replay. True Crime Cafe, no price to pay. True Crime Cafe, every damn day. Fingers tapping, blackened keys. Sweat drips down, can't find peace. Eyes like daggers cut through breeze. All these ghosts, they never leave. Who's a liar? Who's a prey? Who's a hunter in this play? True Crime Cafe, where shadows stay. True Crime Cafe, where sins replay. True Crime Cafe, no price to pay. True Crime Cafe, every damn day. Table stained with secrets deep, promises broken, wounds that seep. The jukebox screams, the lights will weep. No justice here, just lies to keep. Hey, hey, down, Coffee's cold, blood runs hot. Corner table, a ticking plot. Whispers rise, stories rot. No escape this cursed spot. True Crime Cafe, where shadows stay. True Crime Cafe, where sins replay. True Crime Cafe, no price to pay. True Crime Cafe, every damn day. Fingers tapping, blackened keys. Sweat drips down, can't find peace. Eyes like daggers cut through breeze. All these ghosts, they never leave. Who's a liar? Who's a prey? Who's a hunter in this play? True Crime Cafe, where shadows stay. True Crime Cafe, where sins replay. True Crime Cafe, no price to pay. True Crime Cafe, every damn day. Table stained with secrets deep, promises broken, wounds that seep. The jukebox screams, the lights will weep. No justice here, just lies to keep. Hey, hey, down, Coffee's cold, blood runs hot. Corner table, a ticking plot. Whispers rise, stories rot. No escape this cursed spot. True Crime Cafe, where shadows stay. True Crime Cafe, where sins replay. True Crime Cafe, no price to pay. Fingers tapping, blackened keys, sweat drips down, can't find peace. Eyes like daggers cut through breeze. All these ghosts, they never leave. Who's a liar? Who's a prey? Who's a hunter in this play? True Crime Cafe, where shadows stay. True Crime Cafe, where sins replay. True Crime Cafe, no price to pay. True Crime Cafe, every damn day. Tables stained with secrets deep, promises broken, wounds that seep. The jukebox screams, the lights will weep. No justice here, just lies to keep. Hey, hey, down, Coffee's cold, blood runs hot. Corner table, a ticking plot. Whispers rise, stories rot. No escape this cursed spot. True Crime Cafe, where shadows stay. True Crime Cafe, where sins replay. True Crime Cafe, no price to pay. True Crime Cafe, every damn day. Fingers tapping, blackened keys, sweat drips down, can't find peace. Eyes like daggers cut through breeze. All these ghosts, they never leave. Who's a liar? Who's a prey? Who's a hunter in this play? True Crime Cafe, where shadows stay. True Crime Cafe, where sins replay. True Crime Cafe, no price to pay. True Crime Cafe, every damn day. Tables stained with secrets deep, promises broken, wounds that seep. The jukebox screams, the lights will weep. No justice here, just lies to keep. Hey, hey, down, Coffee's cold, blood runs hot. Corner table, a ticking plot. Whispers rise, stories rot. No escape this cursed spot. True Crime Cafe, where shadows stay. True Crime Cafe, where sins replay. True Crime Cafe, no price to pay. True Crime Cafe, every damn day. Fingers tapping, blackened keys, sweat drips down, can't find peace. Eyes like daggers cut through breeze. All these ghosts, they never leave. Who's a liar? Who's a prey? Who's a hunter in this play? True Crime Cafe, where shadows stay. True Crime Cafe, where sins replay. True Crime Cafe, no price to pay. True Crime Cafe. dreams. The lights will weep. No justice here, just lies to keep. Hey, hey, down!
Welcome back to the cafe, everybody. Good to see you this afternoon. Thank you guys so much for joining me today. I hope you're all having a great day. I hope everybody's having an amazing day. All you beautiful people, thank you for being here. So very much appreciated, guys. Wide open discussion today. Join me here today, if you will, and please voice your thoughts, your opinions. You know what it's all about, guys. Let's do this thing. Come on in, grab a seat, share it out. Hit that like button on your way through the door, if you will, please, and thank you. Let's do it, folks. All right. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Let me turn this down because it's going to drive me insane if I don't. Where are we at here? Voice and video. Shut that down there and there. Okay, we're good. Welcome back, peeps. Good to see you today. I hope you're all having an amazing day. Great to have you in the house. The cafe is open for business. Grab some coffee, tea, whatever it may be. Find a seat. Come on in. Get comfortable and spend some time having a conversation with me. Please and thank you. Come on in. Come on in. Thank you to my blue crew. Appreciate my moderators for being here. For those of you that are in here, thank you so much. I do appreciate ya so very much. Please make sure to hit that like button, thumbs up, whatever you want to call it, however you want to do it. Elbow, punch it, kick it, knee it, lick it, whatever you got to do, hit it, please. Share this out and let everybody know what we've been doing. Please. Who we got joining us already? Let's see before we even get kicking. Noni McPoppins, welcome back, dear. Wonderful to see you. Pappy Man, what's up, brother? SRBB BB, welcome back to you. The Done One, welcome back. Great to see you. Mittens for Kittens, always happy to have you in the house. Miss JCJ, welcome back, dear. The musical contestants in the house, gotta love it. Gotta love it. Music makes the world go round. Samira Dalby, great to see you today. Mittens for Kittens. Let me see here. Drew Bledsoe, welcome back, brother. Good to see you today. Hope you're doing well. Fizzy Cakes fizzing around in here. Good to see you, Fizzy. Always happy to have you in the house. Samira Dalby. Let me see. Peaky X, welcome back to you, Peaky. Femineminam. Welcome back, Fem. Good to see you, dear. SRBBB. Yes. Come on. Who else we got up in here? Cassie's in the house, the sassy one. Good to see you, Cass. Yes, ma'am. Great to see you. Tommy boy, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Sure is. Sure is. It gets me hyped up, Cass. I love that one. I know a lot of people probably don't. It was pretty heavy, so I'm sorry if it bothered anybody, but I love that song. Just saying. Michelle F., welcome back to you. Welcome to all our friends from over the pond. I appreciate you so very much. Deborah Yankee, hello and welcome. Thank you for joining us today. Appreciate seeing the new face. The lovely Miss Annie Potts in the house. Miss Potts, so wonderful to see you today. Appreciate you so much. Kim Young, welcome back to you. Again, please share this out. Let everybody know what we be doing and hit that like button on your way through the door, if you will. I got some stuff I want to discuss, but I want to hear what y'all have to say. That's what's most important to me. Boy, oh boy. I fell into one hell of a mess last night, or this morning, I should say. What a mess. What a joke. What a joke. Lisa Winchester, welcome back to you. Good to see you. We're going to discuss that a little bit too. Is my brother in here? Where is my brother? Where is my brother? Eddie, what's up, brother? Good to see you. Good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Always happy to see you, bro. The link's pinned at the top of the chat for whenever you guys do want to join us up here. Kent Corbett, welcome back, my friend. Wonderful to see you today. Oh, I'll explain it, Pappy. Don't worry about it. Good golly, Miss Molly's in the house. There she is, our beautiful videographer. And it's so talented songwriter she's become. Yeah, something bad happened with Charlie Kirk, I saw. Did somebody shoot him? Wasn't me, SRB. Wasn't me. I like hanging out sometimes late at night with Outcast. It's always he was shot for sure. It's always a decent time over there. And oh my God, you guys. Oh Lord, it winds me down. It lets me just relax and just do whatever. Past couple nights, I jumped up on panel with him and another pretty awesome person we met. Her name is Cocaine. She's pretty awesome. Good Lord have mercy, you guys. Last night was wild. Wow, Noni, that's crazy. I might have to look into that. Yeah, you didn't. Oh, you'd have been laughing, that's for sure. That is for sure. Right. Molly Cat. Hope you're doing good, Molly girl. Molly. And for those of you that have not yet done it, guys, please make sure that you subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss nothing that Outcast does. He does a lot of his stuff late at night, guys, and he runs it late. Y'all, I was up till again 5 o'clock this morning. Then I fell asleep. I slept till about 9, and then I woke up and my internet was out. Yay! Gotta love it. But I think I might have some good news coming. All up and down my road, Spectrum is running lines, especially at the head of the road. And I tried to stop and ask them how far out they're going, if they're coming all the way out here. 2 people I asked, and neither one of them speak English. You've got to be kidding me. I just had one question. How far are you running the lines? The guy looked at me and went, Spectrum. I know who you work for, bro. How far are you running the lines? Spectrum. What the? Whatever. It makes me so mad. Makes me so mad, but whatever. So I'm going to have to call them later and see if they're running clear out here to me because they're at the top of my road. And if that's the case, y'all, this is done. It's done. All this bullshit with them, I will have them right as soon as I can get them. I guess according to a Facebook person, I have to start referring to myself as Con Man. Oh, sorry to hear that, Kent. Welcome to YouTube. Gotta love it. It happens to all of us. Good stuff, Pappy. Don't work too hard, brother. 42 peeps, 27 likes. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat, please. Yeah, we're going to open this up and discuss whatever we discuss. Wow. Let me look that up real fast while we're waiting for peeps to jump in here. Let me see. What do we got? Oh, no. No, hold on. Let's see what we got here real quick. Miss Paula, the lovely Miss Paula and her positivity. Good to see you, ma'am.
Settings in recent years, and it shows a respect for Kirk from the left. Newsom doesn't just give his time to anyone. He is a very powerful, influential figure in the Democratic Party. He took time to talk to Kirk because he knew that Kirk, I'm told, had influence on the right, had influence in the country. And that, more than a lot, really speaks to Kirk's power in this country. He's a politically powerful person, not only because President Donald Trump has put his hand on Kirk's shoulder and said, this is one of my guys, this is one of my key allies, but Democrats have...
Jesus, guys, it's not the answer. This is not the answer to everybody's problems, okay? Not at all. Good Lord, have mercy. People don't like you. They disagree. Whatever it is, you don't take out. You don't take them out.
People keep saying what? It's a neck shot. The girl that was 4 rows back, she saw it burst out of this. I thought it was a neck shot. I watched it come out of his neck.
There was more than one shot. They're saying somebody else got hit.
So it shot up from his heart.
In different settings in recent years, and it shows a respect for Kirk from the left. Newsom doesn't just give his time to anyone. He is a very powerful, influential figure in the Democratic Party. He took time to talk to Kirk because he knew that Kirk, I'm told, had influence on the right, had influence in the country. And that, more than a lot, really speaks to...
He showed a picture with him with Charlie Kirk, and he said, "Dear God, protect Charlie in his darkest hour." And there's Charlie Kirk right there.
I hope he's doing all right. Good Lord.
They were saying that some of the people near the front were saying that they'd seen blood. Another lady that I talked directly to, she said that he'd been hit on the left side of the chest, potentially. And this is second-hand account, so I'm not... Like, I didn't see that.
Yeah. And then
What's up, brother? Good to see you today. How are you?
It's good to see you, Daigle. Thanks for having me up.
Anytime, every time, buddy. You know you're part of this, as far as I'm concerned. You know that. What are your thoughts on this stuff here, bud?
Yeah, I'm just learning about it now. It's just sickening.
It is beyond disgusting. I mean, Jesus, criminy.
You know,
Too much.
yesterday, your morning show,
Mm-hmm.
we were talking about the Ukrainian refugee
Yeah.
arena.
Right.
That was on a light rail in the chat. You weren't discussing it, but in the chat we were discussing it. That hasn't gotten a lot of coverage. Are you planning on covering that one at all?
I was thinking about. We talked last night about it a little bit when I was on Atcast. But yeah, I definitely was thinking about pulling it up and talking about what's going on with that. I might do a secondary show this evening and do that and just kind of dedicated to a few different little things, for sure, because it's definitely a topic that needs to be awareness needs brought to it. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, because the mainstream media has chosen to put that one on ignore and refuse to address it. But now that it's out,
of course,
they're
sad, bro. It's just
yeah.
I don't know that they realize it, and I'm sure that the government does, but the media itself, the mainstream media, some of social media, but a lot of mainstream media is single-handedly, in my opinion, destroying the country. Little by little, they put a divide between the people. And I'm not going political here, folks. I'm just giving you my feelings and my thoughts real fast on this. But they keep us in the dark about anything they don't want us to know about. They throw the whole smoke and mirrors situation at us every other day. It's just insane. Wait, hold on. Did they just say he's dead? I don't think that we know that for sure. Okay. People are ignorant in this chat over here. That's for this channel. Jesus. Anyway, so that's what we do. I mean, we have to bring out as much of what we can that doesn't get, like you said, does not get that airtime, does not get brought to the public eye. So that's one of the things that I'm grateful to be able to come out here and do. If we see little things on mainstream about this or that, I try to make it bigger, truly. And when people ask questions, I try to show answers. Best I can say. Welcome, Dagburn, Johnny Gobbles, Dead Floozy Mama. Good to see you, Jay Marie. You as well. 1 second, Eddie. Didn't mean to jump subject. I just want to make sure everybody knows I see him. Matt M. Lowe, good to see you, brother. Good to have you back. I think I got almost everybody. Stitches, what's up, neighbor? Good to see you. All right.
Backwards. We always talk about these backwards or upside down, reversed times, however you want to describe it.
Mm-hmm.
And we are seeing it right now on full display. We have 30-year-old Idaho, the person accused of the Idaho atrocity, who's going to college, has been portrayed as a monster.
Yep.
And a person on a light rail in Charlotte that actually takes someone's life is not addressed. And then in New York, we have someone on the subway who has taken action to subdue someone who is threatening other riders on the subway, and he's made into a monster in this country.
That's what I'm saying. Little by little, single-handedly destroying this country and what we stand for. That's the sad part. I'm just so sick of seeing it. So sick of seeing it. So yeah, we're definitely going to touch on that one at some point. Like I said, I've been doing these other things while I'll do this during the day, and then in the evening, if I do like an early evening show or even a later one, I bring out all these other topics that are going on and catch up with those things. So I'll probably hit that tonight for sure. Good point. In fact, I just wrote it, and I'm going to put a note here about this. Yeah, Outcast brought it up last night. We talked a little bit about that. We talked a little bit about the cheerleader situation. Couple of the little things, but that one's pretty wild though. That whole Ukraine thing is just they don't want you to care about things that they don't want you to care about, period. They want you to see it a certain way, and if you don't see it that way, then they try to force you to, like they did with the Idaho situation. It's insane, all of it. The same thing they're doing with that whole what you saw, how difficult it was to talk about the Atlas situation the other day with any truth based, or any factual information behind it. As soon as that came out, good God Almighty, like it was all sorts of crazy shit. Nothing factual, but a whole bunch of crazy shit. And that's what they want it to be, because it takes everybody's mind in a whole different direction away from everything else that's going on. It makes you wonder, what are they actually doing when we're looking at this? Do you know what I mean? Why is that? Why we're seeing this the way we're seeing it? Is that why they're putting all the crazy stuff on it? I think it is, because it's another smoke and mirrors distraction for us to look away for a few minutes while they're doing something else. In my opinion, this is what they've always done with us. So just saying, I'm not ranting. I'm just giving you my feelings real quick. Beach Babe, good to see. I don't know. I'm sure you agree in some aspect with that too, Eddie.
Of course, yeah. And it's hard to cover a lot of these topics on this type of channel. I mean, this isn't really the platform, and I understand that, because it would just divide the group right in half immediately.
That's why I don't really do
possibly.
the politics thing. Yeah, exactly. I respect everybody's feelings either way, but it ends up at some point, like you said, splitting the room right down the middle. If we go anywhere near politics or religion, people just kind of amp out, and that's like, it's not worth it. People, and again, people's opinions are important. Everybody's, whether you agree with me or disagree, you're still a person, a human being. You live here. It's your right and your ability to be. That's part of who you are. And taking that away from anybody, it takes away who you are, in my opinion. So that's why we avoid certain topics. That way we don't get into those things. But certain things are still important to talk about. SRB said, I'm still seeing videos saying it's heading towards Earth. I'm sure. I'm sure you're still seeing videos saying that it's a giant mothership and it's this and it's that and it's whatever. If it's that time, I've been saying this. At this point, it doesn't matter anymore. If that's the time and they're going to come and invade us, come on down, bro. I'll make you dinner. You know what I mean? Just saying. It's just crazy. What'd you say, bud?
Sometimes there's a kind of a, like, this real thin line that true crime can diverge into politics, such as what happened in Charlotte on the light rail train.
Yeah.
With the Ukrainian refugee, Irina.
Absolutely.
I mean, there is a way to handle the discussion to try to mitigate some of that, but
right.
Ultimately, it would blend into, politics.
It does. It always. There's a way to take everything in that direction. Hang on here. I'll show you what he's talking about, you guys. I'll give you a little sample of it real quick. And
well, Brian Enton has covered it already. I've seen.
Well, he has. He has. He has to hurry up and get in there and put his twist on it to make sure that the world sees it his way. Yeah, I see it. I see it.
It's fair to to poke back at some of these ridiculous commentators that have covered the Idaho 4, but if you are really objective about what you're seeing, is, like I always say, they're laying it on thick. They're putting it on. They do not believe a word they're saying about that. They're being paid to do that. And with all their other news stories that they are covering, they do a fair job. They would get if you gave them a grade, it would be a fair grade that they would receive from you. It's just the Idaho 4, and there's a reason for that. I mean, again, it's a state-sanctioned hit or frame up, rather.
Sure.
Well, it's kind of a hit. They want him out of there for good, but that's a different.
In that aspect, you're right. Yeah,
but it would be unfair to say that because of what we're seeing with how they handle the news with the Idaho 4, that you can paint with a broad brush and say that, everything that they're going to cover in the news is going to be, I guess,
It
a
I know.
lie
Yeah.
or misportray. I think he did a fair job with covering, the Charlotte incident.
Right. Exactly. Okay, let's take a quick look at this just so everybody knows what the hell we're talking about this whole thing here. Like I said, I'm gonna touch on this tonight a little deeper, but here's a little look at what it actually is.
And following a senseless random attack on the light rail in Charlotte. So you can actually see the victim, a 23-year-old Ukrainian refugee, sat right in front of the suspect, the man in the red hoodie identified as DeCarlos Brown. He then attacked her from behind for no reason, but we won't show the actual stabbing. So medical professionals pronounced her dead at the scene. Brown removed his hoodie, then exited the train. Authorities arrested him. They believe he and the victim did not know each other. So I want to go live now to Anna Schechter, CBS News senior coordinating producer.
Dago, could you pause it real quick?
Unit.
By the way,
Absolutely.
This is CBS to think that they're going to cover it objectively.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not trying to poke at you or, catch you up.
No, I just grabbed
inaccuracy.
Yeah, I just grabbed one of the
to believe that CBS, a channel like CBS would handle this news story accurately would be buffoonery.
Of course.
Yeah, but by the way, there was a motive, and they're just not going to say what it is. And there is audio to this video as well, and they are not playing that audio. And if anyone has taken the time to follow the story and to dig up enough of these videos, you would have heard what you can hear on the audio.
Gotcha.
No one's going to cover that because it would speak of the motive. Because before she sat down, he was sitting around other people and nothing happened. But as soon as she sat down,
then there's an issue, right? Gotcha.
Yeah, then there's a problem, and we can't in this country. Well, probably the entire world at this point, but we can't talk about what it was that caused him to do that anymore.
Right.
I mean, we can, but probably not in this channel.
Well, depending on if it's racially based, to some extent we do cover those things, of course, because I want to make sure that people realize that it's all still wrong. If there's any kind of a racial injustice anywhere, I absolutely don't stand for that, and I will put it out there to the world that we don't. We shouldn't. Period. So, just saying. I don't know yet. Like I said, I've followed it very lightly. I've saw what it was, and I just grabbed one of the news things to show you guys what it's about. But I know there's other pieces of information on this that they're not sharing with the world because, like you said, it would make more sense to us. They want us to stay confused. Okay. They don't want us to know truths on things, and that's the problem. So that way they have control. It's all about control, and it's always been. Just saying.
But thanks for covering this.
Yeah, no, of course. It's really awful. Our mayor is a complete useless. A schoolgirl was stabbed on her way to school. Jesus. See? It's just bingo. Yeah, that's it too. That's why people shouldn't disagree. If you I missaid that. People should disagree, okay? If we all agreed on everything, what a ridiculously boring world this would be. And it's not realistic, okay? That's not realistic at all. There's ways to disagree on things and still be adults about it. And people seem to have forgotten how to do that. You can't have a disagreement without somebody either wanting to take your life or just turning you into you're a monster because you have a different feeling. I mean, it's insanity to me. It's crazy. I guess let me finish running this real fast. It's only 4 minutes long, and that's what I'm saying. Everything has become so, and this is just over the past 30 years. I think I've seen it like culminate to a much worse situation that violence has become seemingly the answer to everything, and that's not. Like what people we have voices, folks. Put down your fucking phone. stop texting and have a sit down and have a conversation with somebody. Work it out. And that's the problem. Is somebody will send a message to somebody on this damn thing, and there's no emotion in texting, and they're he got shitty with me. I'm gonna go to his house and shoot him up. What? How about you pick up the phone and call him, or go to his house and have a conversation like adults do? That's the problem nowadays. People don't talk anymore. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. You know what I mean, SRB. She's a comedian today. I love it. Anyway, I'm done with my rant. Let me finish running this real quick.
Quite some video to look at there. Something that stands out here is Brown's record. We're talking about 16 arrests prior to this one. So do we know if he was on a police watch list?
Well, he certainly had served time. He'd been in and out of prison. There was a 2014 incident of aggravated assault and robbery that he served several years for. So when it comes to a police watch list, not necessarily, but certainly he had a known criminal record. But it raises the question: he was not serving. He was not serving any time or under probation at the moment of this crime. So it raises the question about how law enforcement handles people who were struggling with mental health. There was a documented instance. In fact, his mother had actually called and raised a red flag after he got out of prison after that 2015 incident, the 2015 time served. So just a really challenging situation. Does law enforcement lock someone up because they have a criminal history, because there's documented mental health? It's a big question, and policy makers and law enforcement have been struggling with how to answer that question.
Hang on a minute. I want to look at something real fast before I go further with that. Give me one quick second. All right, guys, this is the situation here with audio, just so you know. Oh, yeah, let me do this too, because I guess it's fairly graphic, so hang on.
Trigger warning. This video includes sensitive and violent content that may not be suitable for all viewers. This video is for 18 plus only.
All right. Did they just cut that? Hang on. Watch this, you guys. I'm pretty sure that video was cut. Let me do it one more time. Right there. Anyway, I'll let it roll. That was strange. Okay.
Yeah, that's not a good video for
By
the
now,
audio. I could,
No.
if you wanted to play the one with the audio, I could send it to you.
Go ahead. Or just drop it in the back chat, whatever. I thought that's what that said that was, but they clipped it. Like completely clipped it.
I wouldn't know how to do it unless I dropped out of it.
Do you have a are you on a phone?
Yeah.
You could either send it to me, you can send an email to me if you want, if that's easier for you.
Yeah, I'd probably have to, I don't know, drop out of the.
It's up to you, whatever you want to do, bud.
And then jump back on. I could do that.
Okay. Yeah, we'll be here.
All right.
I'll bring it right back up. No problem.
Yeah,
Thanks.
just continue to play the other segment, and then
Right.
maybe by that time. Okay.
Sounds good. I'm gonna play this one real quick. I don't know how loud. Hey, Clifton, great to see you. Nothing half-assed. Great to see you. Did my megastar come in here? I swear I saw her. There she is. Meg, good to see you. Thank you guys for joining us.
Seen this human piece of garbage stab this girl on a train for no reason whatsoever. The video, until now, stopped here, and the rest was left to imagination. But now we have more. Before I continue this, I will tell you there is no blood and the actual stab is not seen. But this video is horrific and nauseating. So that's your warning. Here's the
Again, trigger warning.
continuation. It is just pure horror. Look at this girl's eyes. Tragic. She had to make eye contact with evil, and terror is on her face. Now the shock of realizing that something's wrong. She probably doesn't even know she's been stabbed yet, and the pain in her neck is probably just starting to creep in. And now she's left to cry as her life slips away, alone, because not a single person could offer her help, or even an "are you okay?" You could give these people the benefit of the doubt, as perhaps they don't quite realize what happened, especially because it happened so quick and without warning. The guy walks down the train, which I've blurred to spare you the blood that's everywhere, and he seems to say, "I got that white girl." Then, while standing alone, he seems to utter his reason for this whole thing. After he leaves, you can hear some people finally discover what's happened. This video might be excruciating to watch, but it should be seen by everyone, because this is horrific, and it's being allowed to happen across the country. And the president is now talking about handling the problem.
There was also a horrible killing recently in Charlotte, I talked about, and so many others. You know, when you have horrible killings, you have to take horrible actions. For far too long, Americans have been forced to put up with Democrat-run cities that set loose savage, bloodthirsty criminals to prey on innocent people. Really very, very innocent people. In every place, they control radical left judges, politicians, and activists.
I'm sorry. I'm not going to run that part of it, but so he says she called him the hard N, you know, the N word. I don't know. Is there actual audio of her saying this? Again, I can get it, but I mean, to take somebody's life for saying that, I think is too much. Granted, you can be upset, maybe a confrontation, but not to kill somebody. That's too much. I'm sorry. That's a lot, in my opinion. I'm just saying. Unbelievable. This country is just insane anymore, you guys. What's up, Willie? Good to see you, brother. I don't think she realized it happened so fast. I don't think she felt it. The shock, you know, it probably felt just like a pinch to her or something at first, and then yeah, and then the Charlie Kirk situation. Still, you guys, it's crazy. Here he comes. Well, welcome back, bud.
Well, I hopped down and was searching for that video. It looks like you were playing that video, that same video that I emailed you. So,
okay, yeah, that's the one that I played off. And he says, I don't hear her say anything, but he says she called him the hard N word. You know what I mean?
yeah.
And then he does what he does, and that's it.
Yeah, and before he said that, it seems like he said that he got the white girl.
He did. He said, "I got the white girl. I got the white girl," and then you know,
he's trying to justify it with
yeah,
you know, telling a tall tale.
And then said, that's what I'm guessing right there is that the dude said, well, now I got to have a reason for it. So she called me that N-word, and no, listen, here we go. One more time. I'll say this. That's a horrible thing. We don't call people that, you know, it's just not, it's this 2025, folks. Get over it. Move on. It's time to get over that kind of shit. We're done. Okay. We're all the same people, as you guys hear me say constantly. I've never been into, I can't stand racial shit. I don't care who you are, how you are, whatever color you are, whatever race you, it doesn't matter. But we should be way beyond that at this point. But the point is, the dude did something. He should have done it. The girl came in, didn't say a word to him that I saw or heard. Sits down. She's minding her business, looking at her phone. He stands up. He thinks about it, stands up and does what he does. Takes off. Then says something about, they're telling him how much blood he's losing. And he's like, I got the white girl. I got the white girl. And then makes a reason for it. It's okay. Even if that was true that she did that. No, that's not how we deal with shit like that. Okay. The dude, Jesus Christ.
That's an indication that he knows he's guilty. It is like telltale sign. Trying to justify.
Right.
He knows he's in the wrong. And it's
absolutely.
It's you know, what is Shakespeare's infamous saying? Well, it escapes me right now. I'll think of it in a minute when it's too late.
I probably know what you're saying, but yeah, it'll come back to me too. I know.
Guilt haunts.
Oh, I know what you're saying. I don't remember the rest of it though. I know. I've heard it before. Anyway,
suspicion haunts.
Yeah,
the guilty conscience. The thief thinks every bush is a constable.
Right. He knew what he did wrong, and he knows that he's on a train full of people that are going to come at him. Okay, so he's got to give a justification to what he did. Now, the funny thing is the guy that goes after him is an African American gentleman as well. It didn't affect him that way, regardless. That'll tell you right there. The ignorance and stupidity of this guy. Mental health issues, whatever it is. Okay, I know that we have a lot of mental health issues out here. Okay, that's one of the biggest answers to this. They need to do things about it. But the other problem is the way it's portrayed to the world.
You know, Dago, the other thing that it could be, besides, you know, because that is the narrative that's being pushed, is there's mental health issues here.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, you're right. It could be.
That's the way the mainstream is handling it. But you won't ever hear the mainstream media saying, gosh, we're all guilty of this. We've planted in his mind and in the minds of half of our population to hate a specific race of people.
That's right.
We
That's
we
right.
are complicit. We have the blood on our hands for doing this for the past how long? They won't ever
Absolutely.
say that. That will never be the discussion. It's always going to be some other reason.
Well, they'll never take accountability nor fault for it. That's very factual information, sir. Wholeheartedly agree with you on that one. God forbid they were ever to take any kind of accountability for putting certain things out to the world, dividing us as a people, separating us, which is something they did how long ago? Forever and ever again, okay? Because of skin color and things like that. It's insane to me. And that has to stop, though, is what I'm saying. It's we're beyond that. I think most of us do realize that, but there's still people that are following along behind that. It's crazy. Oh, he's not deceased. Okay. That's good. That's good to hear. Thank you, Pap. I was
Happy
trying
Man
to,
was right then. It was just trolls saying.
of course. They're all over the place, dude. I'm looking in different streams trying to see to get like an actual answer to it before Pap said that. And there's some sick ass people in these streams. He's dead, laughing and celebrating, and it's like, are you serious? This is a human being, your neighbor, your boyfriend, your sister's brother, your sister's boyfriend, a human being, and you're celebrating this. Like I said, Eddie, it's just as ignorant and sick, and it pisses me off to no end. Just like when it came out that Brian, there was, false news coming out that somebody was going to sexually assault Brian in prison. There's people cheering about this, saying things that are promoting it. You're disgusting. You're absolutely disgusting, because it's no different than if it were a woman. And I'm telling you right now, let me catch somebody doing something like that. You're going to see a whole other side to me that nobody has ever seen before. And I don't want that to happen, but I'm going to say things that I've never said. And I will go at that person until I can't. People need to stop doing it.
I know sometimes it's hard to practice, but anyone who wishes ill against anyone else, that just diminishes themselves.
Agreed.
And you never look good trying to make someone else look bad.
Amen to that, brother. That's another t-shirt right there. Thank you, Eddie. You never look good trying to make someone else look bad. I'm putting that on a t-shirt, folks. I love that. You never look good trying to make someone else look bad. That's awesome.
But thank you for covering that, Irina.
No, I was going to put it.
And I can never say her last name, but.
Yeah, I know. It's. Unbelievable that it happened. She looked like a very sweet, just, had no idea. And not from this country. And she comes to this country, and this is what happens. This is why people do the things they do over here when they see this kind of shit. It's insane. Hold on a minute here. I think I found something here. Let me put this up real quick with Charlie Kirk's situation. I'm going to keep the volume down because it's hard to. All right, hold on. Or well, maybe. Just keep it down low.
It is not at all surprising, Tom, to see that the president has made a statement about Kirk. Donald Trump knows who Charlie Kirk is. President Trump knows Charlie Kirk. You talk about the Republican convention. That is one of many times that Kirk has delivered speeches, has campaigned on behalf of Republicans, on behalf of conservatives. We also know that the FBI, Director Kash Patel, has posted about this, has talked about this as well, saying that agents are headed to the scene, that they are aware of what happened. These reports here that they are investigating, obviously, and that the FBI stands in full support of that ongoing response. The report of this shooting here has spread like wildfire throughout the conservative community, and everybody wants to know how he's doing. We're working on that.
Hallie, stand by for us. We have another bit of news here that we've just gotten in now that NBC News has confirmed. This is our reporter, Michael Cosner, who's reporting this. A suspect is in custody, and police are investigating the shooting at Utah Valley University. Students are alert this afternoon, obviously told to be aware and probably shelter in place. We have a witness now who's joining us by phone. His name is Justin Hickens. He apparently was at the scene of the shooting. Justin, what did you see? What did you hear?
I was about 20 away on Charlie's left. I had gotten there probably just a few minutes before noon. There were thousands of people there. Unfortunately, there was no metal detectors. There was security by Charlie, but anybody could have shown up with whatever. Unfortunately, I had my way down close on the side, and
What's up, Twizzy? Good to see you, brother. Yeah, they're saying he's in critical condition. I hope that's true. That he's still alive is what I mean.
first interaction was about 10 minutes. It was a religious-related exchange, and then who stepped up, ironically, coincidentally, who asked a question about mass shooting, and about 60 to 90 seconds in, we heard a big loud shot. I saw a bunch of blood come out of Charlie. I saw his body kind of kick back and go limp, and everybody dropped to the ground. And luckily, there were no other bullets sprayed into the crowd because nobody was really able to go anywhere. It was just like a big open amphitheater, outdoor venue, and lots of screaming, lots of yelling, lots of bodies on top of each other. And after a couple minutes, people got up and kind of running, getting out of there. There were some gates, some barriers that had been pushed aside and knocked over, and people were able to move. And I started to move quickly, and then kind of realized that I said, I think we're okay. And I kind of stopped walking away, and I kind of all of a sudden, officers walking with this very elderly.
My question, this is horrible. First off, this is horrible. But my question is what else happened when this happened? That's my thought at this point. Did something else happen within this area possibly when this happened? Do you know what I'm saying? That's just how I see these things anymore. It's crazy because it does happen all the time. This is a very young guy. His whole life, his future ahead of him. From my understanding, I believe he's got a family, new child, all those kinds of things, guys. This is insane. And they have this person in custody. I want to hear the reasoning behind this. I truly do. Because you don't like what he stood for? Because you didn't like something he said? Really? That's what I mean, Pap. Everybody look over here because this is what's really going on. It's happening. It happens all the time, you guys, in these situations. It's nuts. Nothing happened.
Yeah, Twizzle Stick has it.
100%. 100%, guys. Every time something like this goes down, guess what? There's always something on the other side of things. He's a conservative. I mean, I get it. I understand that, Twiz, but let's hear what they say. What's up, 42? I'm not saying that really happened, you guys. I'm just telling you it does happen. You know what I mean? Welcome.
Yeah,
Chris,
it does happen, but this wouldn't be a case of that.
No. I'm not saying that this situation is absolutely what it is. I'm just using this as an example of this. It's happened so many other times in the past.
Sure.
I'm not surprised. You know what I mean? That's all. I think this is a personal issue personally. So let me verify that.
It's a political issue.
Yeah. Somebody personally has political issues with him. So, when you stop the video, or when I stop the video, you talking about Charlie himself? Yeah, everybody has their own specific feelings about this, that, and everything else, but we don't have the right to take each other's lives because we have different feelings about political bullshit. Come on. Hey, Bra Guy, good to see you, buddy. Just saying. So, anyway. Tonka, good to see you, bud. Welcome back. Anyhow, hopefully he survives this and everything works out. Krista, thank you so much. I don't know. I'm going to pull this down real quick. Where did it go? Let me see who got that. If I can. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry, you guys. Over here. There we go. I got too many screens up. It looks like Angel D. Welcome back to the sauce, Angel. Thank you, Krista. That was so very generous of you. God bless. And again, guys, we have a link pinned to the top of the chat. It is an open panel voicing your thoughts and opinions. I spent some time last night. Thank you, Kent. Hold on a minute. Let me see something real quick. And thank you, Eddie, for sending me that as well.
Yeah, and again, you already played it, so you don't have to
That's
bring
okay.
it up.
No
But
problem.
my final thoughts on that is,
The Ukrainian situation.
people, yeah, when people have no fear of being accountable for breaking the law because of the soft on crime policy,
Right.
then there's just going to be anarchy and lawlessness.
Exactly.
It's
Exactly.
going to contribute to violence.
Well, that's why I believe the whole. I see people screaming the whole defund the police thing, this and that, everything else. Stop doing that. Please stop doing that. I understand there is corruption within law enforcement and government. Okay, I get it. It's just there has been forever. There has been forever. If you defund the police, folks, you want to talk about absolute chaos and anarchy? No, they're not all bad. Okay, they're not. I have friends that are police officers. They're amazing. I'm grateful for what they do. It's dangerous. It's scary. It's crazy these days. Okay.
That type of dog whistle makes it even more dangerous because it is a call to violence.
100%. 100%. Yes. Best way to put it too. Thank you, Ken. I see it. I got it. Great stuff. Mamir, welcome. I know
It's the media
insane.
sending a message to the citizen that we should be against the police.
That's it.
And
That's
lawfulness.
They go out and teach. Sorry, you guys. I was turning the fan on back here. They go teach people to disrespect, ignore, and treat the police as if they're not important, and then they do the whole defund them, this and that. That's not the way to do it. If you know, and listen, and don't get me wrong, I covered the Tyree Nichols case. I see it all. I have my feelings about it. You guys have heard me. It's horrible, and it does happen. Okay, not every traffic stop is going to be that way. Not every interaction with a police officer is going to be that way. And when you provoke them, okay, when you provoke them, you cannot cry that they're assaulting you or being racial with you when you provoke them.
There's going to be a higher percentage of interaction between the citizen and the police. And so if it's just like in general, there's like 3%, whatever the percent is of interactions that could go bad and that are bad examples of police, not conducting themselves as they should.
Right.
Grant, that's natural. I mean, there's a certain percentage of doctors that aren't, that are going to botch a surgery too. That's just the way.
Yep.
It just works.
There's bad blood, or not bad blood. Jesus. There are bad situations everywhere.
Right. Okay? So when the mainstream media causes more interplay between the police and the citizen, then they can cherry pick those bad examples and highlight those ones, and the other 99% that would make the highlight reel for being good examples, those just get ignored.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And yes, you guys, look, I'm going to show this one more time. This girl didn't even open her mouth. Okay. She did not say one word. She was looking at her phone, didn't say nothing. Her mouth didn't open. So that, I'm sorry, they need to look at that and see that. Hold on. And then I'll move on from this once I play this one. So horrible. Once again, just an excuse to be ignorant and unbelievable. She didn't say a word. Thanks for that, Kent. That's another version of that, by the way. Anyhow, moving on. So, welcome, Phenomena Mom. Good to see you. And woke up in 84. Good to see you as well. That's a very sad situation. And that happens every day. And it's getting worse every day. So
it's just sad that it was ignored for so long by the mainstream media too. That's a crime in itself.
Yeah, yes, it is. Yes, it is. And it happens day after day. 42, that's a good point. I like that. I was raised a policeman is your friend, and I'm the same way. I came out of a law enforcement family, and I don't feel that way any longer. And I understand and respect that feeling and that statement. Still want them funded though. And that's the issue right there. Bingo. That's 100% what it is. There needs to be better and more training, more, longer, intensive. There needs to be, in my opinion, I'm sorry to say, because things have changed in the world, but I think law enforcement needs mental health training as well. They gave us mental health training, and as first responders, you know, not just here's a Band-Aid and you're going to be okay later. No, they've given it to us, so why not give it to law enforcement? And if they're giving it to them, then they need more of it because they're not doing it the right way. So that's a great statement, my friend. I appreciate that. Hey, Moonbreaker, good to see you. But CC Ice, welcome. Good to see you. Yeah, she had no idea what happened. She didn't say a word, folks. Not a word. Welcome, Gen 7. Good to see you. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and get into those discussions, Jen. These things are kind of important, and I'm glad Eddie brought that up. It just needs to be noticed that, once again, mainstream media doing what they do, the way they do it, the only way they know how. So, onward. So, last night, good God, they did catch the guy, and I'm pretty sure she's deceased. I think. Don't quote me on that. I didn't get any follow-up info on it, but I think she did pass away. Sadly. Because of the way it happened, she bled out very quickly. I got a better saying for you. To fund CEO owners of corporations and definitely the big pharma situation. That they're killing us with the big pharma situation. Nobody can afford to live. You can't afford to live anymore. So, and I know all about that with medications. Agreed. I know, Cat Lady, and you're in another country. That's the sad part. It's the same. Yeah, I thought she was. Thanks, Twiz. So, just the whole all of these situations are horrible. They're absolutely horrible, and it needs to stop. Period. Those are the things that run us the way they do. Big pharma, large corporations, all that kind of stuff. Everything needs to be regulated, folks, and it needs to be made fair. Period. That's all there is to it. Too many people putting too much in their pocket and not caring about the real aspect of what they're doing. Your name minus on 9/11 and Charlie can't have a great. What's going on, Kim? What are you talking about? That's facts. That is facts. And Charlie Kirk, yeah, we just showed that too, Kim. You can't stay. Okay. Well, have a good day then. Let's see. Yeah, I'll be keeping updated on the Charlie Kirk situation for sure. Let me see. Brian, good to see you, buddy. It's been a while. I'm glad you're doing okay. And I hope that they do full-blown Mama D, good to see you. Interview of the guy that they caught, the guy that shot at Kirk. Hopefully they handle that situation the right way. Welcome, Krista.
Hi.
How are you?
Oh, fuck. I'm sorry. I'm not going to curse. I'm trying not to curse. I'm just angry. I'm sick. I'm sick.
Did you really fucking just swear on my channel?
Oh, I'm
Krista?
fucking sorry. Oh, sorry about that. There's a swear jar somewhere. I'll put some money in it for you.
No, I'm just kidding with you. Don't worry.
I saw the video and of that shot, and it just is awful. I don't understand. Like, planet Earth's not a fucking cult. We don't have to agree. Like, that's the crazy part. Like, this is not a cult. We all agreed that'd be weird. And why do you have to kill a man or try to kill a man over his? He's just trying to please, like, not for no violence. Did you hear what he said? Got gang violence and then the shot. It's like he's trying to prevent all this, and they just proved his point by what they just did, or whoever just did this to him. And I don't understand why he didn't have any type of security. I don't know. I mean, obviously, people have different views, right? So, like, how did the gun get there?
He did have security, but they didn't have metal detectors or any of that kind of stuff. And I think any kind of public speaking situation like this, you have to these days.
Especially this. I didn't even know who he was, and I was like, "Oh shit!" And I realized who it was, and it's like,
right. Any kind of situation like this nowadays, there needs to be lockdown security, metal detectors, things like that. You can't have that many people get together and think that.
No, look at Butler, PA.
Yeah.
Like, how the hell that's it shouldn't have happened. And it's like, how are we able to get this close to shoot a man in the neck?
And it's not just this, you guys. It's gone to the point where, like, school shootings.
It was a long shot.
Yeah.
Right.
Somebody that did 200 yards, you guys, that's like professional.
And
like,
it was a good shot.
but
The shot, you saw the shot, right? I mean, he hit him, and
he hit him. I think where he was aiming to. I don't think it was off at all. That's a long. That's two football fields. Think about that.
Oh my God, are you kidding me? It's two football fields.
Two football fields long is the distance that was.
Oh my God.
That speaks of a very organized type of arrangement.
That's what I'm saying. That was a professional, in my opinion.
Yeah,
That's the guy that goes out back
and involves multiple people. That's like that would take an effort of more than one.
Yeah, you need to know. Yeah, I mean, did he scope the area? Like, what the fuck? Did he have a scope? How did he?
They probably do. There's groups of these people. That's my thought too. SRB as somebody that was a sharpshooter.
Yeah.
Well, unless he wasn't aiming, maybe he was aiming closer to the heart, and he was off by a little. But damn, that was still pretty good shot for that distance. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Miss Denise, good to see you.
Sorry, I'm just trying to get the thing up so I can.
You're good. You're good. This is it's a travesty. And none of this should happen. And listen, I don't care. There's politicians out there that I disagree with, okay? I don't like their outlook, their feelings, their thoughts. You know what? I don't ever want to see somebody take their life. You guys, come on. That's not what this is about.
They're trying to divide us.
Well, that's been done a long time ago. Long time ago.
And they just keep doing it. Hey.
What's up, Will? Willie, good to see you, bud.
I had to go somewhere because I'm just so pissed right now, dude.
I get it. And like I said, that's why we have to this is our country, you guys. And I'm not going political. I'm just letting you know. This is our country. We have to be the ones to bring it back. We have to be the ones to take it back. Granted, we gave them these options to do what they do around here and all this other stuff, but they're not doing enough. They're not doing enough. Okay. And there's no excuse for that. There's no excuse for that. We have every resource that we need to combat and control these things.
Yes, and there's no. How radical do you have to be to do what you did today?
And it wasn't even the old guy that they freaking arrested. It's this person's still at large. How do you not know who did this?
I know.
Oh,
It was a rifle, by the way.
Yeah, definitely.
And I'm telling you right now, dude. Like, just my opinion. If I had to put money on it, he's not surviving.
I don't think so either.
Well, they said he's in critical condition. I'm sure.
I don't care what they're saying. If I could put a picture backstage on where the hole is where he was shot, dude, he's not surviving.
From my understanding, is it hit on did they say the left side or the right side of his chest? The right side.
No, it hit his neck, right literally next to your Adam's apple, dude.
And you see nothing but.
I have a picture. I wish. Hold on. Let me just text you a picture real quick.
It probably severed the jugular at some point.
If you got to see it, I can probably, if he pulls it up, I can probably send it to an X because we're not going to play it.
If they can,
dude, it's like it immediately started squirting everywhere.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If they can control the bleeding and if they get in there fast enough to get that cut up, and then they would definitely have to do blood transfusion.
Just check your phone, and you tell me that's not a bad spot, bro. Because, like I said, I thought because I was pinching my neck, right, and I thought like if you get hit like maybe over here and it's a graze, or here and it's a graze, you'd be okay. But dude, where that hole is, just like I'm poking it right now on my neck. There's so much there.
The amount of stuff that came out was so fucking scary look. It was so horrific.
Right.
It disturbed the shit out of me.
Hang on. I'm getting messaged by you and my wife at the same time.
Oh, no,
Hold on.
you're good. I can send you. It's just I found a YouTube channel that actually played it, and I was able to freeze it right before any kind of blood came out or anything. And it's just the whole.
I have the on X.
Send it to you too.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
And
after that hole, after you see that hole, it starts like dispersing.
I'll send you the X video on where I can set it.
Oh wow, yeah, that's right.
Okay.
The jugular runs right through that, and it probably either severed it or at least nicked it, and you're gonna bleed out quickly.
Yeah,
if they were able to catch that, stop the bleeding though, like I said, and clamp that off, and
I know, it's just weird, dude. The way he fell over limp, it was just horrifying, dude.
It's so sad.
And like there was a petition to like not have him on the can. Like I'm telling you, this is gonna send shockwaves if he dies, dude. Even if he doesn't die.
Mm-hmm. This is
100%.
Unnecessary.
Thank you, Meg.
The security was low, all kinds of stuff because the campus didn't want him there.
Ugh.
I know the goalie survived, dude, but you're talking about a bullet, not like a gash from a blade or something.
Yeah.
Because a bullet goes.
Trigger warning. Hold on, guys.
Are you playing it?
You're gonna play it?
No, don't.
You shouldn't play it, dude.
Why?
I mean, it's your channel. I don't care what you do. I'm gonna mute.
I didn't even like looking at that last Irina Zarutska.
Well, I'll show that there. Okay, that's how he was sitting, where he was sitting.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna play the whole thing. I'm just showing you that. I'm not gonna. And the shot hit him, and over here is where it hit him. Was on right there, and I'm guessing based on what I know that it hit. It had to hit the jugular vein, in my opinion.
I had it up, and so I think they might have taken the one down because I can't find that.
Hold on, let me do something real. I'm gonna do this in myself real quick. Give me 1 second, guys.
You can see it then, right, Dago?
That's what I mean. Like Pappy says, it's not fun to watch. That's why it's like,
It's
I'm in a bad mood because of it, to be honest.
It made me just.
My God.
Right, dude?
Right? That's what I mean. Like, what the fuck? What?
Yeah,
the fuck?
Well, I won't show that to you guys. No way.
Yeah, you see what I mean? I wasn't trying to be like,
No, you're good. I didn't ever see that part of it, but
I know, dude.
That's
like, I saw a bunch of like faraway ones, and then I saw the one that was up close, and I was like, oh my God.
Oh, that's unbelievable.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, dude.
I've seen this kind of shit, folks. I've seen Jesus Christ.
That's why.
But the couple people that were videoing from far away, dude, they took their cameras and went directly to the right of them, which tells me it was a rifle, and that's why they can't find the person because the person wasn't in the crowd. It was a rifle, dude. And if that's a rifle bullet, it's a little different than like
200 yards. Good God.
I know. That's what I said. What a shot.
CNN claiming he died. Yeah, I mean, like I said, he's not going to survive that, unfortunately.
I don't think.
Well,
that's why I wanted you to see.
Where did they take him? Does anybody know where they took him?
Hi, Brian.
Yeah, I will not tell you guys that. I didn't realize they showed that much of it. That was a clear, clean, and visible the whole thing. So I wouldn't show.
Oh yeah, man. Because like so many people like recorded stuff when they're there with their phones and everything.
Yeah.
It's 4:04 Eastern Standard Time, guys. Angel numbers.
And of course, Twitter has it. So.
Family. I believe in angel numbers.
Jesus Christ. This
bad.
This is getting horrible, you guys. It really is.
I missed who you guys were talking about before that, though. I heard you guys talk about somebody else that got
the Ukrainian situation, the refugee from Ukraine that got stabbed. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oof.
Here, let me give you.
Yeah, that was disgusting.
These are live updates right now. They're saying, hold on.
Oh fuck, man.
I was watching Agenda Free, the guy who always has like 20 things up.
Right. I know what you're talking about.
Another cat for you guys.
Like each other, and it's someone that Trump will speak highly of, just in general, truth social posts or just off comments. And so this is something where Charlie Kirk is not just a conservative media figure. He is someone who is in these circles. He's very close within these Republican officials, and he's become someone that
he's a chill dude.
He goes to their events.
Yeah.
And so it's something where it's not just, a famous person who gets attacked, it's someone that
Well, here's what I worry about sometimes is that the press doesn't always have the right answers. Like, you know, they were saying when Kennedy got shot that he was just in bad. No, you're okay, Meg. Thanks, hon. You know, he was just in bad shape and he was actually deceased a while before that. So
exactly. That's what I'm looking
we
at.
don't know. And that was, I don't know how fast they were able to get to him to compress that or anything. That's bad. But if they're, like Twiz said, if they can clip that fast enough, hold that tight and transfuse him, he could survive that. That's fact, folks.
But it has to all go perfect.
Oh, well, of course. Yeah. I mean, that's why I said I wonder where they took him, but that's wow. Wow.
Yeah, dude.
People need
and
to
the sad part is I went and checked like 3 or 4 different news stations that are not right wing and they don't give a shit.
Well, that's what Eddie was saying. That's why we brought up the whole Ukrainian stabbing, because they don't care. They don't want the world to see this.
It's
not important enough. You know what I'm saying? Things like that, this and anything else is not important enough. And it's like, you know, I'm not going, like I said, no politics, but it shows us like what they do, you know, and how they control the situation. And I'm just so tired of that. Give it all to us, okay? And let us decide what we want to see or not see, or what we want to talk about or not talk about. Give it all to us because it's our country. We deserve that. You don't have the right to withhold information that we should all know about, period. That's my opinion. I'm just saying.
Yeah. I agree.
And it's just enough. It's so enough. That was very
bad.
Guys, I've seen horrible things, but that was disturbing for me.
See what I'm saying? That's why I haven't been able to shake it since I watched it.
And you're a medic, that's why I wanted you to see it and see what your thoughts was.
You shouldn't have to see those things. People aren't made. Even people that do this for a living are not built for this, folks. We're not built to see these things and absorb these things and be okay with it. I told you I have PTSD for many reasons. It's facts. I've seen too much shit, and it doesn't go away. It's there. It's always there. And if we talk about little things,
President Trump has announced Kirk is dead, according to Fox. That's not good.
Oh gosh.
That's from Pappy Man. That's not from a troll or anything.
I've been holding this the whole time. Like,
look real quick.
Fuck, man! I told you, I'm in the business where he got shot. He can't survive.
The way if you saw what I saw, the way it started to flow,
I know.
You probably lost a lot very quick. Listen, a person, if they're hit in the exact right, that's why when we were talking about the Idaho forest situation with Ethan, if he was hit in that same spot, you can bleed out in seconds, not minutes, seconds. Okay.
He probably went unconscious, right? And probably didn't regain consciousness.
I would imagine, yeah.
You could see it in the video.
God damn it.
Let's see here.
Oh.
Damn it.
Give me 1 second.
Both sides are condemning political violence. Oh, about time. So it didn't take Trump getting shot for them. Nobody condemn it, right?
Come back together, then, folks. Let's come back together.
Yeah.
Being separated, and let's do this together.
Oh no, like I said, you see the left. You see the left and all them marching all the time in the streets. Because you don't want to see the right start marching. I think you're going to start seeing it soon after this, bro.
Well, like I said, we need to come back together as a whole. Even back in the day, if you guys remember, and again, we're not getting into a political conversation. I'm making a statement. Democrat and Republican are two separate entities. We know that, but they would work together to bring the right things out, and it's not happening anymore. And that's a lot of what the problem is, and it's separated a lot of people.
They need to stop.
That's got to be enough.
Yeah, we need to not let them separate us, whether our political views are. Like,
this is the new update on this. Hold on.
They need to get the View off TV too. They are the worst. They incite violence almost every day. The View, those women. Sorry, guys.
They are.
It does happen. I've seen it. That's why I don't watch. My wife stopped watching that because of that kind of shit too.
I can't. They're gonna love this. I'm gonna lose it on that. I'm gonna have to make a whole video about it. Fucking worse. Oops, sorry. Oops. I hope you guys got the shorts. I got all the curse words out of it. I didn't know how to do it. That was the first time I used it.
This is a CBS News special report. I'm Maurice Dubois. Conservative political activist Charlie Kirk has died after being shot.
God damn it.
at Utah Valley University earlier this afternoon. The 31-year-old was the CEO and the co-founder of Turning Point USA, a conservative organization. CBS News confirmed there had been threats against Kirk. A Utah Valley spokesperson says a suspect is not in custody. A motive is not known at this time. President
motherfuckers, man.
Social the following: the great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me, and now he is no longer with us. Melania and my sympathies go out to his beautiful wife, Erica, and family. Charlie, we love
Fuck
you.
did you.
From President Trump, as Charlie Kirk, we are told now, has died.
Real
Scott
nice.
McFarlane, our justice correspondent,
And the left won't even report it.
when it comes to the investigation, we were
Incite
told
violence.
earlier that there was a suspect, and now we're told that person has been let go.
Yeah, a university statement given shortly after the shooting. It said a suspect was in custody and that the campus is closed. The university then changed the statement to reflect that a suspect is not in custody, or they took that part away from their statement, which gives the indication that there is either a manhunt underway or a suspect about which we don't know the condition or the location. The FBI and the
Until they find a patsy.
the investigators on the scene along with local police. But let's take a look at that Utah Valley University statement. It says on September 10th, 2025, 12:20, that's Mountain Time, a single shot rang out in the quad near the food court on the Utah Valley University Othram campus. That's as Mr. Charlie Kirk began speaking at his planned rally and confirmed that Mr. Kirk was shot. We don't know his condition. The suspect is not in custody. Police are still investigating. Campus is closed for the rest of the day. So you have federal law enforcement on scene. You have university police and local police. The FBI's Salt Lake City field office is there as well and responding. But there's no information now as to if there's a suspect that's known to law enforcement, where that suspect is, if a suspect is wounded, in custody, or otherwise. So we'll wait to see what law enforcement has to tell us. But that's obviously an enormous variable right now as the campus remains closed and as the country reacts to this tragedy.
Okay, Scott McFarlane, thank you so much. Certainly a shock to the system. Reaction pouring in from across the political spectrum this afternoon as Charlie Kirk, people trying to process his death here. Senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe joins us as we watch this video. Ed, this is the moment that he was shot. Blood was then seen pouring from the side of his head, from his neck, and now this.
That's right. We're now more than an hour since this happened, and the concern and the prayers expressed by Republican leadership, especially, came quickly. We've seen several Democratic Party leaders as well condemn political violence in this country. This is yet another high-profile.
I hope to God he's got a new baby. Yes, I hope to God his wife wasn't watching him on TV when this happened.
My God,
so fucked up. I gotta hop down, man. I'll see y'all in a while.
All right, bye. Bye.
Bye. Example of it. And I think, Maurice, it's important that we acknowledge that there are probably many people watching right now who don't necessarily know who Charlie Kirk is, are not familiar with the work he's been doing for the last several years, because in our increasingly digital and divided world, he may not have been served up to them in their algorithm and in their feeds. And he is a 31-year-old from the Chicago suburbs, as you said, founded this group Turning Point USA back in 2012, inspired by the Tea Party movement. And he very quickly became a really influential conservative leader, especially among younger conservatives, galvanizing them to vote for various Republican candidates, and became very close to the Trump family, the president, Donald Trump Jr. especially. He was among those that pushed now President Trump to select J.D. Vance as his running mate, believing that Vance reflected the future of the Make America Great Again movement, and was able to convince him to do that. And then last year, during the presidential transition, was in Palm Beach and Mar-a-Lago on a regular basis, meeting with the president directly, handpicking potential leaders for the new Trump administration, cabinet secretaries and other senior government officials, weighing in, saying that they were key to the new government. And he was hosting, in this case, as you can see there on the 10th, the American Comeback Tour. This was the opening of this tour that was set to go to other campuses across the country. They regularly draw thousands of people, mostly students, mostly men. And as you see there on the tent, it says, "Prove me wrong." He had this popular segment where he would essentially sit at a table, and in this case, under a tent, and invite people who
Oh,
disagree
that's
with
not
him on
him.
issues to, quote, prove me wrong.
They're saying this Michael Mallinson was him, but that's not him. Jesus Christ. What a mess. What a mess.
Yeah, right. Wow. That's
Wow.
horrific. That's so horrific. I can't get it out of my head.
Well, that's how it works.
It's hard. I mean, I didn't even know, I didn't know who he was until I started watching it. This one that just happened. When I saw everything that he did, and everything I see, everything makes me upset, makes me cry. But I'm just watching it. I just can't imagine. It's just unnecessary. It could be any one of us trying to fight for we don't want any violence. I don't understand. What is it? What does this guy want to prove?
He's an activist, and it happens. I mean,
I know.
Martin Luther King Jr., the Kennedy brothers. When you have a voice and you go out and you spread words, and people don't like to hear them, these types of things unfortunately happen. It doesn't mean it doesn't mean it's okay. It doesn't. It's not right.
Like you were saying about school shootings, we're the only country that really has it. What does that tell you? There's so many in this country, and where else do they have school shootings like that? Or
And if you remember, it used to be like one every 5 years, and it's like one every other day now. You know what I mean?
It's remember when we were younger, they traumatized us with the Challenger explosion, right? Then the next generation, they do it with 9/11, and then now they're just trying to traumatize, keep everybody in fear of something that's
right.
I wouldn't send my kids to school. Our kids don't go to school anymore. My sister homeschools them. So,
Right.
yeah.
And I don't get into the whole political thing about left or right. So I don't want anybody making comments about one side does this and does that, because it'll upset somebody. It's easier that we don't go that way, because it does upset people in some aspects, because some people are on one side and some people on the other side, and each person feels differently about different things. So it's easier that we just don't go there. That's all.
And living in duality, we can live in duality with compromise. It doesn't have to be one, you or I. That could be you and I. It doesn't have to be you or I.
Right. No, I can agree. Agreed, Transformer, that we're living in an extra challenging times. Indeed, destruction, distraction are the new normal. Nowadays, damage control measures such as stress management and anger management skills could be helpful. Amen to that. That's a good way to put that. I appreciate that.
And also, I think you were talking about the police and all. They defunded the police here in Camden, New Jersey, down in Camden.
They were doing some aspects here. They tried to, and we no.
Yeah. I just heard about a case right over by you. The Amish girl that with her baby. I think it was near Cleveland somewhere. Did you hear about it?
Say that one. Oh, the Amish. Yeah, I saw that. I was actually going to cover that at some point. That's insane.
Yeah, that's nuts. I was the cops that are responding to the Giglio or Giglio. I think his name is Giglio. You need to have a crisis response team. They don't have any mental health de-escalation training, and they have them some places, and some places have a separate critical response team.
I was saying that they do have mental health de-escalation stuff now with first responders, but not all law enforcement.
No.
Okay, and they do have some of it, but they don't have enough to cover every situation. And that's the thing, is there needs to be more training for everybody. Okay,
right.
Yeah, there was talk here that they were thinking about sending out, which I think is a little wild, but instead of having 2 police officers per vehicle, that they were going to send a police officer and somebody that's trained with a psychologist or something to go to for certain. And I'm like, okay, I get it, but what if that person gets in a fire, they gets in trouble? Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I would imagine you would need to be trained in both, fully trained if you're going to do that.
Yeah.
That's going to be, it's so expensive. You know what I mean?
Right. They have it in I don't know if you guys saw the show Sister Wives, but right after a son had committed unalived himself, they had a crisis response team respond to the dad's house at first because we were trying to figure out, being nosy. But I
Mhm.
was like, oh, that's for like, okay, mental health and stuff, which I was like, oh, that's a great freaking idea. I mean, I guess they have to assess it at the time, but the one in Massachusetts, or I think it was somewhere in Boston. I don't want to say the guy's last name right, but it was on video. And, he was clearly paranoid. He was clearly must have been buying drugs, whatever it was. But when they got him, there was 7 on him, and he was, I can't breathe, and they just got charged with his murder. So, and he clearly needed somebody to. They didn't need 6 people on him. They could have detained him, called somebody in to help him. Like, it was so sad to watch, and it's like they don't have enough training to even go do this. Like, it keeps happening. They
Right.
just, she
Right.
coming in to find out they shot a woman because it was a mental health call. And, they walk in and it's like, what are we doing? It's because she had a pot of water in her hand. Like, it happens way too much. And these cops just think they can just go and act like they're mental health advocate. I don't know. I don't know. You see people clearly need something other than you arresting them at the moment, because take them to medical. The first thing they do is ask you, do you need medical? When they arrest us here, they do. And either do or you don't. But like, clearly some of these people did. And it's like, you're dragging a half dead guy to jail. Like, come on, man. He's telling you, and his whole family's like, please, he's got mental health issues. Like,
Well, and that's another point that was just nothing. Just put it in here. Though we talked about this 2 years ago, that a lot of the mental health facilities, like the in-house,
that's where I was. Yeah,
they're
the one
gone.
yeah.
They've eliminated it to save money.
Yep.
And they have outpatient services for this and that. Some people need a lot more than that. Okay.
Yeah.
You don't know how many people I see on a daily basis that are out homeless that definitely have mental health issues. You can tell.
Mm-hmm. That was me at one time. I was homeless. I just got out of prison. I had to go. I went to the Hampton House. It actually saved my life. It's not open anymore, but it was a mental health facility. I went there for a couple of weeks. Then I went and did my prison time, and then I cleaned up my life. But that saved my life. One of those places. It's not open anymore, but it was called Hampton House, and I had no other options. That was my rock bottom at that point. Like, and I mean, honestly, I called from 911 and said, I'm self-unaliving. Like, and they came, and it was an ambulance. It wasn't a cop, and they took me to crisis. But like, they didn't. I don't know. It's just they easily could have gotten me at one point, because I was,
right. It's sad, very sad.
Like, my sister's not here anymore. Like, it's just. And she had the same situation as me, but she took her life. She actually did it. And it's like, they responded with 17 cop cars, and we kept telling her no. They kept telling them no. Like, she was crying wolf all the time, and unfortunately, my brother has a daughter with her, and my brother said, go do it. And she did. And
right.
It's just, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do all that.
No, it's fine. It's funny though. I'm looking at these things this is going on. We just had the Ukrainian stabbing, that kind of thing. And RFK Jr. and Pam Bondi are discussing 2 hours ago illegal vaping.
Wow.
Let's prioritize things, folks. You know what I mean? Like, let's look at what's going on. Let's deal with that.
I don't want to hear about Epstein any longer. I don't give a fuck.
I get vaping, and it shouldn't be.
But
who was discussing it?
Pam Bondi.
Pam Bondi was the one that held like the press conference on the Ukraine immigrant.
Yeah, 2 hours ago.
Stabbing yesterday.
And 2 hours ago, they put up RFK and Bondi are discussing illegal vaping at a press conference of sorts. And it's like, let's prioritize what's going on around us right now. Okay.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. It's just kind of ridiculous. It's weird to see that. I just say, to be honest with you guys, I stay so far away from politics these days because it's just, it'll drive you to your grave, in my opinion. It's so insane. It really is. Absolutely.
Yeah. I try not to pay attention to what's going on, because it gets me I get too upset, but I can't believe that's what they're talking about. I'm like, really?
It's there's so many more important things to deal with.
Especially, I don't want to hear about goddamn Epstein files anymore. I don't give a fuck anymore. Like, I really don't care. What are we gonna do? Like,
okay, this is what mainstream media does. Okay, so there's a video in reference. Hold on a minute. And by the way, for those that just came in, Charlie Kirk has passed away, sadly, folks. For those of you that didn't know that, he's no longer with us. So this video, they're saying that this is mainstream media that put this out. Got you, okay?
Mm-hmm.
The suspect said, "I do it again after taken into custody." But they've let this guy go. He's not the suspect. So think about this for a minute.
What the hell?
That tagline is something that this channel put up.
You're right.
ABC News. They put this up thinking they had the right guy in custody, and it's not. That'll tell you right there. They're inciting a situation to make it. You see what I'm saying?
Yes,
I'm
yep.
showing it. I can show it to you right now.
Show it, because I'm not quite following.
Okay, so here we go. Look, the tagline on the top of this: Charlie Kirk shooting. Suspect said, "I'd do it again after taken into custody." Witness says. But this is not the right guy. They let this guy go. So is that true? Or are they inciting a situation with this?
They're just clickbaiting assholes. That's what they are. It's like a false
That's
information.
insane. That is proof right there.
Mm-hmm.
Now
Yep.
take the tagline down, or you're going to keep letting that go because you don't even have the guy in custody now. This is insane to me. It's disgusting.
Wow.
This right here is proof of what mainstream media does. They're trying to get. It's a clickbaited tagline, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And people are going to come watch this now. But this is not a true statement because the man that they had in custody has been let go. It's not him.
Hmm. And how do we know it's really not him? Like, how do you know he wasn't a part of it? You know
Well,
what
I mean, I'm sure they're looking into
Yeah,
that,
yeah,
but
yeah.
they're not going to let this guy go if they think he has anything to do with it. But they already have his name out. You can Google the guy's name. They put it. I looked it up, and they already have him look. The whole world to look at this guy as he did this.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know. I'm typing to you in the private chat real quick.
It's
That's
just
it.
it's
Yeah.
nuts, you guys. This is all absolute propaganda and it's bullshit. It's insane. Mainstream media needs to be regulated at this point, in my opinion. It needs to be shut down and re-regulated and reintroduced to the world in a different way, in my opinion, is all I'm saying. It's gone beyond a level of controlling it now that it's destroying things. I'm sorry. Hold on.
I don't know how to spell etiquette. That's what it says. Etiquette.
So anyway, it's just, this is sad, very sad, you guys.
Okay.
Well, is there something that you're going to play? Or
The private chat, Dago, if you get a chance.
I was just showing you the tagline. I'll play it real quick, but I'm just trying to point out something.
Etiquette, thank you. I'm so
Video of the moment that shot rang out. We heard from our Aaron Katursky, Bob, that reports say that possibly that bullet hitting Charlie Kirk's neck, as our Aaron Katursky was describing, you could actually see blood pouring out. We did hear straight from Charlie Kirk's organization that he co-founded, Turning Point USA, that he is in the hospital. And they are all praying for him. Prayers coming from the President of the United States to those involved in his organization, those that have been on the tour with him.
This was 55 minutes ago, and we're at a whole different level with this now.
That's how I spelled it. That's how I fucking spelled it.
They need to catch up, truly. Hey, Charlene, good to see you, dear.
Aaron Katursky, anything new that you have learned as we will continue, of course, to hit the top of the hour here. We're trying to get as much information as possible about the condition of Charlie Kirk after being shot there on the university campus in Utah.
It seemed, according to eyewitness accounts and by law enforcement experts who have viewed the video, to be a very difficult injury from the single.
This is worthless. We know this, but here's what I was trying to show you guys right here. The tagline on top of the video for ABC: Charlie Kirk shooting. Suspect said, "I'd do it again after taken into custody." Witness says. Well, if he didn't do it in the first place, why did he? I don't believe it, is what I'm telling you. It's a lie.
Right, but it would be nice to get to timestamp of this whole, you know, they're going to ramble on and talk about many different aspects, and they're going to cover this news story from every direction. It'd be nice to get to that point where they introduce that bit so we can understand it in context, so we know more about it.
Right. That's the whole thing. Is I have no.
And I'm not disagreeing with it. I mean, yeah, it would be nice if our mainstream media could be overhauled in some way and not affect our First Amendment right. But that's a whole nother discussion for a different day. Definitely. I don't know how they would do that, but
well, like I said, it needs to be revamped, 100% regulated.
But I would love to know more about. So who is doing this speaking? I'd do it again. Says the suspect. You know, I mean, that's intriguing. Who did they have? Who is this person?
Michael Mallinson.
How did they misidentify him? Why is he taking responsibility for it? I mean, there's another slew of questions that, you know, can be derived.
How often do you think? How often does that happen, Eddie? Where they have someone? They did that in that happened in the Idaho 4 case. If you guys remember, in the very beginning, they came to us and said there was 2 other people they had in custody for that, and they had nothing to do with it. They mixed it up and screwed it up. Hey, Joanne, good to see you. That's what I'm saying. Is they need to get, like, when they do stuff like this, you're presenting something to the world, okay, and something that's important. You're going to put a tagline out like this, and everybody's going to take that and they're going to run with it now forever. The guy that said this, according to them, has been released from custody and is not the one that did this. So at that point, now we have this issue.
Which is interesting, because wouldn't that be like interfering or causing misdirection in ongoing investigation? Because, like, if you took responsibility for doing that and then they spend time focusing on you and trying to, you know, determine whether or not you actually did do it, because they still have to prove it. You can't just say I did it. So,
and they've already.
How does he get released? Because that should be a crime in itself. Because you're preventing them from doing the real work and finding who did it.
Exactly, and they put this Michael Mallinson's name out to the world and have people looking for this guy now that didn't do this. That's dangerous. People could go after him now that are very upset about this situation. And there's people that aren't going to know because they don't correct things the way they should. Okay, they don't handle things like they should. Now there's going to be people that are going to think this guy's the one that did it, and if they run into him and somebody could hurt him. You see what I'm saying? This is what the issues are and these days with these mainstream media things. It's crazy.
It'd be interesting to see if ABC ever addresses this banner headline.
They need to.
And says what, try to.
Yeah. And it shows they're so far behind on this, guys. This is 55 minutes ago that they posted this. Charlie has passed away. This guy didn't do it. They're so off on this. And people are just now watching this and going, oh, my God, who is this guy? And why did he say this? And where is it? And they're nowhere near the situation now. It's crazy.
So behind.
Michael Mallinson, Mallinson, is the guy that they first had in custody, the older gentleman that I showed the picture of. And that's not him. He's been let go and released. And the other guy's still on the run.
Wow.
Thank you. Giving false sense of security to the public.
Thank you. Yep.
Reminds me of something else that happened in the Idaho 4 case. When they told everybody, you're safe, we're fine. We have no idea who this is, but we're safe, we're fine.
Speaking of that, would you please check the private chat? I don't know if you saw my messages or not. Sorry.
Yeah, hang on.
I just don't know YouTube etiquette, that's all. But it's so fucked up, Dego. And you might have seen it, but he explains what happened.
Oh, yeah, the whole CrimeCon thing. Gotcha.
Yeah, what they said in the place, lying about when they solved it and all that, and telling Stacy, Chapin, allegedly the truth before everybody else. That's fucked. And he's like,
wait, hold on, stop. What did I say yesterday?
You did about them linking up.
About them knowing the real truth before anybody else knew it because of who they were.
Yep. They allegedly ran in together at some kind of meeting right before for people that lose their family members. Allegedly, they just meet there and she tells her, she tells the story, and then all of a sudden she walks up to her and goes, "Oh, I know that case. Don't worry, we got him." And they just meet randomly. You got to hear the story. I don't know if can I play it or can we play it?
Yeah, you can throw it up here or give me a link to it and I'll throw it up. I mean, I'm
Okay,
curious
yeah.
now, but it's
We're gonna-
interesting because I said that.
Where do you hear this? This is wild, and it's Birdie and Devil's Advocate. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, I was told. Jesse told me to check out the Devil's Advocate thing yesterday. I think. Hold on.
This is.
But I said that. Yeah, that's the one. I said 2 days ago. I said it makes me wonder if the Chapins were given the absolute truth in the beginning of this because of.
Well, how the fuck could they have known 5 days? How could they have known before they even knew who Brian was? That's what this whole I put
Well,
in.
think about what you just said, Krista.
I know.
Before they knew who Brian was.
Before we did, I guess. I don't know. You know what I mean? How do you just randomly run into this person? That's weird to me. I'm sorry.
I don't believe that, but
exactly. And you whispered in her ear this sad, oh, we're Thanksgiving without my son. Oh, all that crap. I get it. And then this lady walks up to her, don't even know her. Owens Othram, oh, we're working that case. Guess what? We got him. Don't worry, hun. You can have a good Thanksgiving.
Yeah,
Fuck
no.
you. Oh my God.
Well, first off, that's highly illegal.
Well, they said it on stage. They
Right,
told the
but
goddamn story.
that's beyond illegal. And then
I was watching this morning, and they said, "Oh my God!" The way they said, the way they're, where do you hear what else they're doing? Where do you hear? I put it in private chat. The link. Where do you fucking hear what Othram's?
no, I know all about that, but is this? Yeah. I think, and I'm not going to run the whole thing, but I'll come up.
No, I put it to right when he starts talking about it, and then it's just you're going to be hooked. If you're gonna, I couldn't stop watching it. I couldn't. I was like, I could not wait for him to go live again. I can't wait to go live again because he really tells the story. It's like, wow, holy shit.
You're talking about the guy with the black hat on?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. Here we go. Hold on. I got something else to talk about with this too. Yeah. Once we get through this, it was quite interesting. All right.
Yeah.
Hold on. Yeah, I've had 4 emails talking about this that people wanted to discuss this today. So here we are. And again,
Birdie and Devil's Advocate.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you guys, please. I played some of Devil's Advocate stuff before.
Yeah.
Go check out his channel. There's the link for his channel in the chat.
He's such a good dude.
All right, let's check this out.
But anyways, CrimeCon was huge. A lot of high energy. I was warned before I went to CrimeCon that it's a very pro prosecution, very pro law enforcement, and they weren't kidding. Although I'm kind of hoping to get on a panel maybe next year in Vegas. We'll see, and be able to give a little bit of the alternative side, but we'll see. But it was really great. I got tons of stuff I could share with you about CrimeCon.
Yeah, man, I'm excited for the little bit.
Probably make maybe fast forward like a couple minutes or something, maybe.
I'm excited to really dive into.
He's worse than me with that.
Overheard there.
All over the place.
What did you say? I didn't hear you because he was talking.
You could probably maybe fast forward a couple minutes or something, but like he's funny. He waves back and forth like I do. Devil's Advocate.
Well, I don't care about swearing or anything like that. I just once again, these things are important to know that it goes down because I think it tells a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And I just real quick before we do, if you guys are new here, go to my YouTube channel. Please press subscribe. So just scroll down onto the chat quick, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. I have all my other links in the channel as well. I posted a spin wheel that's going to spin around. Whatever number it lands on is the question that what's the wildest lie you've ever told?
Got started.
Like I've seen, like character and so out of left field for him, and like the toxicology made no sense, and there was minimal investigation. And I remember her saying, like, she's like, somebody murdered him. Somebody murdered him. He did not commit suicide. He did not do this, which I have always thought that about, like the train track type suicides. Like that is a way to just completely like carnage the body, make it way harder to have somebody figure it out. And it's very easy to say, oh, you were a drunk high school kid and you stumbled onto the tracks, and you know, so that's probably the darkest one that I think. It's not been like confirmed, obviously, but I mean, we had last week, DA, we had what's the wildest nickname you've ever had?
Yeah,
dude, you needed to have been on that stream. You would have been losing your mind. There was like the last one was Mouth of the South. Any further than this, it kind of just goes to hell with the photo. But
I'm making somebody nauseous with my rocking back and forth. I usually don't stand and I'm all pacing and they're like, stop rocking. All right, I'll work on that. Sorry. I can't do it.
You're good, brother. You're good. You can move around. And then this was just wild. So this is, I'll say it was like a collab of a hive mind find. This was in our Discord thread. So if you have not joined the Discord, please go and join that. That is where I pull these hive mind finds from. And Luna Bliss and Ample Spark kind of collabed on this, and they had said, "Does anybody remember a news coverage in front of 112 King
Sorry,
Road?"
I thought I had it up to the spot where I started talking
camera
about.
recording in front of the house for a school project. And this is the original screen. Somebody found the screenshot from the University of Idaho on November 23rd, and I blurred the names out just because I don't know if this dude is whatever. But if you go on the Discord, you can see the names. But it says, "I just found out my remote photography group has video from a tripod that was stationed behind the house. It was recorded from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. and shows a woman running from the side of the house as a truck entered the driveway. She ran away from the house and right by her tripod at approximately, almost but not completely accurate or exact, roughly 2 a.m. A group member removed the tripod, and I don't know who has the video. It is the group's right to not disclose why we record," which is creepy. Pause. But why? But we would send in recordings in special circumstances. And they said, "Well, then call the police and give them your information." And the group member did report the video was sent to the ISP. Our group has been removed from Facebook for policy violations. So what is that?
I mean,
that video's out there. We will never see that. You understand that, right?
Mm-hmm. I know.
Yeah.
Like when did I heard that? I was like, what? Yeah.
I forgot about that tripod camera. We will never ever see that.
You heard about that before?
Yeah.
Yeah, we
the
knew
camera.
that a long time ago.
Yeah, we knew about the camera a long time ago.
Okay.
That's Nick Rabus,
Yeah.
spelled R-A-B-U-S.
I thought I had
This
it like
thing
pulled
he's
up. to the
reading
front.
came out less than 24 hours after on 4chan. Right.
Okay.
Right, Tomboy. Bomb Toy. Good to see you, dear.
So
On we go.
what is this video covering? What are we looking
Sorry.
for?
I was CrimeCon, but I thought it was to the point where he started talking.
It's going to come up to it. I got it up to here, I think it is.
Yeah.
Right about here.
You're gonna die. Eddie.
It's about this Othram. You got to hear this, Eddie. This is wild.
It's like fucked up.
Listen to what DA says that he watched and witnessed firsthand. You're going to go, hold on, pump the brakes. We are now talking about something that is no longer a misstep. This seems, like I said, it's too perfectly coordinated almost. So,
you know, show us some
anyways,
stuff here?
no,
I thought you're gonna wait a little bit. All right.
Well, I was just going to
It's
say,
up to you. Oh yeah.
I don't know if you guys haven't seen this interview of Stacy Chapin. I say this like lightheartedly, but it's also this is not necessarily directed at the family. It's directed at everybody that has said, leave the victims' families alone, let them grieve, give them their privacy. And it's like, so now what Othram has done is said that questioning us, you're now questioning grief, but also buy and use our DNA tag. And the contracts that were in place from Othram with the ISP prior to any of this happening and just the things that they would lean on. If you haven't seen this South Park episode, it's hilarious. It's pretty much about why am I drawing their names? Merkel and Prince, whatever. You guys know who I'm talking about. They went on a worldwide privacy tour, like, don't look at us, don't talk about us. And now I'm blanking on their names.
You know that more than anyone. Someone heal that could help someone feel safe or secure, and to not be able to give it to them is difficult. Everyone that worked this case, all the family members that were involved,
She's scary looking.
none of us could speak to the media.
Yeah.
You know that more than anyone.
Right.
And so everyone's speaking, everyone out there giving interviews was speculating with no knowledge, with very little information what was going on. And they painted the wrong picture. And finally we have our voices back.
Yeah, right.
And we're excited to tell the story.
You know, we met.
Right there, though, what what was wrong in the picture that anybody painted on a mainstream media that still is not holding true to the narrative as to what they said happened?
Well, you know what's funny is I thought for a second, this is the same thing they said there, but this is actually a clip from Crime Bomb, right? Because that's exactly what they said. So
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, at first I was thinking you were playing a different clip, and I'm like, man, they just repeated the same thing. No, that is what they were saying. Yeah, and yeah, and I took away from that they were shaming. They were shaming the alt community. We just had to sit back and let all these SOBs run with crazy narratives because they wouldn't let us talk. Like it was somehow our fault for talking during the suppression. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So there's like 3-4 minutes left here.
By chance, and I had some knowledge throughout
This is the
our
story.
case of what the Middlemans were doing, and I relied on that. Jim and I relied on that in our darkest moments. I didn't know anything, that I wasn't supposed to know, but it was a
Come
blessing,
on.
and victims' families should have the right to that information if they're going through the same thing we are. I mean, inevitably, there's going to be families that are in the same position we are.
Yeah, I guess there would have been a lot more certainty had it been explained.
She didn't know anything she wasn't supposed to know, but she knew more than everybody else did. That's interesting to me.
And then they tell the truth after this. This is what they say here, and then they say something else after. It's fucked up.
It's definitive information. There was so much, so much speculation. There still is. It's shocking to me.
So pause for a moment, because I do want to clarify that you panning out with Brian Enton, that was a side interview. So they did repeat the same things from the main stage in front of thousands of people.
Okay.
But this is a side interview, because as soon as I saw Enton wasn't up on stage with them. So they must have repeated and it's very scripted, because I'm telling you, it's the same shit they said on the main stage. But
Yes.
It's scientific, right? I mean, if you knew definitively that knife sheath was without a shadow of doubt, which is the case, now that it's all said and done, it would have been different going through. You would have relied on, you kind of went, okay, maybe we don't need to worry as much as we need to worry.
Yeah, and there was one advanced forensic test performed. There was one profile. There was so much speculation out there about multiple profiles, incongruent information. There's only one lab
right
that is doing this type of DNA technology that tested that DNA, and it's ours. Everyone tried to figure out why was this information not out there, what was missing, what was the missing component, and came up with a whole bunch of speculations that led to uncertainty. And that uncertainty continued to grow.
If I have to hear another person say speculation, it's look at how they talk to us. They are talking to us like we are just dumbasses. I can't stand it. I cannot stand it. There are so many people.
I got stuff for you, man. I got stuff. I got stuff.
Yeah, I'm excited.
That was the most difficult on the victim's family.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And no one else, right? Like I was certain the entire time because I saw the science. I knew the results, right? I never had one doubt in my mind that we'd be
You're full of shit too. I'm sorry, but you are.
sitting here today. Whenever today was, whether it's after the trial, before the trial, at a plea, I knew that this day was going to come. But the victims' families didn't have that certainty. I don't even know if law enforcement involved in the case had that certainty. I don't know how far the results actually propagated as the full result of the investigation.
And by the way, this woman who's talking now she runs Othram Labs, by the way. So
yeah, Kristen Middleman, yeah.
Kristen Middleman.
Middleman, yeah.
Under wraps. And I think that needs to change. And I want to make clear, because there are questions in our talk today for David, and I'm sure in our talk tomorrow, that we don't tell them this is your perpetrator. We say this person's profile, or one of these 2 or 3 people in this family left DNA at this crime scene, meaning that they then need to investigate. They need to contextualize that information. They knew in the Kohberger case that there was a white Elantra that was seen at the crime scene. Now they knew that there was a family in Pennsylvania that was identified. Could they look up a white Elantra that had a Pennsylvania plate or a Pennsylvania driver? Of course they could. And that's part of their investigation. I don't know the order of which the investigators actually investigated that case, but they were able to piece all
Oh
the
my
pieces
God.
together because we gave them the information that we gave them. And as they pieced all those puzzle pieces together, it became very clear that there was only one suspect that was possible of committing this crime.
You
What is
dumbass.
it like for you to meet the
Bombshell just said that I read an article yesterday that, and I don't believe this either. I don't believe that. I've heard this article before, heard of this article. I don't believe it. That Othram said that they had way more DNA on Kohberger from the scene than just a touch DNA, and that was never touched. That is absolute 100% bullshit, folks.
They would have told us about that.
If they had that kind of DNA, that would have came out
Yes.
right away.
They would be screaming at the rooftops about it.
Not this touch bullshit. Come on
When
now.
you hear how this gets so much worse, when he explains what happened, oh God, it's so bad.
I don't believe it. I don't believe that's true. The article I believe exists, and Othram is like really floating their own boat lately. If you haven't noticed,
this is a goddamn ad. This shit right here.
yeah, they gave us actual numbers. Eddie, do you remember the amount of touch DNA they said it was? It was like a
very small amount, just picograms.
That's right. It was beyond tiny. Okay. Now you're going to try to come out here and put yourself out there like you're the hero of the day and you had all this DNA. So that's how we know for a fact. And then go in turn and tell this woman's family way before anybody else knew.
Right. It's so bad.
They completely lied.
Before Thanksgiving. When do you hear? Oh God.
Pencil point. That's the article you're talking about, Bombshell. Okay. Yeah, this is insane. Yes, JC, they would have absolutely said that for sure. 20 cents skin cells, Moonlit says. It was something like, like Eddie said, the grams or whatever it is. What's up? Don't be hating. Yeah, we talked about that first when we first came in here. It's very sad, very sad. What amazes me is how quiet Stacy's been. Now all of a sudden she's gone. Of course, because it's done now. They have him in.
They're traveling around the country together. Where do you hear this shit? These two.
Oh, I know. I saw that already.
Fucking assholes. Oh, sorry.
I think I heard originally that Othram say the amount they had, you could bounce on the tip of a pin. That's correct. Yes.
Oh God, what the hell?
You're right.
Really? That's crazy.
It's insanity.
It's like
you're welcome.
7 minutes and then a tip of a fucking pin. Like, get out of here. Hey, what is he? Fucking John Wick? Like, how does that happen? He gets nothing anywhere else.
I'm waiting for a statement for them to come out where they state that they had blood DNA on Brian or some stupid shit like that. Okay, because that's where this is leading me from what I see. It truly does seem that way.
Mm-hmm.
And that was in one of the early, absolutely SRB. And Fizzy says, I'll say it again, it does not beat blood DNA on a non-movable object. Amen to that one, sis. Thank you.
That's what
oh
wow, that's crazy.
Is there still a gag on the IgG? I don't know. I think the gag's been lifted, but they have to wait to unseal certain things for certain things to come out. That's all I understand from that, Mama D. Othram produced the other lamb. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
On we go.
Person or the people who, I mean, it's so scientific what they did, but to put a face to it.
It's amazing. Jim and I hopped.
They're best friends.
Yeah, we flew to Houston, and then Maisie and I have been back.
Yeah, they even dress the same now.
Mm-hmm.
I feel forever indebted to them. I have a list of people in my heart that, since November 13th that
What
I
is
feel
she
that
saying?
way about, and they're on the list. I mean, thank God that they developed something that helped our case.
Thank you for watching.
This is disturbing, you guys. Beyond disturbing, in my opinion. I'm sorry, but it's truly disturbing.
Mm-hmm.
We covered the interview the other day, okay?
You should play what Devil's Advocate says about this whole thing. He goes on and on, explains what happens in the crime con in the room where there's all the thousands of people and shit. Yeah, it's like, oh my God. And he goes into the whole thing. I thought I had it at that part, but oh man, yeah. It's like right after that they start talking. He starts talking and tells us what happened.
Well, let me go on to tell you a little bit about some of the crime con Othram love affair before I get to what happened with Stacy on stage. So again, we had John Benet Ramsey case.
Okay, listen to this.
So we had John Ramsey on there talking about the unsolved, unknown murder of little John Benet Ramsey and how long it's been. And he drops a bombshell on the audience that there was a garrote found with a wooden handle and a rope, and there were splinters that were literally found in John Benet's body from that wooden garrote. And to this day, no one has tested the DNA on the garrote.
How?
And there was a gasp in the audience, like, how can you not have tested the DNA? Guess what? Othram Labs is going to test the DNA, and we're going to get the killer. And they hinted several times, hold your hats, folks. Othram Labs is going to finally solve the John Benet Ramsey case of 30 years or whatever. And it was just, I was like, what the fuck's going on here? And when Othram Labs got on, a ringer from the audience said, "Hey, are you guys going to work with John Ramsey and get an answer to John Benet Ramsey?" And they're like, "Well, we can't say much, but yes." And everyone's like, "Yeah." It was like, I was like, wow. Like, that was one example. The vendor floor at the Crime Con, where all these vendors have, the center of the vendor floor was all Othram Labs, humongous centerpiece in the entire place. There was inappropriate times, like at the close of Crime Con, I was there for a session called "How to Sell True Crime to TV Stations like Netflix and whatever," and the producer of CSI is on. Are you laughing about a comment in the chat?
No, I coughed. Sorry.
Oh, okay. So so the producer, is coming on, and he basically says, "Hey, how you guys enjoying Crime Con? Did you have a good time this weekend?" Yeah. How great is it that you get to bump elbows with Othram Labs? And I'm like, what the fuck does that have to do with anything right now? How is this entire Crime Con about selling Othram Labs? It was the craziest thing. And again, that's what the guy was sitting with. He said, this is just this whole thing is a promotional vehicle for Othram Labs. Now let me do caveat. I really, really think there's things you can get out of Crime Con. There were some fascinating stories. So I know there's some people are going to hear this and be, I'll never attend a Crime Con in my life if that's what they're going to do. I don't think they sell Othram every year, but there clearly was some deals in place, and that was about that. And so, you have to kind of look the other way, because there was some really good sessions, and I learned some crazy stuff at Crime Con, but not something we can get into now. But
well, it's something that we've talked about at length is what Donna just said, which is that, okay, well, the precedent has now officially been set, because you're going to allow a private company that's just going to do these investigations via contracts with the police. And if you look at this feedback loop that I've typed out at the top of the screen, okay, now you have the victim's family member who is the face of the company.
Stacy.
That means that the company's credibility is reinforced by the conviction, and the company is profiting off of conviction. So now, you had made a really good point backstage about tying this to plea deals. And why do you think that this is what they're pushing for? Because rather than go to trial and have any of this ever be exposed, the amount of plea deals that we are about to see with this type of DNA, because people don't know how to defend against it, we just watched this get put out into the entire world news in everybody's face that they know about it.
Bingo. It's it's going to unleash a monster. Watch.
Stacy's the face of it, and they're going to use this case.
This is insane.
Othram is sponsoring CrimeCon. They are the hottest DNA tech in the world right now, booming. What do we do when you go to a trial now and your case gets railroaded like this?
Yeah, and I got to say, along that lines, one of the things that Kristen Middleman said when she did her Othram thing that I'm going to talk about, that really kind of freaked me out was, because if you're a conspiracy theorist,
this is scary.
Freak out with the wording she used. Othram Labs was basically created to solve cold cases. However, they wanted to have a real-time scenario in which they solved a crime that was happening now. And this was a great test for them, to test catching somebody in real time instead of just going back and catching something on cold case. And I was like, motherfucker, like you're literally setting the precedent that we are now going to catch people in the act. Like, we're going to catch them like moments after they committed it with this great new technology. If you just fund us big enough, we'll catch criminals within hours of them committing the crimes, because we have this great technology. And I was like, we are on a bad slippery slope at the moment.
We're on a terrible slippery slope. And look at their recent article. This screen grab came from just a few hours ago before the stream. Oh, the algorithmic era of policing will scale, justice for everyone, everywhere. Oh, and they use an AI to every part of the investigation, helping agencies organize all the evidence, connect critical details, and you're going to use our DNA for it, almost like it's an extension of Palantir, but they're doing it with DNA as the face of this company rather than just predictive policing doing it. They're going to do it with cold cases. See, we're taking down murders, but it's the same overstep and overreach on the rights at the basis of it. It's the same common denominator, guys.
Right. And to go to your, the comment that we said, I've been saying recently, 93 to 95% of all cases plea and don't go to trial. 95% of cases go to a plea and don't go to trial, because I feel we are getting to the point where law enforcement is increasingly violating our civil liberties, but then stacking the deck saying there's no way you can get away with this. We know you did it. We have overwhelming evidence. If you almost like, we'll baffle the jury with bullshit. You can't win this case, but if you take a plea, it'll go easier on you. And they don't want to have to show their work. I think that happened in Idaho 4. They violated constitutional rights. They violated citizens' rights. They spied on Americans illegally, and they didn't want to have to admit that in a court of law. So what they do, they put enormous pressure on to get a plea deal, and then they never have to show their work, and they can do this over and over again. They can do it over and over again.
Exactly. And so look at what's on screen here. Like, this is the weirder part. This has come together so perfectly, DA. So perfectly. The timing of all of this. And now you have a victim's family tied to that brand. So they are essentially immune against any critique. The emotional weight of Stacy Chapin as their spokesperson shields the company from any technical skepticism. I think that it is a marketing rollout off of murder. Everything that they were just saying in that interview of people just speculated. Like, you just ended all of that for anything against what convicted Bryan Kohberger, because now you have the mother, Stacy, giving talks for you, and probably will end up being a paid spokesperson. I don't know, obviously, but I would guess, just from being around other industries where when you go to conventions and you see people speaking on behalf of a company, 9 times out of 10, they're paid spokespersons for that event.
I would bet enormous money. It's without doubt the Chapins are the paid spokesman and face of Othram Labs now. They have been paid for what they're doing. I need to get to it.
Agreed.
When they got up on stage together for the session titled "How Idaho 4 Case Was Solved," featuring Othram Labs, which I immediately said, how the fuck did Othram Labs solve this case? Because I want to break down for you what I believe the narrative was. Idaho State Forensic Lab got the DNA sample. They developed an STR profile off of it and put it into CODIS and couldn't get a hit. Then they delivered it over to Othram Labs, and Othram Labs developed it to 4 brothers, not Bryan Kohberger, not related to Bryan Kohberger, really. No direct connection, no family tie. The names weren't Kohberger. Those brothers weren't Kohberger. I think I have a new theory about who those 4 brothers are, which we'll get to in a little bit. That's part of the bombshell. But they didn't develop to Bryan Kohberger. And then, after some time, the feds told Othram Labs, weeks went by, they told Othram Labs to halt their testing, and they took over the profile. And then they developed the profile further, according to Ann Taylor, doubled the SNP, the SNP. They doubled the SNP in size. Ann Taylor says, we don't know how it doubled in size. You won't show us the work. They protected it under law enforcement secrets and wouldn't show Ann Taylor how they doubled it, even though when you were, as a person on trial, you have a right to know the evidence against you. You have a right to see how they got the evidence against you. You have the right to see how they developed that profile. They said, nope, law enforcement secrets. We don't have to tell you how we developed the profile. Just trust us. It was good, solid police work. Then they backed off that and said, hey, we don't intend to use the DNA anyways. We've got enough circumstantial evidence. We don't have to show your work, because they violated the law. They know they violated the law, and they never intended to show it at court because they would be in deep shit. I think that's why we got a plea deal, because they didn't want to have to show their receipts. I know I'm getting kind of ahead of myself. So the point being is that keep that in mind when you hear what I'm going to tell you. So Stacy Chapin gets up on stage with Kristen Middleman, huge round of applause, and she says something to the effect of, I think there's going to be big things in the future for us. We're going to have a partnership. We're going to have big things in the future. And I immediately went, here we fucking go. The Chapins are the face of Othram Labs. And sure enough, they start to tell a story. Kristen Middleman says this. Now, everything I just told you, hopefully is a primer. Kristen Middleman said this. By the way, we had to shut our mouth. They wouldn't let us talk because of the gag order, but we had Brian Kohberger 5 days after getting the DNA. And I looked at the guy next to me and I go, did they just fucking say that? And there was a applause. Oh, yeah, you had Brian Kohberger 5 fucking days after you had the profile? Bullshit. Unless somebody's fucking lying to us. Because again, the state had it for over 5 days. When Othram Labs got to it, they worked over the weekend, and in 48 hours, they developed an SNP, which was 4 brothers and not Brian Kohberger. The FBI took over after that for weeks before they got Brian Kohberger. And she just told the audience, when we got the DNA sample, we had Brian Kohberger in 5 days.
How?
Okay. Well, I'm like, okay, what did I fucking hear wrong? So then there's another story they got told. Get this. So they're telling a story about the first time that Kristen Middleman met Stacy, and they didn't know that they were going to be in the same place at the same time. Stacy, this was sometime, I believe, around Thanksgiving. Brian Kohberger had not been arrested yet, had not been identified. So Stacy's at some kind of meeting for parents of murdered children. And people are going around, and I think she said that John Bonet family might have been there, and she was thinking, she was just like, what am I doing in this place? And then it got to her, and she had to tell her story.
Coincidentally, right?
And she says, to my surprise, and Kristen cuts away for a second. So yeah, and by the way, when I heard this woman telling her story, I was like, oh, we're working on that case. So Stacy's telling the story about Ethan, and she says, all of a sudden this woman comes up, and I'm in tears, I'm bawling, I can barely hold it together. And I get this big hug from a stranger, and she leans in close and she says, don't worry, we already got him. And that was before he had been identified. So afterwards I said to the guy next to me, did she just fucking say she told Stacy Chapin that they knew who BK was before they had identified him? Oh yeah, that's what she hinted. We already have him. She's hinted all in several words. We already had him, just like she said at the very beginning. We had Brian Kohberger in 5 days. So somebody's lying. Now there's a scenario you could say, maybe Othram Labs made a mistake and they went to that database that we all know is a problem, going to a public database that they shouldn't have gone to if it's a law enforcement thing. Othram Labs probably has a habit of using Ancestry.com and the databases that law enforcement's not supposed to use. So law enforcement had turned over, by the way, there's a really interesting story about how they got that DNA. I maybe want to tell you, but the point being is that, maybe they made a mistake and they were under a law enforcement contract and they fucked up and they're like, shit, you can't do that. That's against the law. We have to cover it. So then the feds took over the case so they could hide the fact that Othram had already violated the law. So there's a part of me that thinks that maybe it is true. Maybe Othram did get Brian Kohberger in 5 days. And then they were an oh shit because they broke the law and the feds took over to hide it. Right?
I mean, because if it was,
it gets better, man.
That's what I'm trying to also figure out, DA. There was moments in the sentencing, Steve G made comments on having that DNA immediately as well, if you remember. Yeah. Do you remember that? He also had said this. So now it's like, hold on. In what world would that ever be allowed to be communicated from the lady that runs the company directly to a victim's parent, when the law enforcement has not arrested this man yet? And if that is the truth and the FBI does take over, does that not at least justify, hey, like, we're going to get some sort of warrant on some other thing, whatever it is, and whether they couldn't get the warrant because they didn't have probable cause, because the probable cause was eroded because of the way that they got the DNA, wow, they would probably seal that and say, we can't tell you how we got it, wouldn't they? Wouldn't that be a very logical bridge building exercise for everybody right there to wrap your heads around the fact, like, oh, the lady that runs the company told the victim's mother that they already got him.
Yeah, and I want to address Annie Ruler, by the way, up here. You've got a comment on my feed, but I think you see it. Annie Ruler says the DNA sample was huge, according to Othram. I got a theory about what happened in this case, and I'm going to get to it in the kind of conspiracy side of this. If we now know, and I heard Pavarotti do a big talk on this recently, right? That in some of the newer documents that came out from Idaho, we know that there was more DNA on the knife sheath than the single source speck of DNA on the snap. we now also know for sure that there was a mixed DNA sample of blood on the strap of that knife sheath as well. I believe there's a strong possibility they got to the four brothers through the mixed DNA on the back of the strap, not the single source DNA on the button snap. And I'll explain to you in a little bit how I think they got there. So I think they're hiding. They're playing shell games with what they tested and what they got. I think they're lying to everybody in America, and the sheeple are just going to fucking cheer and applaud them for great goddamn detective work. And we're all being lied to about how it really happened, and they don't give a shit about our constitutional rights. Some of you, I know you're thinking, well, if he's a killer, fuck his constitutional rights. Well, you should care about constitutional rights because they're going to do this to people who are innocent. And in this case, it may be that case as well. Like, don't get me wrong. There's still a very possible scenario in which Bryan Kohberger didn't have anything to do with this. And I'll get to that in a little bit.
Well,
but go ahead.
I just wanted to ask you a question. What would you do as a parent? This is speculation, everybody, right here, what I'm about to say. God forbid anybody's ever in that position. But I think to myself that if I'm at one of these things for parents who had just lost their children, and my wife gets done talking and she's all emotional and she's worked up, and then she comes and finds me, at the back of the conference room, she goes, "Hey, babe, this lady who owns Othram Labs says they already got the guy." Is there not a moment of what? Like, how isn't there not a big commotion? Isn't it not something immediately like, do you know what I mean? DA, where's the naturalness of that? Like, how do you not react like
you can kind of hear it? You can kind of hear it in Stacy's, backpedaling when she says, "Well, we didn't know anything we weren't supposed to know, of course."
Oh,
which was her immediate backpedal of, you were told. You and the Gonzalez family and several families were told things by law enforcement. Hey, chill. We got this guy already. We're not doing it legally, but we got him already. So just don't talk. You're under gag order. Keep your mouth shut. But I want to give you some peace and assurance of mind that we've got him. So just let us play this out. And I feel that that's what was told. That was told to Stacy. That was told to Steve Gonzalez. They were told, we've got this guy. Relax. But then they had some problems with the legalities of the issue. So
and now why don't you go back to the Four Brothers hit, because I think it's amazing. Too convenient. Like, if you think about it, Othram comes in with their tech. They're sitting on a contract that is current with the ISP. They take the DNA sheet, they build a profile, and boom, you got Bryan Kohberger at the center of this with no jury, no trial. Just trust us. Trust our company. We're Othram Labs. I told the mom after she got done off the stage that we're got the guy.
Yeah.
Are we?
Yeah, and they didn't. Again, we will get to it, and I'll try to be fast. I realize we're going long tonight, but we will get to the Four Brothers because I think it's important. I did want to tell a quick story that I thought was kind of interesting, just from a how things work perspective. Othram Labs was contacted by law enforcement. It wasn't clear whether it was Moscow or it was the feds, but they were contacted early on after Idaho couldn't develop the hit and CODIS. And they went to Othram Labs and they said, we got a phone call. We're this lab that's trying to get on the cutting edge of technology. We got a phone call from law enforcement, and they said, how quickly can you get us a full profile? And they talked it over real quick, and the owner, David Middleman, said, we can get him a profile in 48 hours. And they said, thanks, you may or may not hear from us. Then the feds or law enforcement, and I think the feds, walked into their building a couple days later without letting them know they're on their way with the sample and said, show us your place right now and prove that you can do this. And after we feel good about it, if we feel good about it, we'll leave the sample with you, and you got 48 hours to develop it. Now, here's the thing that was funny about that story. This happened on November 22nd, which is important for the timeline that I want to lay out for you. This happened on November 22nd. She bragged about how dedicated the employees are of Othram Labs because they all just volunteered to stay working through Thanksgiving to make sure that profile was done. And I'm like, well, of course you fucking did. Your entire company is going to be enormous because of this one case itself. Oh, they were so self-sacrificing. They decided this is what kind of great people we've got working at Othram. They took one for the team. And I'm like, anyone in their right mind would be, you're not fucking going to Thanksgiving this year. You're fucking developing that profile because this is going to be the make or break moment of our company.
That is textbook PR strategy. Textbook.
Right.
And then you look at what they just put the bow on it with being Ethan's mom. That is a textbook PR strategy that you just used this situation in it. Right now we're talking about murder, but you can apply it to any company. They are going to have a launch pad moment. They knew that this was it. So yes, it's over Thanksgiving break. All the employees, now they're out there touting 500 plus convictions. all with never showing proof. Like, what are we allowing to happen?
Right. And you have to, like, I know good writing when I see it. There was a up right before the Thanksgiving story. Stacy's telling us about how, and it dawned on me, this is true. This murder happened November 12th. It's before Thanksgiving. It's right before Thanksgiving. And Stacy told a very emotional story about how can there be anything to be thankful for? And I'm like, wow, that's true. You're going into Thanksgiving. Families get together for Thanksgiving. What can there possibly be to be thankful for? You just lost a family member. So he tells this very touching story. She's got eyes weeping in the thing. And then we did it. We were going to solve this case for her. We stayed there. We got that case done. We worked through Thanksgiving to help this family. And I told her, we've got them already. Relax. We had them in 5 days. And I'm like, okay, that's great storytelling, but is that how it fucking happened? So
what would be the legal implications if that happened? What would that mean? Because at the end of the day, it's not like the private company wasn't contracted with the ISP. They were. But my question is, why are contracts like this existing? If it is an overreach, meaning you're very obvious, being Othram, that you use IgG. You're very obvious. Like, it's very clearly stated this is against the FBI's guidelines. So why is any state police, any law enforcement agency allowed to contract with them?
Well, I mean, and all I can think of, when you go down the conspiracy road, is they know that 95% of the time they're going to get a plea deal. So you can break the law here and there and just get them to plea out if you got overwhelming evidence on them, and you can strong arm them.
So that was an aha moment. Liz, when I heard
this
you say
conspiracy angle.
What'd you say?
that was an aha moment when he said that. I was like, oh my God. They take pleas, they can break the fucking law because nobody's going to see that part. You know what I mean? I was like, oh, shoot.
Yes, ma'am.
DA.
Yeah.
Everything that you just said, right? We're speculating on, but let's say that happens. Then, in addition, they make Stacy Chapin their spokesperson of their company at this event. People are losing their mind. Their contracts that they're getting through with other state and local police are going through the roof. Now, what are the chances, in addition to all of that, Brian Kohberger's papers are writing against what is happening to him? So we have everything that you just said with a textbook PR. Then you have nothing in Brian Kohberger's apartment that makes it look like anybody really lives there. It's the weirdest setup ever. He buys food.
Yeah. Are you? Oh, did you just freeze? Oh shit, Birdie froze. We'll wait for Birdie to get his shit
I'm back.
together.
There we
All
go.
right.
Am I good now? Where did I?
Welcome, Angel D. Welcome to the solstice. Great to see you tonight or today. Thank you for joining us.
Cut out. That pisses me off. Right in the middle.
He bought food and then you cut out.
Yeah, he got food just to leave town. So he's gonna go buy food from Walmart, and then he's like, I'm just gonna let this all sit and it probably go bad. I know it's like in the freezer or whatever. I'm not trying to get technical. You guys get my point of like, why and how do all of these things line up? In addition to the secrecy, the redactions, it just so happens that Brian's writing about what is happening to him, or what he's against is now happening to him, and the overreach.
I'm going to say this one more time. I feel horrible because of what the Chapins have gone through. The loss of a child is something unbeknownst to anybody that has never dealt with it, and it's a horrible situation that nobody should ever have to go through. This is ridiculous. I'm sorry.
I don't know if you guys, do you know the connection between Kopaka and BK and our Brian and Kohberger? Did you know any of that or no?
Do we know? There's been talk about there being one, but there's no proof, or never has been any proof of there being.
Well, like how they lived in the same place. He'll say it. I was like, wow. My
hopefully, if it's true, then I want to see. Yeah, if there is, let's hear it.
Yeah, he's good. It's crazy. I was like, oh shit. Okay.
Is that coming up quick here?
Yeah. I know it takes a while to get to it too, but it's everything.
All right. I'm just wondering, just making sure, because I want to discuss these things too. Once we
I can't wait to. I cannot wait for you and Eddie to, because I don't know what you guys already know. You know what I mean?
Policing and predictive criminal behavior study that Washington State was getting, and now you really start to scratch your head on what the hell are we watching play out? Because there is no effing way this is a natural occurrence of events. It's too clean. It's literally textbook PR strategy, guys.
So I want to caveat. I want to go off the rails, and I want to tell you the timeline that I believe is what they told us happened, and it's officially in documents. I looked it up before going on this show, so I can give you the dates. And so I want to tell you that the official timeline that's been out there in all kinds of sources. I want you to keep in mind in your head. We had them in 5 days. Relax. We've got it. We have them. We've got them in 5 days after getting the profile. So I'm going to tell you when they had the profile 5 days later, and I'm going to lay this out for you. And I'm going to go off the rails because we're going to mention a name that everybody fucking loses their mind. But I'm going to tell you a theory that I'm starting to think is plausible. And you tell me whether this isn't plausible. I know some of you are going to fucking hate this. Like, I'm so fucking tired of hearing this guy's name. Bear with me on what I think happened. Keep in mind, again, there was more DNA on the back of that knife sheath. It wasn't just the single source DNA on the button snap. There was also mixed DNA on the back of the sheath. I think, to somebody's question, that was probably used to develop the Four Brothers lead. And here's the kind of the logic of how this works. So, first of all, remember the murders happened November 12th/13th, the morning of 13th. And they took that profile, they took that sheath right away down to Idaho. So I think it was driven right away. You know, it probably got there on the 13th, if not the 14th of November. They developed an STR, I think is what it's called, profile, which is basically just enough to get it into CODIS, and CODIS came up with no hit. They had it for a while, and then it got turned over to Othram Labs because they couldn't do anything more with it at the Idaho State Forensics Lab. Othram Labs, who had already been under contract by Idaho to do things like cold cases and whatever, and had been waiting for this great moment to prove they can solve crimes in real time, gets it on November 22nd, I believe. So just making double check with my thing. So the 22nd of November is when Othram Labs got the STR and the profile, and that's when they were told, how quickly can you develop an SNP, which has hundreds of markers, right? Hundreds of markers. So how quickly can you do it? Well, we can do it in 48 hours. They delivered that. They worked through Thanksgiving and they delivered it. Even so, it puts us around the 24th, right? 25th of November, long before Brian Kohberger is identified. She tells, Stacy, we had Brian Kohberger within 5 days of getting the DNA. Cannot be true. So let's follow what happened. After they got it on the 22nd, they came up with a lead to four brothers. And this is what they knew about the four brothers. All they knew, they said, and this was said on the stage in front of CrimeCon and thousands of people, all we knew is that genetically, it seemed to trace back to some area in Pennsylvania where families were of this heritage. And it was going to be a family in Pennsylvania that had some kind of Italian descent. And there was only two families it could have possibly been. Huge rounding applause. Yeah, fuck yeah, you got him. Okay, problem is, still not fucking Brian Kohberger. None of those four brothers were Brian Kohberger. Guess what? Brian Kohberger has no brothers. No brothers. Now, I can tell you the long answer about how they're going to answer the brother thing, but let's just take them on face value. We traced it to four brothers. I can tell you somebody who is from Pennsylvania there's four brothers, Brent Kopaka and his three brothers. So this is what I think happened, because if you listen to what they talk about, here's what happened. They developed four brothers that came from Pennsylvania. When they couldn't come up with a definitive lead on the thing, they started to look into what of these four brothers have anything weird going on. Guess what would be weird? One guy from those four brothers who moved to Pullman, Washington, and is living at Pullman, Washington campus at the time of the murders. That, I think, triggered them that Brent Kopaka is probably our guy. Othram Labs gave them, it's somebody from Pennsylvania, and here's the thing, by the way, they leaned on Othram Labs. Well, I shouldn't say leaned. Othram Labs asked one of the brothers to submit their DNA profile to like Ancestry.com so they can continue to try to develop the profile. That brother told him to pack sand. Okay, so they didn't get their wish. They didn't get to develop that further because one of those four brothers said, "Fuck yourself. I'm not gonna go give you guys DNA so you can try to implicate our family." So what I'm starting to speculate that what happened around that time was that they started to look into the two families that were from Pennsylvania who had four brothers. And is there anything weird about that family? One of those family members was in Pullman, Washington, Brent Kopaka, not Kohberger. Now, the weird thing about this whole fucking thing, if you really follow the logic, and it gets kind of crazy conspiracy theory, is that I know for 100% fact that the Kopaka family comes from Pennsylvania and lives in Pennsylvania and has houses in Pennsylvania at the same time that the Kohbergers are living in Pennsylvania. Those two families come from Pennsylvania, including Kopaka and Kohberger. Now, there are people out there like Drip Drop from Crime Circus who have said, by the way, Brent Kopaka lived 7 miles away from where Brian Kohberger was going to school. In fact, Brian Kohberger may have been living in the same house with Brent Kopaka. I've never been able to prove that. I can't get Drip Drop to respond to me on how he got that information. So it may be 100% hearsay. But I'm telling you, if these two guys were in Pennsylvania at the same time and knew each other and then came out to Pullman, Washington and lived within 2 miles of each other in Pullman, Washington, which is the fucking butt crack of Washington, then there's no fucking coincidence with that. Are you following me so far?
I am following you, and trust me, my tinfoil hat is ready to just explode right now.
So was mine.
Well, I think Brent Kopaka was on the Fed's radar at this point. Not necessarily Moscow PD. I think the Feds were watching Brent Kopaka. So 1 month and 1 day after the murders, after they've already got a profile that leads to 4 brothers, one of which may have been Kopaka, they're watching Kopaka. And a disturbance happens in Pullman, Washington, where a guy's losing his lid. He's threatening to kill his roommates. Those of you who've been following the story for a long time have heard the rumors that Brent Kopaka was yelling and people heard him say, "I killed those kids." Some people say, "I didn't kill those kids," is what he said. Some people say they heard him say, "I didn't kill those roommates." Another person said they heard him say, "I killed those roommates." Whatever the case may be, there's been rumors all over the place that Kopaka himself was maybe in a distraught state, was agitated, that he was confessing to, "I killed those kids," whatever.
Kopaka has roots in Pennsylvania. We looked that up a long time ago. I don't know how about the closeness of it, but I do know that there are roots there of his family. That's fact.
The Feds have been watching Kopaka in this theory. So the Feds go in and, you know the story, they shoot and kill Kopaka. Brian Kohberger leaves that same day that Kopaka is shot and killed in Pullman, Washington. Him and his father leave town and get out of town. They get pulled over.
Another coincidence, by the way. Another coincidence. Right? It's like, wow, that's odd.
Right. So, and let me say this too. Let me go back just to hair. So, on the Kohberger Kopaka connection. So, the best friend, and a lot of you have heard this before, but some of you haven't. So let me take a moment to lay it out. The best friend of Brent Kopaka, Darren Duncan, said on, I can't remember who the guy's show he was on, Rab's channel on YouTube. There was, and I've got the clip on my website. Said, "Hey, look, I wish I could have been there that night that they shot and killed my friend Brent Kopaka." He made several comments. One, just because we're into horror films, and he's referring to himself and his group of friends, including Brent Kopaka, doesn't mean that we're bad people, that we're going to kill somebody. He had emotional problems. He had PTSD. I could have talked him off the ledge. He said a strange thing happened that night after they shot his friend. I think, Darren Duncan said, they thought that Brent Kopaka was involved in the murders of Idaho 4. Well, fuck yeah, I think that. I'm starting to think that more and more. The Feds had gotten the profile from Othram Labs, looking at 4 brothers. One of them was in Pullman, Washington. They started watching him, and they thought that maybe he might have been involved in the Idaho 4.
That statement is actually a fact. They did think that he was, because of the situation, and they were still looking for a suspect at that point in time, according to them. Mm-hmm. And yes, that was the whole basis, that they thought that it was possible that he could have been involved. That's factual information that was put out a long time ago. Just saying.
And then there's something about his cell phone. He says they find his cell phone or something, or he'll say it right now. So fucking weird.
Because that's the lead Othram has led them down.
Do you know when Kopaka moved out there? Do you know the date off the top of your head?
He had been out there for a couple years, I think, before that. And he had, in fact, not to get super off the rails, but the kids mostly come from Coeur d'Alene. Kopaka was in Coeur d'Alene. Kopaka had a phone that he bought in Coeur d'Alene. So he may have known the kids from Coeur d'Alene. And in fact, there's also, we've talked about this a little bit just recently, about whether or not Kopaka is seen on camera at the Corner Club that night. Kopaka might have been at the bar that night.
That's what people have said. And DA Sherlock just pointed out, he says, "I'm sorry, but it's in the Pullman police reports that Brent was yelling that he wanted to see his brother and to, quote, give him back." That's confirmed by police reports. Not a theory. But you're saying in general, he's agitated, he's yelling. People are witnessing this. People are talking about this.
Right. Right.
I go back to, I know there's a lot of people that when you bring up 4chan or Reddit threads. I'm not saying that it's going to have the exact laid out who did it, what did it, or how did it happen, what happened. There was one that I showed on stream, though, about a guy who said Brent Kopaka was in my unit. Him and I both wanted to get into either private security or FBI after we got done serving. He was getting out before me. This is now the first time that I'm seeing him. I've never heard anything about him. I can't wrap my head around this. So I'm like, well, okay, that's crazy. Yeah.
It's gonna get weirder. It's gonna get weirder because I don't even know where to start. But let me continue with the night of the shooting. So Darren Duncan talked about when they went in, and some of you have seen the videos, right? There's some video footage of the standoff. We don't see the shooting of Brent Kopaka, but some of us have seen the footage where they open up the apartment that Kopaka is in, and there's no fucking furniture there.
None.
It's like an empty place, and several people have speculated, was anybody really living there, or is this just some fucking like stage area or something like that? One of the things that was weird is Darren Duncan said, and he only said it about the bedroom, not the entire apartment, but he said, hey, look, when we went over to the apartment after they let us in like the next day, I think is what he's saying. They went over there the next day after Brent Kopaka had been shot and killed, and they went to get his stuff. And there was no furniture in Brent Kopaka's bedroom. There was no bed. There was no dresser. All that was in Kopaka's bedroom was a broken safe, a few electronics, and his military discharge papers. And I said, how fucking convenient if you're trying to sell a story that some PTSD guy might have killed all those kids or whatever. Like here, everybody, he had PTSD. Maybe you understand. So I started like, what the hell's going on here? Then he says, the other weird thing that kind of happened is Brent Kopaka's phone was in the kitchen on the island, and it had been factory wiped. And the guy that he's interviewing said, that's fucking weird. And Darren says, that's super fucking weird. And I'm like, what the hell is going on here? Who's trying to hide traces?
That's all true. When Brent's dad or brother, went to his apartment, it was a couple days after, I think. They walked in. All they found was Brent's DD 214 discharge papers sitting on a something, I don't remember, and his phone on the counter, completely wiped, 100%. That's all he found. Nothing else. There was nothing else in the apartment.
Do you think that broken safe, Annie Ruler said that broken safe could have came from 1122? Fuck.
I don't know. I never thought of that, but I mean, it could be. I don't know. That's a good point, Annie. Good point. But Brent Kopaka was murdered. Period. I agree with that wholeheartedly.
Oh, me
100%.
too. 1,000%.
So just saying.
Of who Kopaka knew, because again, I have long said there. I have a theory. I've been bouncing around that I can't prove, so I tend not to talk about it until I'm on, your show. I tend to try to keep it.
I'm happy. Shit, I'd rather have you come out here and talk about this because this is interesting as hell, dude.
So I've always been trying to make that connection between the Kohbergers. Now again, Drip Drop says they were in the same town together within 7 miles. That would be almost good enough for me. You can't convince me it's a coincidence that these two guys were in the same place in the same time in Pennsylvania and then end up at the same place in the same time in fucking Pullman, Washington. I will not believe that's a coincidence, even though I've got a friend who's like, yeah, that's totally a coincidence. Like, that's fucking no coincidence. But it doesn't stop there. So then you ask, well, how would they know each other? There's some circumstantial connections between Kohberger and Kopaka. Allegedly, and maybe I've got the exact branch wrong, but I don't think so. There was articles that came out about Brian Kohberger when he was in high school and how he wanted to be an Army Ranger. Kopaka is an Army Ranger. So there's that weird connection. Also, they're into horror movies. Brent Kopaka's sister, Amanda Kohberger, starred in a horror movie, a slasher film, where they all got slaughtered.
No, Brian Kohberger's sister, not Brent's. Brian Kohberger's sister, Amanda, was an actress in a horror movie. Yes.
Because the college kids stumbled upon something they shouldn't and all got murdered. And somebody, the director of that movie, when he found out that Amanda Kohberger was the sister of Brian Kohberger, the guy that was accused of the homicides in Pullman, was like, no fucking way. How's that even happen? He was unbelievable. What are the odds of that shit? So then
that's what that was about. Isn't that crazy?
And Judge Triple J did say the name Kopaka I think at least once during a hearing. So that's there too.
I just can't believe she starred in a movie about what happened. The same thing.
Well, no, the movie was different and it was years ago, but yeah, it's definitely weird.
Oh, I thought it sounded like, okay.
have to ask yourself, did these guys all know each other? Did they come from Pennsylvania? Were they horror film fans? And again, did Othram Labs develop the four brothers that could have been, and again, they've got an argument for why it's not those four brothers, but it could have been Brent Kopaka, Ethan Kopaka, Aaron Kopaka, and I got the four names. They're four brothers. They have very similar names except for Brent and I was trying to, but it doesn't matter. That was the four brothers. And I'm like, what if that was the four brothers? And again, there's a document that says when they couldn't get to Kohberger from that family, they sidestepped. Well, who's near them? So again, if they got to Kopaka, then they look for friends of Kopaka. And now you've got another guy who's friends of Kopaka who comes from Pennsylvania and comes out to Pullman. Why wouldn't they zero in on Kohberger next?
Yes. And it's, and then you also go into, there is plenty of reasonable doubt that what they deemed suspect vehicle 1 that night was the off-duty undercover Ford Fusion police car, right? There's so much more than enough for when you learn about the Delta and the body cam being off. I just would ask you this, DA. Is anybody else seeing a fucking pattern here? Is anybody seeing a pattern? You know what I mean? It's always moving the goalposts. Like, don't look here. Don't even forget to, I will, this is a hill that I would die on. I swear to God, the judge was, if not said it very like half-assed, but I swear the judge had said Brent Kopaka. And then stopped.
Everybody's lots of people say that he slipped up. The first judge, right? The first judge in the case said Brent Kopaka instead of Brent.
He did. He did.
You just said that, right? Yeah.
Initials, all these things. And my question, I tend to go back to, well, and I don't want to end what you were saying. So I'll let you.
And yes, the 13th was Darren's birthday. November 13th is Brent Kopaka's best friend, his birthday. That's fact.
Wow.
He did talk about the newest Halloween coming out on his birthday and that he and Brent loved that film. Yes, you are absolutely right. Nothing.
You finish because now I'm gonna try to piece together this.
Yeah, and I'll try to. I'm kind of getting at the end of my logic trail is, you know, but I've got some grander conspiracy theories if that's true. So that my theory is it possible that Othram Labs, that the four brothers they developed it to wasn't some 4 different family trees that they eventually went up and then over and then came back down and got to Kohberger, because that's what they're basically trying to say. We got these 4 people and we followed their family trees up and then went sideways to who they were married and then came back down and got to Kohberger that way. What they literally said is we took a sidestep using whatever we could from that to how can we get to somebody else. So is it possible that the 4 brothers were simply Kopaka and his 3 brothers, and that one of Kopaka's brothers told him to eat shit. I'm not going to help you get my brother on shit. And then they sidestepped and found another guy from Pennsylvania who came out, and that became their focus once Kopaka was killed. So go ahead.
I'm just going to say, dude, like now you have to start to wonder. You just have to start to wonder, why would you go through all of this trouble to cover it up that a vet with PTSD snapped and killed these college girls? What would be the X factor that would make somebody partake in this massive cover up? That has been the reason that I've always wondered, why that? Why cover all that up for that reason? You have a guy who just snapped, he lost his mind. Boom, it's cleaner than this narrative.
There's several hypotheses, and I'm not saying they're great, but let me give you several hypotheses. Brett Payne, the lead detective, who a lot of people questioned, why did Brett Payne, after 2 years on the force there, get promoted to being the head of this investigation, the biggest investigation they probably ever are going to see? How did that happen? Well, is it a coincidence again that Brett Payne served in the 82nd Airborne like Brent Kopaka? Not only that, but let me tell you, you have to understand, Devil's Advocates, 82nd Airborne is an enormous division. Yes, 100%. But you know what isn't? That they served in the same paratrooper combat team. They were in the.
And that part is true. Yes. And Charlie Fry knows Kopaka as well. Very well. He knew him, which is why him and Brent and a few other officers from Moscow were on the scene to that situation that night as well. And as far as I'm concerned.
Wait a minute. I just have to say something. There.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That is not true.
What's not true?
So
There were Moscow officers at the scene of the Kopaka situation the day that went on.
He said that they served in the same team together.
No, they were in the same. They were in the same. Hold on a minute. They were in the same unit. I went over this once before. I'm trying to remember exactly which it is.
Well, we all went over it once before. I have it here.
They were not in the same sub team. If that's what he's saying, no, that's not true. They weren't that close. So go ahead, Eddie. I'm sorry.
So Brett Payne, in September 2012, while deployed in Afghanistan, he was a Spec 4 in the 4th Brigade Combat Team. He was 23 years old. Okay, so he was enlisted at that time. And again, that's September 2012. Brent Kopaka served from 2005 to 2009. So, in other words, Brent Kopaka would have been out of the service 3 years.
Yeah. That's what I was trying to say.
Now, they were in the same brigade combat team, the 4th Brigade. And how big is the brigade? It's huge.
They're monstrous. Yeah, they were in the same unit or brigade, whatever you want to call it, different times. Yes.
And then it comes down to, were they in the same unit? Well, that depends on what their MOS is. What's their what is the MOS? That's their military
their job
specialty. So it's hard to say whether Corporal Brett Payne was, as a Spec 4, whether he was in the MPs, or in other words, the military police at that time.
Right.
He certainly was when he was an officer later in his service, but who knows what his MOS was. But even if he was an infantryman like Brent Kopaka, then it's still, what are the chances of them serving in like the same team, or platoon or company? It's
they very
small.
they very well could be in the same unit, group, whatever, but they definitely weren't there at the same time. That's the issue. Okay.
Right.
And that needs to be understood. So I am grateful that you intercepted that.
So they're kind of what they're doing here, and I've seen some inconsistency with what they're trying a little too hard. He says that they drove on the same day where the incident happened with Brent Kopaka. Well, that's not true. It's a 30-hour drive to get to Greenfield Rest Area in Indiana from Pullman, Washington. So they would have had to have left on the 13th or 14th, a day or two before that incident. Just one small example. And then the other thing is Brent Kopaka was not a ranger. There's a big difference between being a infantryman in the 82nd, and that's, you don't have to add anything to it. That's pretty, badass all in itself, right?
Of course.
You don't have to keep adding things to it to make it bigger. They're not trained with knives. They're trained with rifles, small arms, basically. And that's good enough. No one's a knife expert or a ranger. That's an extra volunteering, that it takes to go to ranger school. But anyway, it's hard to well, I mean, it's important to keep everyone tracked and on the right track here, because these discussions go off the rails, and it's hard to get them back on track when this sort of thing starts happening, right? Because everybody, just within the passing of time, everybody remembers it differently than when they were last there discussing it. Once the facts are established, in other words, 3 months later, everyone's just it's like the fish story. You catch a fish that's just this big, and then pretty soon it's always a bigger fish, even with the person who caught it.
The thing is that you don't have to over exaggerate these things for this to be a possibility. That's the big issue right there, because they could have still known each other in some aspect, but all these other little things that are being added in, you don't have to do all that. That's just, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? That's the point that I want to make with this. Eddie's right about embellishing things and so on and so forth, because all that does is confuse more, okay, and bring more questions.
I know, because now I'm even more confused.
I looked it up 2 years ago. There are routes, Kopaka routes in Pennsylvania. There absolutely are.
I think he's just like making up theory. He's just going.
I agree.
Yeah, I'm not trying to take anything away from him, but
yeah, I know
there's a consistent theme. It's like if you're trying too hard, then there's a good chance that at the end of it all, you're going to be, tracking in the wrong direction.
In some
you got to
senses,
keep it
yeah.
real. You got to keep
Yeah.
your theories
I think-
within the bounds of reality. And if you start
Reality.
if everything you add to the story is a bit stretched, well, at the end, it's going to be quite a bit.
Good night,
going the
ladies.
wrong way.
Speedwell.
But
I think people get
all
excited
that
with-
said,
I
I
think
have
when-
to add that
Go
there
ahead.
is no way of looking at the Brent Kopaka situation and not coming away with the fact that in some way there is a connection to Idaho 4.
of course.
That is a certainty.
That seems crazy. Yeah. That's what I was
Well,
like.
listen, I think that Moscow, like I said, Charlie Fry, Brett Payne, Blaker, and I think there was another officer that were at the scene of the SWAT situation with Kopaka. Why were they there? Well, people say they all work together. Okay, great, fine, whatever. It's just weird. And Fry knew Kopaka from previous engagements, interactions, and stuff like that too. So that's a very interesting little tale to add to this, in my opinion, as well. I've always had my questions about the Kopaka situation. I absolutely believe that Kopaka was murdered. There's no two ways about it. Did he have an involvement? For sure. I don't know. Did maybe he, if Brian bought a knife off of Amazon and they somehow knew each other, I don't believe it's because they were snorting drugs in the back parking lot together at all. That, I always thought that was ridiculous, but could they have interacted somehow, somewhere, some way? Sure. Anything could possible. Okay. I'm just saying, but like,
I couldn't believe that he has 4 brothers. I didn't know that at all. I was like,
oh yeah, there's a few of them for sure.
it's crazy that like they let him have 4 brothers, and that's what the DNA thing. It's like, oh, okay.
Right, Fizzy. That's another good point. But yeah, the biggest point to this whole thing, like Eddie said in the end of the thing, there's no doubt that there's definitely something interesting about a link here, but you don't have to over embellish it to make it happen or make it work. That's all it is. So, hey, Scotty, good to see you, brother. And okay, so, and again, I don't believe in coincidences in this case. Just understand that, you guys. Maybe the first 2 weeks I would have. Not in this case, not anymore, nowhere near it, and I haven't for a long time. So there's that too. Just keep that in mind. It's up to you guys.
Right. 2 lab. Okay.
So
yeah,
this is about done now. So let's get through this and then we can discuss this more.
Yeah. He goes back to Othram.
Team 4 of the same paratrooper group. They were both paratroopers in the 82nd Airborne. So now it gets a little bit more. Are you sure you're going to go with that's in a giant division? And then of course they're going to. It's just a coincidence. Like how far can we drill into that? So.
Not too far, because I have a very close friend that was a paratrooper in the 82nd Airborne. He's not one of them. You know what I'm saying? He didn't do this. So that can happen. That can absolutely happen. The 82nd Airborne is monstrously huge. There's so many people that have been involved in it, and that's all there is. Just saying. Just saying.
What he said there was true. They were both paratroopers in the 82nd Airborne.
Right.
That's absolutely true.
100%. Yeah, and so was SRB's husband. So there's that. Okay. Once again, lots of men did that job. They were that guy. That doesn't make them part of this crime. I understand that, but it is very the links between Kopaka and Kohberger are very weird. Okay, very weird.
Is the DNA say the 4 brothers, whether they planted that one or not? That's like wow. Holy
sure.
They could have made it, trying to make it look like he did it. You know what I'm saying? Like
maybe he was the first one.
Yeah.
That they were going to put this on, and because he couldn't keep his mouth shut, they took him out, and now, oh shit, we need somebody else to put it on. You know what I mean? I'm just saying it could be a gaggle of different reasons or whatever. I mean, truly.
I can't wait to talk about this. I'm sorry. I'm so excited.
All right, we're about there. We're about there.
What does that mean? What does that even mean? So yes, I understand. I can't place Brett Payne in service at the same time as Kopaka. But let's talk about VFW. Do you not hang out with other soldiers? Do you not have an instant camaraderie with somebody who served in the same division as you, who served in the same exact combat team as you? Do these people possibly know each other? And then the question becomes, why was Brett Payne put in charge of this investigation? And here's a couple of different hypotheses. Was it to save the embarrassment? I don't need another fucking story besmirching the Rangers that some guy with PTSD just wiped out a bunch of college students. So we're just going to fucking make sure this doesn't come back to that same narrative, that it's a guy with PTSD that did another huge, horrible murder. That could be one scenario of covering up for the thing. The other scenario could, go ahead.
A brotherhood mentality is what,
Right. And protecting this, the honor of your unit and trying to just like not have that, drag your unit into the mud. Those could be something like that. You'll go darker, you go much darker. What if, and it's super dark. What if Kopaka was, what if the police in Moscow, here you go, heaven forbid. What if the police in Moscow, Idaho, like many people say happen in America, when you're small time city, the cops get corrupt and drug dealers buy off cops to allow drugs to run them through their town. So were there cops on the take from running drugs through the campuses? How would that not be a possible scenario? And if you've got that kind of situation, if you've got cops involved with something and somebody's going to rat out the cops to let people know that the cops are in on some drug thing, maybe somebody decides to get somebody to do some wet work, somebody who's trained in the military to go in there and take everybody fucking out. And then a big cover up, blame it on something else, an incel who can't get laid. And Bob's your uncle, you have a cover up for the cops aren't involved in the drug trade. So, and then there's all these stories about there's a cop that's involved with Kaylee and was Rosie having an affair with Kaylee? Was he there that night? This is some of the new stuff that people are talking about.
Football coach. Like
the
you
football
got some
coach, they were
wild
looking
shit,
at Kaylee and the football coach. Right. Kaylee had a lot of male friends, only some of which are cops or professors or, athletic directors, whatever the case may be. So there's a lot of scenarios that you could let your mind run with. But, at the end of the day, you're right. Like people don't believe in enormous cover-ups and conspiracies. So they look for the Occam's razor solution. And I think it isn't all that terrible to say an Occam's razor solution is Othram Labs developed a profile to Brent Kopaka and his brothers and found out that one of the brothers had moved to Pullman, and that's who was on their radar. And what happened at that point, then who knows?
As you're saying all this, I tend to always think to myself, this is not random. It's not just sloppy luck. You know what I mean? This feels designed, DA. This feels too convenient, too marketable, almost in a weird way. It's too messy, yet too perfect to be anything that would be naturally occurring, down to the fact of, okay.
I will verify and clarify. I agree with that. This is 100% by design, in my opinion, 100%. Okay, so that statement, yes, I agree fully with that.
We don't see the victims. We don't see any blood. You don't see Kopaka get shot. You don't see blood splatter. I just saw a video of some chick on a bus or subway get her throat slashed about. Like, they'll show anything. You know what I mean? Like, you could go see any of it. How does this not?
Right. And to go again, I reserve this shit for you. Again, to go down that thing, right? You've talked about the money. You've talked about the grant from the NIJ for
Let's
Pullman,
go down
Washington.
this rabbit hole. Let's go down this.
So I have to ask myself, because again, what was Othram trying to do? Othram wants to get on the lab as being the premier lab to catch things in real time. So if you have $1 million funding grant that comes to the campus at Pullman and says, we want you to study crimes that happen off campus in real world situations, here's a bunch of money. And then you've got Othram saying, we want to be the premier thing that catches crimes in real time. One could start to make the logic that they've already raised $48 million, and that's the tip of the iceberg right now, because they're featured in CrimeCon and they're telling everybody in America, we need more Othram Labs out there. They are going to fucking be enormous. This just launched their business into the stratosphere. They're going to be the household name. So is it a stretch for people who do the follow the money thing that you could want to have that kind of thing happen, pay for that kind of thing to happen so that you could launch your company and prove that I'm going to catch the bad guy right after it happened kind of thing? I don't know. Maybe,
well, let me ask you this, and Dia, let me try to piece this together, because as you were talking, this is exactly the rabbit hole that I wanted to go down. Meaning, we just heard Middleman say what you said. We wanted to see if we could do this in real time. We've typically been solving cold cases that are, from 20 years ago, 30 years ago, all that, right? In addition to what you were just saying with Washington State getting that funding, Kohberger shows up in the middle of that funding. You have somebody who is alleged.
Well, At some point, yes, he did own a white Elantra.
Oh,
I
Jesus
will,
Christ.
I'll put that out, and I'll just leave it go. Don't take it too far, because so did 23,000 other people in that area.
In Kopaka's unit saying he wanted to work private security or work with the FBI. Okay, you have the FBI as a very, very close common denominator to almost every reason why somebody would be at Washington State University, involved with their criminology department. The FBI and the contracts of these companies that they are using. Okay, you look at Palantir, they got $1 billion in a decade-long contract with the DoD now, and the FBI having the NIJ, the NIJ, which is the research arm of the DOJ, running a study in exactly what these companies do. So, where I'm going with this, and my question to everybody is, I've been told when we theorize looking at these court documents and we want to speculate on how it could have happened, they go, dude, that's a stretch, Birdie. That's a stretch. And I'll recognize it. It could be a stretch. I don't know. Nobody knows what happens. But we'll jump through all these hoops and we will do all these mental gymnastics to try and make up for a house that at the end of the day, there is minimal blood for it. The timeline makes no sense. Their suspect makes no sense. There's no answers. Everything's sealed and redacted. The plea deal comes out of nowhere. But what would be something that could cause all of those things to not make sense? And people say it might be a forbidden theory, but look at the history of our country and look at what our officials have had a hand in that leads to rights being.
I could have swore I heard through dispatch calls they inquired about a new color 2001 Ford Fiesta. I think that it could be. You could be right, D. But it was put out somewhere way back that there was a white Elantra within his family. Somebody in his family had one, I guess. I'm not saying.
Yeah, that's what they said. Yeah, he says.
They also said Enid Harsh owned one. Everybody owned a fucking white Elantra. Folks.
I know they're kind of like
a
popular looking car. They all and they had cars that look just like that too. You know.
And I think that there was some of this stuff is misinformation. To be honest with you, in some senses, I don't have any way to factually prove this to you guys. That's the problem. But he also there was a truck that Brent had, I think maybe it was his brother or somebody had a white Elantra that he was staying with at some point. Maybe I'm not 100%. I can't, it's been so long. I can't put the memory back together is my problem. I'm sorry. And I don't have some of those notebooks from back then to be able to refer back to. So my apologies.
I know. I'm sorry. It's like this is like new news for me. That's why I was like, and you guys already know this stuff. So I was
it's okay. It's okay. Yeah, there was definitely. Yes, you did hear. We did about the Othram scholarships. That's facts.
Wow, Jesus, to the Chapin kid, right? Or
I just have a real quick question.
Yeah, go ahead, buddy.
I mean, with this video that we're reviewing, they're covering a lot of ground and they're going in many different discussion topics with it. Are we going to react to that then too afterwards? Because
yes, we're going to have absolute, because there's a lot of things in here that, in my opinion, need to be straightened back out, that aren't right, that aren't true, that aren't this.
Are we waiting for him to get to a certain like highlight, or
she says
pretty much it?
Yeah, you probably go a little bit further past the Kopaka thing. He gets back to the Othram labs, I think, at the end.
That's the other part that's kind of important, is the Othram stuff, because the Othram stuff has become an issue to me now. Mama Bear, good to see you, Mama Bear.
What happened there blew my mind.
There's some things with the Othram stuff that are very shady to me now that I'm not comfortable with. That's what I was trying to get to, was that.
Yeah, I think he gets to it right now, or like maybe like a couple of minutes towards the end.
Okay.
Yeah,
I know it's almost done because there's literally.
Yeah, he goes back he does go back into it. He's trying to sum it up, but it's harder so much.
Just make sure, everybody, that you're taking a lot of this stuff with a grain of salt until we can discuss some of this other stuff. Okay. I've been trying to keep track of certain things and that, and Eddie already corrected some stuff, and so have I. So don't worry about it. I'm not saying that all of this stuff is wrong, but a lot of this is based on speculation. Understand that. So
I was like more like surprised. I was more leaning towards like the crime con stuff that we found out, but like this blew my mind. Like I was like, whoa, Kopaka.
Yeah, no problem, D.
You know.
Absolutely.
it's good to have in the back of my head because I have brain worms, and this kind of makes a little more sense to me. Because I can't figure out who did it.
Well, there's many. Here's the problem, though, and you got to remember this for yourself, Krista. There's 15 to 20 different situations I could give you right now that make this make sense.
Yeah.
That don't mean they're right. Okay, just because it makes sense doesn't mean it's the right one because there's so much of it.
But it's better than me thinking they're all feds. I was like, fucking, they're all feds. Every fucking one of them.
No. Definitely don't want
I
that,
just
right.
like, my brain goes nuts. I'm like, I don't know what to do with all of it. Like,
Right. No, I get it. Thank you so much, Michelle F, for the super chat. God bless. I appreciate it. And I love your little avatar thing. That's really cool.
it's just such
The
a
British flag in a heart.
the vicious.
We'll talk about it, guys. We'll talk about it. We'll make sure everybody's straight before they leave today. That's all.
Perfect example. And you would think, well, that's a little bit different, Birdie. They took down 2 hours and then they got us over into the Middle East. And then we ended up having Marines guard poppy fields and it maybe I think that all of the dirty work goes down in these quote research grants. They do it under the guise of research, but none of the research ever makes any sense. And it's just, so one of the things that I wanted to say to kind of put a bow on this is this feels, and I don't care. Like I said, I feel like everybody has thought this at some point. And I said in the beginning of the stream, it's not trying to be like a hard ass or say like, I got the balls to say it. I think that what it is, DA, is that at this point, with what's continuing to play out in the media, Kohberger being followed in jail, people planting the narrative seed that he's going to get dick in prison and he's going to be murdered or suicided. And now you got Stacy Chapin, who's the spokesperson of this. This is too perfect to be real.
Yeah.
It's too perfect. Or all of these companies, they are tied back to having government contracts. Is the government telling these companies, if you want to keep your contracts, you keep these people close. You will keep them in the media. They will continue to push this narrative because the truth about what just happened can never come out. And so in a way, this keeps these people that were involved and might have direct evidence and more knowledge as to what happened from blowing the whistle, because now you have a cushy $3 million a year talking salary for the company that the entire world thinks solved your kid's murder.
But it didn't.
Yeah.
Is that a trade-off? I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, there's people who don't believe people do things for money, and you know, it's hard to convince them.
Who fits the epitome of a media villain, on day one. And now the cherry on top is that the grieving family member becomes the spokesperson for the very company whose DNA hit and that they got the hit and they sealed the deal.
And that statement, I'm stopping that there. We're good. There's nothing else because I scanned forward on it and I don't see anything else of really any substance that's going to help. But because that statement is a strong statement. That's a very important statement because truly he's right. It's very odd.
Yeah.
Truly odd that just by chance these two interacted and now they dress like each other and everything else is, come on, guys. I mean,
I know.
We know that the Chapins are well respected. They're well off. And by everything I'm saying, I mean with all due respect to the aspect that they've lost a child. Facts are facts. Period. End of story. Setting that to the side for the minute. There are some very odd circumstances with this that I am very uncomfortable with this situation. I do not believe Othram solved the case. Okay. No. Period. There was no. Obviously, no, they didn't because Brian's not the one that did this. But this is one more version of absolution and propaganda at its best. Okay, because if you put this people out here, this group out here, as the hero of the day that solved the Idaho 4 quadruple homicide case because of their science, the whole world's going to look at this and go, "He did it. He did it." There's no doubt in my mind he did it. And bingo. Once again, here we are. Okay. They told Stacy Chapin, as I said 2 days ago, I suggested, let me say it this way, as a thought, but I was right. They told her, along with law enforcement, truth to some of this that they didn't tell the Gonzalez family because They knew that the Gonsalves family was going to go run to the world with the narrative that they wanted run, and they knew that these guys would be quiet about certain things. That's not how this should be. Welcome, Gretchen. Good to see you today. That's there it is. Okay, take that statement, Gretchen,
Right.
and stretch that out and say it a couple more times to yourself.
Mhm.
I thought that Othram didn't come up with any matches. It was the FBI, right? Well, yeah, but the FBI and Othram,
Yep.
okay,
Trust them. Just trust them.
there's the issue right there. So, and that's the shady side to this too. Think about that. That's very shady because I feel violated in an aspect right now.
CrimeCon wanted you to give their DNA. Tell everybody to give their DNA. They had a place where you can give your DNA. They were trying to push everybody to do it.
Of course they did.
I
Of
was like,
course.
are you kidding me?
Let's get more patsies in here for other future crimes. You know what I mean? Just saying.
I mean, unfortunately, they have mine because I was, a felon. I was in prison, but like, still, I don't know what they've ever done with it. I get scared. Listen, the cops came
I
in.
get it. I get it.
Scared to answer the goddamn door because I knew they wanted camera footage from something, and I was afraid to get involved because I'm like, I don't want to be involved in this at all, and it's because of this shit. I just fucking cops around here. I didn't answer the door.
There's Miss Tandy. Good to see you there. So anyway, those are a couple of things I'm going to state first. But before that, let's roll it. Let's roll this out and unfold all this real quick with what we saw and heard. First off, the Kopaka and Kohberger situation, as far as a link, of course, there's a grand possibility that there's always been. Okay, it's uncanny. You can't ignore it. I'm sorry to say, but you can't. You can't ignore that Moscow, in my opinion, we're looking at Brent Kopaka. Fry knew him. Fry knew of his previous, lifestyle, whatever you want to call it, his interactions and things he had issues with. Payne knew who he was as well because of, again, same thing. And if we look at this from the aspect that I truly see it from now, that this is definitely a frame job per se.
Yeah.
This guy would have been perfect for this. Okay. Brent Kopaka would have been perfect. He would have made 10 times the sense that Brian Kohberger does because of his history, because of his background, because of his issues that he had when he passed away. Okay.
Right. Which makes me think
absolutely 100%. But guess what? Some people, let's say, for instance, he was involved in it. Okay. He's already got PTSD from the things he went through when he was overseas and all that kind of stuff. We saw him in action having breakdowns here and there, very sadly, so on and so forth. But if there was an involvement, something, there's triggers for people like this. I don't know. I'm not saying he was involved. I'm just saying if there was something, he was going to come out with it. In my opinion, he was going to come out with it. He wasn't going to sit on it. He was just going to come out with it, and that couldn't happen. There's no way in hell that could happen. Okay. So therefore, in turn, he had to be erased, eliminated, whatever you want to call it, removed from the equation.
Right.
Then at that point, guys, then now what? Oh shit. Who did this? They need to know who did this now.
Right.
Now we have him. So I'm not telling you how they got to him because I don't know. I don't know how they got to him for sure. It's going to drive me insane until I figure it out. But one day we'll figure this out. But I'm just saying that is definitely something that's probable in my mind. Go ahead, Eddie. I saw your mute button go down. Go ahead, bud.
Yeah, just to add to that, if he had awareness of it, knowledge of it, information about it, or involvement, of course, they would have had to have eliminated him for that reason.
Yes.
In other words, people have said, well, if he being Brent Kopaka, if he was involved, why didn't they just arrest him for it? See, the trouble is he wouldn't have been the lone incel guy, right? He would have had a motive. There would have been something linking him to that quadruple homicide. And that information is what they can have known. Whether or not he did it, who knows? I'm not saying, of course, that he did. But he was taken out for some reason.
Right. Which is so sad to me because he's a vet,
And And in a case like this, you got to put it on someone who has no knowledge of anything, someone who has no involvement.
True.
See how that works?
Yes, yes, Eddie. I just got that. When you said that just, yeah, you're right.
So who knows what Brent Kopaka knew?
Right.
But it's not because of what we're being told. It's not because he snapped and he threatened his roommates.
Right.
Well, because those roommates, in my opinion, based on things I've learned, and Lana pointed it out, I don't think those roommates exist in that aspect. Okay.
Right.
We looked into them and can't find true patterns or true direction to them, which is that's crazy. Sorry. But anyway.
This is like you said, this case is the upside down universe. It doesn't make sense. Anything can happen. It's like Willy Wonka's chocolate factory ride. Who fucking knows where the goddamn we're going, where we're going to end up? And it's like a different. Well, you guys have been on it for 3 years, and you're still on it. Sorry, I'm just getting on it. And I blame y'all. No, but like I
said, I've been saying day after day after day after day that I talk about it. This at this point does not have anything to do with Bryan Kohberger to me right now.
No.
And everything to do with the lack thereof an investigation, the fact that it's allowed to happen, was allowed to happen. The corruption is beyond a depth that you can even acknowledge as reality at this point in some senses. So that's my issue. That's my biggest issue with this. Of course, I don't want to see an innocent person, in my opinion, that I feel is innocent, live his life in prison or be taken out in prison because they don't want him to talk about anything. But
he's not going to. Ryan won't.
Right now, at this point, I feel like he's okay, and they're working on this. I truly think they're working on this. Okay.
I hope so.
So that's my feeling about that. But Eddie's right. Like, with the whole person knowing something about it or not knowing something about it, that's a true fact, in my opinion.
Yeah, you're going to want to have the guy that doesn't know anything.
Yeah, because he can't talk his way out of it. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing he can say. Nobody's going to believe him anyway, because you made him that person. No matter what you did, no matter what anybody says, you made him that person. So that's what's to be believed at this point. So he can talk his way in circles. It doesn't matter. It's lies. It's lies. The fucking judge himself called him a liar. Okay. That's putting the stamp on it, you guys. Bill Thompson said we're not to believe anything he says, but you could believe him. You could believe enough of him to agree to these charges. That's what you believed, but you don't believe nothing else.
He told you he wasn't wearing a seatbelt, for fuck's sake.
You're full of this guy's they're so full of shit with this. It's insane.
How is he a fucking liar? You didn't ask him anything, asshole. He lied. He has not lied to them. He probably told me exactly what he did, where he was. Probably was not a lie. They knew they could prove it. How the fuck?
I absolutely agree that is absolutely fact and probably truth that Bryan has given them nothing but. That's the sad part.
And they can prove he's not a fucking liar. So how is he a liar? Because what you say he is. You won't even let us ask him a question.
Because they have to say these things. It has to be that way. And if it doesn't go that way, guess what?
They've been pushing away from this. There's nothing to see here. It's over. He completed all of them. Let's just go on, move on. Crazy.
Yeah. Yes.
One thing.
Go ahead.
One thing that they touched on in this live stream of theirs is that everybody has a price.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And if it is true that they are, that their family is, so to speak, the face of Othram, right? The victim's family's face is the
the
outward
cover
company's appearance, because they're untouchable. And that's been something we've discussed this whole entire time. I've mentioned it, I don't know, countless times. Is that in the context of whatever they say, the G family has been used as an outlet for leaks, right? And you can't contest anything that they say because it is gospel.
Yes.
And how dare you if you did?
Unless
you'd be re-victimizing them.
Of course, unless they tell you themselves. Yes, you're right.
But think of this: if it is true that what they're discussing in their live stream there, if that is true, then what goes hand in hand with that is that the Chapins would also know that Bryan Kohberger is innocent. Think of that.
Yes, sir. Yes,
and
sir.
then expand that. there is a common theme because all four families are doing the same thing in their own way. Everybody has a price. Have you all noticed? Put a 1 in chat. Have you noticed that Jeff Kernodle's interview with I believe it was with the ISP on the 13th of November. He never spoke with Xana at midnight.
Yeah, that's all.
We were told that.
That's all been changed, right?
We were told that. Sorry, you guys never got a chance to put. I lost my train of thought.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It is fine.
But so he put that out the press interviewed him, and he put that out on the 17th, as far as I can tell.
Yeah.
That is to say, like 4 days after that interview. There's no way you forget that sort of thing. There's no way you get that wrong unless you're intentionally trying to get it wrong. What he said in that press interview was the fix, because what he said during the ISP interview on the 13th, the day of the crime, did not work. They cannot have that information out there. And also, more than likely, it goes against, there are some people in the know, some people that were in those circles that were witness to Xana and Ethan's whereabouts that night. They have voices and they probably said something, and they have to offset that and push that back and overwhelm those voices. That is why they had Jeff put that out during a press interview on the 17th, 4 days after he was interviewed by police.
Very good point. Very good point.
Now, if he was after true justice, I mean, okay, put yourself in that situation. If that was your child, would you do that? Because is that the route to true justice?
Absolutely not.
Right. So the commonality here, all four families have exhibited signs of capitulating to this force, whatever it is that's compelling them to do what they're doing. They're doing it all in their own way. Have you seen it yet? It has been there for us to see the entire time, or at least along the way.
Right.
Some of them sooner than others, but they have all benefited, and you can't prove this. There's no way to pin it down.
Right.
But they have all benefited financially from this.
Oh, 100%.
Definitely. Even Dylan.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
They're all playing their part.
Yeah, everybody in some aspect has definitely benefited financially. That's facts.
Probably not Bethany, unfortunately.
Oh, I'm sure there's some form of it she has.
Yeah.
But yeah, they've touched on that theme too. Everybody has a price. And whatever it is, there is no way to push back against whatever force there is. You can't stand alone.
Right.
There is no choice. If some people say, well, gosh, I wouldn't be doing what they're doing. If it was my child, you couldn't pay me enough. I would want true justice for my child. I don't think so. What is so exceptional about, let me arrange my thoughts a little bit. I know I'm onto something here. So everybody has like a weakness. It's not like you'd be independently wealthy, like you're a self-made person.
Yeah, take your time, brother. You got plenty of time and you're good to go.
Like Jeff Kernodle, I'm sure he could use the money. So they were able to get to him and have him do that, right? We would there is nothing exceptional about any one of us. We would have done the same thing, I'm sure. This whatever's happening in this case is so big, there's no way to resist it, I guess, to complete my thought.
And like, if there's 4 families, who are you to go against everybody else, right? You know what I mean? Is that what you mean too? Like,
yeah, you're
like,
right. You'd be standing alone.
Right. That's true. I heard when you said that, I was like, oh, everything times you say stuff, it clicks. Like, who's going to go against it, right? And then if you give them a little bit of money and let them taste it, then they're going to want more, and it's going to be easier just to go along, to get along, or whatever. And even if you want true justice, how are you going to fight all those forces, like you said, as one family or even 2 families? You know, look at all they're against, including Othram, who just conveniently was where Stacy Chapin was, right? Like, how convenient that she's just there and sees this woman and goes, oh, I know that story. I got them. Don't worry. Go have a good Thanksgiving. What the hell? Like, we're supposed to believe that was random? Come on, man.
Yeah, it all kind of ties back to that November 14th interview with Krem 2 and Janelle Finch saying from the Gonsalves family statement is wait for the facts from police and stop spreading rumors.
Wow.
Which they all commenced to do.
Which they all did.
Yep. Facts.
And like, wow, like, so you tell them all to just hold on, so they go along for all this time and believe what they're telling you, and then when it gets to the end and you're like, oh wait, what? That don't make sense, but you're the odd man out. You're not going to go against it after 3 years of them promising you. Who are you to don't go against that, right? Othram solved it. We got.
Listen, for the longest time, we were forbidden. You can ask Eddie about this, Krista, because you weren't around, and anybody in chat will tell you. From the beginning of this case, for probably the first 2 years, you couldn't make a statement that even remotely sounded negative about any of the family members, Dylan, Bethany, none of it. And if you did, oh buddy, he was a dirty bird, and the people was trying to take you down for victim shaming, this, that, and everything else. And I got fed up with that shit about 6 months, 8, 9, 10 months ago. And I'm like, you know what? This is bullshit. Okay. The facts are the facts. We see this in front of our face. I'm going to call it what it is. I'm not trying to be disrespectful to anybody.
No.
That doesn't deserve it. Okay. And I won't be disrespectful. You know, I've never been disrespectful to the victims. Some of the things that the families have done, I'm going to question it. You know, I'm sorry that you had the loss that you had. It's horrible. I mean, it's horrible.
It is awful. Fucking horrific.
But you also, that doesn't give you a pass to do things that you shouldn't do in the midst of a situation. So I'm going to say something when I see something. That's all there is to it. Will I explain why it could be the way it is? Maybe, sure. But that doesn't mean it's right. Okay. And then the other two, the surviving roommates, the victims, I stopped calling them victims almost a year ago because they're not. In fact, I even, as we got closer to this, I said, I have to stop doing this because they were victims of circumstance at this situation. I get it. But the things they've done within this, per se, is what bothered me. Okay. I'm not going to go into like,
yeah, I know,
trying to dog them out. I'm not doing that right now. All I'm saying is that's why the discussion, it's all about our questions. They don't want anything being questioned, period. That's all I'm saying.
It's an automatic way to refute. It's a fail safe to push back on people asking those questions because they know, because what they're saying is wrong and it's false. They know that people are going to ask questions. So this is incorporated to prevent,
right,
to demonize anyone who dares ask questions because they know it's coming. And the more they say that you shouldn't look in this direction, the more suspicious of looking into that I become. And otherwise it wouldn't have been, my attention wouldn't have been drawn there. But since you're saying
that's where we're like children, that's where we're like children in that aspect. When you tell a child not to go play in that mud puddle, guess what they do? They're gonna go jump in it head first, 100%. Don't. If this is true crime, don't tell me don't go look over there. Guess where I'm going? Bye. I'll meet you there because that's where we're headed.
Yeah, there's a reason I stayed watching your channel, because everybody else I was watching, that's how I got into your chat. I was like, you guys actually are allowed to, like, you're making sense. Because I'm like, I kept hearing, after I heard, for the longest time, the 911 call threw me off. I was like, no. And that was the one thing. Remember, at first I'm like, guys, this is not right. And I'm like, you guys are just we're way past that. But like, that stuck with me when I was watching your chat a lot. That's why I came into your chat and started to talk, because I was
that's why there's people that fit here and people that don't. And obviously, because you are so questioning of everything, you did fit because you want to know truth. Right. That's all any of us. I don't care what anybody says about my channel, myself, but I will defend my people and the people that support this channel. Every one of them, you included.
Amazing.
Nobody comes in here. This is not a group of derogatory, mean, and ignorant people. These people, that every single person that comes in here, there's 136 people in here, and every single solitary one of them is in here for the same reason. Truth. They want to know the truth about this case, and they want to see these 4 victims get actual justice, because at this point we all realize that didn't happen, and it's not gonna, it's not on the horizon to happen either. Okay, and that's a problem, because all 134 people realize this can happen to them as well, and that's why the statements and the conversations we have in here make sense, because we look at it on a fact-based standard. And the things that are put in our faces, we don't go and invent something and come back and go, see, look what happened here. But it didn't. That's why when Eddie or I or anybody else that comes through here, that like he did earlier, that sees something and says, wait a minute, that's not actually true. Even if it defends the other side, it's still got to be made factual, no matter what it is. It has to be a fact, period.
Calling balls and strikes.
which truly and sadly, and I'm not saying all guilters do this, because there's quite a few that don't. They come in here too, okay?
I know.
That's what a lot of these guilters do, is they will take, and they've been doing it, which is where I came up with my whole shut up and sit down theory. And they're still running with things like Brian cleaned his car with bleach. He was putting garbage in his neighbor's garbage can. There was blood on his pillow that belonged to the victims. He went and bought a set of Dickies jumpsuit. All that stupid shit.
Was beanie.
Right. And so that's the point I'm making, though. You see what I'm saying? Like, they're going to continue doing that, because that is what continues to keep that going that direction. Regardless, that's why they hate us so bad, because we shut that stuff down. And other people within their groups listen to what we're saying. And there's quite a few that have fallen off that wagon now, and they're saying, oh my God, that's true. Oh my God, that's right. They're right about this. They were right about that. Maybe I need to listen to something they're saying. And that's the problem. The shower curtain. Jesus H. Christ, the shower curtain. I'm not even going to go into that. So don't even get started, Eddie. Don't even get started with the shower curtain.
I heard. Like, this is a shower curtain. I'm like, oh, come on. I heard about this one. But like, listen, like, nobody, I heard you say 1,000 times in the beginning, if Brian didn't show me, I'm fine with that. Just, we're trying to figure the truth. Show me where it happened.
We've all, Eddie included, even though Eddie knew, but we've all stated the same paragraph. If Brian Kohberger did this, then you have that proof. You show it to me now. And we've begged for that proof for 2.5 years. And guess what? They've never one time showed it.
And they still have it.
They can't, because they don't have it. Okay, there's the problem. They don't have that proof. Just like I was explaining last night when we were at Outcast. We watched that Casper West video, and I told you guys, be careful with that video and the screams you're hearing. Some of that stuff could have been overlaid and added to this video down the road. That's why Twiz is trying to FOIA these specific videos and stuff from the Linda Lane, from the 1112. He's trying to do all that so that we can actually break it down, the original. And if it's in the original, then we'll talk about it. But no, video, audio, visual, okay, or AV, whatever you want to call it, anything that has audio or video in it is absolutely possibly been tampered with 100%, especially that damn Linda Lane bullshit. We know that. So to put something out that comes from that's been overlaid 17 to 18 different times with different other sounds and different other things, just like Outcast said, dude, they laid so much shit down on this. There's things in there that we didn't even know existed. And pull it off layer by layer by layer, and we get the first call I ever showed you guys, the first 911 call that came from Channel 4. When the day it was released, I said, we got the real call, folks. And I played it, and we all listened to it. It's nothing like the call we hear now.
Really?
Nothing at all like the call we hear now. It's been completely.
Oh man.
And he took they put so much white noise in the background and other things that you couldn't hear certain things and different things couldn't be said.
Okay.
And all that. Why are you doing that? What is the big deal with this?
I wanted to see if you guys had it. I don't know how. I wanted to hear both, like what it was, and
I'm sure I have the original 911 call somewhere. Yeah, it's probably in that resource that we have. But
yeah.
It's not real though. That's the thing. It's not real.
Yeah, I guess the body cam is even more telling because I'm so bothered by Hunter. Though I still am. I still believe he could be involved. The way he acted, he's a knife-wielding man. You're not telling the cops the truth when they get there. You're letting them walk into a scene. You're not saying it's an unconscious person. You're up, your hands are up in the air, and you got a bloody knife in your hand, dude. And then you're just allowed to be all standing around talking to everybody. You just had a knife in your hand, and there's slain people in this house. Why is he allowed to be around people? In my opinion, and the way he acted, he's like trying to leave. And he's like, yo, dude, no. And he's like, oh, okay. And he's like turning away.
It's not just Hunter, though. Everybody that was at that scene when they showed up, they didn't do anything they were supposed to do. But again, like Nothing Half-Assed just said that one of those scream parts phrases I found a clip of on internet in like a Screamo song. Yes, ma'am. Not to mention, when I was sitting here that night, I told everybody, I said, slow down, guys, and be careful because the inflection of the voice that you hear, it sounds identical to the inflection you hear when Kaylee's talking.
Yeah.
And saying to Maddie, what did you say to Adam? It's the same voice. And the inflection's the same. So somebody could have very well taken her voice and added it to this to give it that sound. You know what I'm saying? Outcast has showed many different ways you can do that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Period. He showed where you can change audio, timestamps in these cameras with no problem. So all of these things can happen, folks, and it's all been done in some aspect to this to cover up something bigger. In the words of Cy Ray, okay. Yeah. God, I can't wait to hear from that. I feel so sick. I hear his thoughts.
I keep thinking about. I'm just so sick. I've been holding this crystal this whole time. I'm thinking. I just feel so sick to my stomach being one of those families that maybe they are questioning things and you can't say anything because it's just not going to work. You can't go up against the system, right?
And well, there are families that have questioned. Kara questioned this stuff in the beginning, and they're
like now they're like, oh my God, my kid, that's not the guy who did it, but I'm not going to say anything.
Well, they've shoved it down their throat and basically made them feel as if they have to accept this.
No, I feel sick to my stomach thinking how they feel. Like, wow.
Take care, Good Trouble. Thanks for being here, darling. We appreciate you so very much. Hope to see you soon.
You can never find justice for your kid because you can't go up against the system right now.
My brain has hurt for months now, Meg. I'm sorry, and that nobody should have to do that. But I'm just telling you.
God damn, man.
It's never going to stop until there's an answer to this, okay?
So sad.
Oh, yeah, Tommy did get shut down for a week. That's crazy, too, by the way. I found that out last night. He parked an Outcast when I was in there, and 7 days they shut him down for something.
Oh, yeah, I watched him a couple times too. I like all the guys that I've met from you guys, just kind of like popping in and out and watching their stuff because I definitely was bored with the tinfoil hat, so we
support each other to some aspect, no matter what this is, because we all work, together in that play. But
I see.
I wanted to throw this at you guys though. Last night when I was at Outcasts, we were talking about different things. That cocaine girl shows up, talked a little bit about this and that. Guess who shows up? Dot.
I heard. Okay, I don't know what happened, but tell me.
And I was sitting on his panel, and he was trying to prove a point by what he did when he did what he did, and he said, "I'm sitting right there," and he brought it up, and I just kind of snickered, and I said, "No." Or Kane asked about it, and I said, "No, I'm not gonna. You don't want to get me started on that." I was very, very well behaved considering. I think Meg was in there. She can tell you. I was very well behaved considering because I wanted to stay and do a whole bunch of different things. So what I did instead was I took advantage of it. Okay. I took advantage of the situation and re-questioned her. And she lied again. She absolutely lied again. Okay. Because one specific set of questions, and I'm telling you guys this because I want people to understand that this is just more bullshit. Okay. It's absolute not real, folks. I told her, or I asked some questions. I said, I'll be polite. I was very polite. Meg, was I or was I not? See, there it is. Yep, she did. She told me she was very proud of me. I was very well behaved. And she starts telling this story and she's going around the questions as she did the last time, telling the same scenario, talking about things that had nothing to do with anything, talking about things that she said she put a video out. And I didn't get to ask the question about the video, but there's no way to prove that the video of this party you put out came from that night. No way at all. I promise you there's not, okay? Then she tells us to watch for a car that she swore up and down was a Kia, and I'm telling you it was a Jeep, okay? At the end, we proved it was a Jeep. And brings up some story that because somebody caught a vehicle, one of Xana's best friend's vehicles on fire. She swears it was hers. And then it was a Kia Soul. It wasn't a Kia Soul. It was a Jeep that was driving by. And she took us all in a different direction for a good 20 minutes. No. And that's what she does. She tries to take you down these other routes and these other directions instead of focusing on what. So I finally got her to, I'm like, so tell me what you saw and heard that night.
Oh, yeah.
Well, then she stutters around a different thing and says, well, I heard a scream. I said, when? And I even notated this so I could respond to this today because I wanted to make sure people understood what this is, okay? Between 3 and 3:30, she hears a female scream. I said, well, Dot, how far away would you say you were? 300 feet. Okay.
Yeah.
And it goes on and on about Murphy not being, that wasn't Murphy. It didn't sound like Murphy barking. I know what Murphy sounds like. That wasn't Murphy. That wasn't Murphy. Okay. I played right along with everything. No big deal. We all heard the bark.
Oh, yeah.
Off camera. Okay.
Yeah.
And I believe it's Murphy. I think Murphy was put out of Maddie's room onto the back deck and kept out there to keep away.
Yep.
Well, whatever.
Yeah.
Then I finally get to the point. I said, so tell me how late were you guys up? What all did you see? Well, we were up real late. 3:30, you hear the female scream and then nothing else? No, nothing else. I said, well, so what'd you do? Well, we partied long time late. And I purposely fished this question this way. I said, so what time did you get up? 9, 10, 11? She goes, we slept in. It was late, 9 or 10 or something. Last year when we interviewed her, she told me that she saw, if anybody that was here remembers this, 5 people standing in the backyard on the patio of 1122 smoking at 8:30 in the morning.
You said that before. Yep.
Well, guess what? You weren't awake, sis. So what happened? And I asked it again. Well, she said last night that it was around that time that she saw that. Well, you said, I didn't call her on it. I just let it go.
Yeah.
You said that was 9 or 10. Now it's changed. Joanne was in there. Joanne was frustrated as all hell with her, but thank you for being nice. It sounded like a much bigger dog. She was talking about Murphy, this and that, and everything else. So I brought up the guy that said that he took his dog for a walk back there in the parking lot, okay, to the dead end area, and then went back and went to bed, and he heard the guy knocking on his window next to his door.
Yeah.
Brian Kohberger. She completely walked around that and ignored that completely, but okay. And then she tries to go into the whole, and immediately tries to go into the Brat Norton thing and blame everything that's all happened because of Brat Norton. I know all about Brat. I dealt with Brat. I know what Brat did to people. It is what it is. We're not talking about Brat. We're talking about you. And why you keep coming back out here and doing this, telling the same story that you told before with nothing different, and you're avoiding the questions that people are asking you still. I have proof. Then show it to us.
Great.
Well, I gave the video to such and such and this and that and said that she sent it to, I'm going to find this video. I want to see this video. It's real hard to tell. She swears up and down that at that.
Is that your man too?
Hold on a minute, you guys. I'm sorry. That she saw Demetrius Robinson, Emma Bailey, Dylan, somebody she won't name, and somebody that was very pale, wearing a hoodie. They were all smoking. Yeah, I just went and started, honey.
I just had this thought of somebody coming behind you, and all of a sudden somebody walks in the door because I saw that thing that's like lit up. I said, "Is that somebody coming behind him?" And then your wife walked in and scared me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry. I'll have this spun around eventually, but
no. I'm interested because I
don't think she's telling. I think she's telling. Somebody gave her pieces of information to us, in my opinion, and she put her own story together with it, bro. Because she told almost the same story as last time that we talked, and then changed it up a little bit to fit things that are kind of newer now that she's learned, in my opinion. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I remember you saying she said she was on a back deck and she saw them smoking outside, around 5 or 6 people at the back smoking cigarettes, and then acting like nothing was a big deal. You would have never thought anything was going on, she said. I remember you saying that, and I was like,
sure. Okay, yeah, great.
Okay, who's smoking cigarettes? Because I didn't know anybody of them smoke. I didn't think
they were smoking. They were passing a joint around too. You're 300 feet away from this. You can tell they're passing a joint.
Right. And I mean, there's plenty of cameras to see if there's people. I think I don't know. It is what it is. But
I told you guys this is why I came forward and said what I said. I don't want you guys any more confused than you already are.
Right.
Everybody that has been in this case has been through hell and back already. I'm trying to protect you from stupidity and ignorance, okay? Because it's truly for no reason. Of course, well, what would I have to gain?
Enough. I have to make up shit. It's wild enough, you know.
Her question was, what would I have to gain to do this? Well, I don't know. You tell me, because this is insane. I don't get it. You know, but this is not true. If you were there, then tell the truth and show the proof, like you say you have. If not, stop doing this.
Yeah.
Because there's already too much bullshit going on here.
There's already enough to fucking that you don't have to make shit up. There's already enough crazy conspiracy.
There's been too much made up. Yes.
You know,
you don't have too easy. It's too easy to do. That's the problem. It's too easy to do. So
like, man,
she's been pushing this Emma Bailey, Demetrius Robinson, whoever this other person is. She's afraid to talk about now. This is new. That didn't happen last year, but she's afraid to talk about this pale person wearing a hoodie. She knows who it is, but she won't say it. And it's not Jack Showalter. It's somebody else that it's going to affect her in some negative way, I'm guessing. Okay, I understand. Then did you tell the law enforcement about this?
Yep.
She said she did.
Okay.
They don't know who she is.
Yeah, right.
Did anybody in here read a report that we covered from Moscow, Pullman, ISP, or anything that even remotely resembles anything she has told us?
No, because that would be proof that they were all like awake. More proof, you know what I mean? Like,
she never went to law enforcement because she knows that they're going to call bullshit on her. And if she did go, Kim told me she thought she went to the FBI, and the FBI told her to go pound sand because they knew it wasn't true.
right. And she didn't look like a student that probably went to school there, right? Like, or
Very
whatever.
true, Micro. Very true. Brat was in this all for money and did everything she could do to get herself wrapped up into that, to be able to gain financially insanely with this. And that's fine. If that's your goal, that's fine. But don't hurt other people while you're doing it.
I don't even know who that is, so I'll just pretend I don't.
Brett Norton, yeah, you're not missing anything. Big miss. And you know, the one part that Dot said could be true, but I don't even know that the relationship was like that. I don't know that Brat didn't set this up altogether. She says that Brat tried to set her up said she knew people that, like myself and Rory and other people, that could get her out there and the things achieved that she was trying to do to get. Said she didn't want any money or this and that. She just wanted to get the facts out there. But if I remember last year, she was going round and round. You're fine, Meg. Telling the world, like, Kim was coming to me freaking out like, Dago, she's scared to death. Somebody's going to try to kill her, this and that and everything else. And I'm going, then why aren't you talking to the police?
Or why'd you say anything at all?
Why aren't you in protective custody? Why? Because none of this happened. That's why. Okay? So, again, it's been insanity. On top of insanity, on top of insanity. All I want, okay, if I could stop talking about this tomorrow,
right?
If it meant that I was going to get somebody to come forth and tell me the absolute truth on this and prove that to me and prove to me that Brian did this, we're done. I will walk away a happy man. Well, until then, I'm not setting up. I'm sorry, I can't.
Right.
I just want to know truth.
Yeah, remember in the very beginning, I asked you a question. I asked you a couple of months ago. I said, how much better now that you know even more? But this is before the docs came out. I said, how do you feel now? Do you feel any better than you did 3 years ago? I think you said no. And now again, do you feel any better than you did at the very beginning? Knowing that we know a lot more now. Like,
because I still have, every time we learn something new, it brings forth more questions.
Yeah,
that's beyond frustrating. I have a headache.
Yeah, me too.
I don't sleep. I put all this shit through my mind trying to make things link and make sense, and it starts to, and then they throw another monkey wrench in the middle of it and throw a curveball at us, and then I have to back up and reanalyze it again and again. But you know what? You're not killing my spirit on this. I don't care what you do. You're not going to, because I want to know truth, and I think the world deserves truth, and that's when I'll stop, when that happens.
Yeah. And the cases that keep happening, that keep showing us that truth isn't there. Like, don't believe your own eyes, right? Like, okay, with Delphi, and like, don't believe your own eyes. Like, really? Like, how are you supposed to stop talking about things when it just keeps fucking happening?
The thing that kills me is the statements that they make when they say, "Just trust us." Yeah. Okay.
Oh, How
I
can
did. I did one time. I did one time. I
Great.
trusted you one time. You had one job, and I trusted you one time, and you failed horribly. We're done at that point with that. Sorry.
Yeah.
We're just done. There's no other way to put it. I'm going to do it my way now, and I'm sorry that you don't like that, but if you'd have done it right the first time, then I wouldn't be doing it my way. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I don't think that it's okay to violate people's rights, whether you know they're guilty or not. Like, I think that's just
Not at all. That's
there's
why
legal
we
cases
live
for
in.
that.
That's why we live here in the United States and not in Russia
Yeah.
or where the hell did Gaddafi live? I can't remember. You know what I mean?
Libya.
Yeah.
Libya. There you go. Thank you, Eddie.
I have a friend
Yeah,
that
we live in the United States of America, not Libya or Russia or any place like that. That's why we have this right.
North Korea.
Yeah. I have a
What-
friend that lives in Libya. I met him through the spirituality community, and he hates it there, and he can't get out.
I guess Itria is a bad one too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And or South Korea. I mean, come on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, North Korea.
North Korea. Sorry, I always get that screwed up. Dago, do you remember when she sent Roy that video of her? Yes.
Yeah, whose car was on fire, guys? Whose car kept caught fire?
It wasn't. It wasn't her. And if it was, she did it herself just to get
Oh, gosh.
to try to cause that thing. Miss Q, welcome. Good to see you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she at some point admitted that she wasn't telling any truth, and she denied that last night again too. And I don't understand that. I just let it go. Tell your circus music. Good to see you. Tell your story. Everybody's listening to you tell the same.
Right.
And you could tell Outcast was pissed last night. I knew where we were going. I knew the direction we were going. That's why I just sat there quiet. And she kept, and I even tried to help find this car that she was trying to, this black Kia that didn't exist. It was a Jeep. So you didn't even have that part of your story right, that you were trying to prove the point. So what was the point? She wouldn't tell anybody. What was the point? She wouldn't tell anybody. Then it came forward, and she made this statement. Well, they thought I was involved somehow, but they were trying. What?
Huh?
Outcast said, bye. We're leaving, guys.
I think I woke up at one point and I looked at the TV and I think I saw you guys on. I can't remember what time it was, but I was like, oh man, that's late.
We were there till about 3.
Yeah, and you guys, you're my
4:30.
time. Yes, you're my time, and so he's earlier, right?
Yeah, it was 4:30, right?
Yeah, I got up at 3:45 every morning. No, I was up way earlier than that, and I was.
Yeah, no, Dot is not Molly. Dot is not Molly. Dot is not Kim. Dot is somebody by the name of Braden.
I've seen
and
this.
that's all there is to it. I'm not going to attack her. I'm not going to tear her apart. I'm just going to tell you.
Liars lie. We don't know why they lie. It's not our fucking problem to find out. That's not our.
I'm just going to tell you it's not true. That's all I'm saying.
We don't know why liars lie. So.
That cocaine wanted to believe her. She said it was very believable. I said, but you don't understand. I said, I was one of the creators that debunked her. She gets up there and says, I was never debunked. I was never this true crime design or something. Why would she put that out if it wasn't true? Because she believed you. That's why people believed you.
Right. I mean, why?
So the proof of who you were. Okay, that's all there was to it. So just let it be. But
Right.
you're still going with it. So fine. I'll do what you do. If you show me the proof, I even told her last night. If you show me proof of what you're saying, I will support you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Facts are facts. I will support you if you show me the proof. Period. Just like I said with Kim.
Right. We just wanted to make sense. Come on, like you think
There's no proof.
do you really think that like we waste your time every day going in round and round if you didn't want the truth? Like, is this this is not to be Brian, free Brian. No, it's like this, dude. I wouldn't answer my goddamn door because I don't want to get involved in this shit. I don't want to be. It is so easy to get caught up because I'm a felon. I don't want to be a witness. I don't want to give them my footage of my camera. Fuck that. I don't want to be a witness to whatever fuck I know. I know what they were there for. And it's like, and I'm like the way they pulled up, I'm like, I have PTSD. It took 8 years for me to be okay with people, and I still don't want people just showing up at my house. My house was raided on Thanksgiving at my parents' house, and that was fucking enough. Like, I don't need. It took me years to and I had warrants all the time. So like, and then they come here knocking like that, and I'm like, Jesus Christ. I'm like, I am not. And I saw the guy.
Yeah. No, I get it, Annie, and that nobody should have ever been yelled at for saying it.
No, because
if I ever made anybody feel uncomfortable because I wouldn't let people talk about it in here, I apologize for that. But at that point in time, creators were getting their channels were getting hit for saying their names and things like that. It was crazy. It was absolutely crazy. And yes, Charm, I agree. Mental illness is the fact on that aspect.
Yeah.
Any thoughts on any of that, Eddie, by chance, or before we go any further with anything else?
No, I'm not really.
I know you weren't
been
really
following any of the dot drama.
right.
Does it seem like, just a real quick question, does it seem like her purpose is just to derail the chat, kind of like Jeff
Well,
His job was?
in some senses, yes, because the story just kind of goes around and round in a circle.
Yeah, I
And
think
every
it's
time you try to like jump off the bike to get it to come
back
off
to,
that,
back to work, back to
she
good.
takes you back to another. Well, the dog was barking and this was here we go again. So you know what I mean? It's just one of them things. So yeah, I agree truly that that's what it was.
I think
I
she's
feel like it's possible she's put in place by groups of people possibly to shut some of what we talk about down. Maybe I know that sounds like a reach, but guys,
no,
think
it's
about
still going on.
I
it
think
is.
it's
And
attention
don't think for
seeking
a second that
mental
Jeff
illness.
H hasn't been in any of your, since he has pled.
Yeah.
Don't think that he hasn't been like lurking under a different pseudonym.
Oh God, no! We know
Oh,
that he had. He was begging Jesse to unblock me or to unblock him in here, so that it was begging Jesse to talk to me to get him unblocked in here because. And I'm about to show you another one before we get out of here. When Christy came out with the videos she has put out showing the evidence tampering, okay, Jeff went insane over those because he had no control over it. He had nobody was listening to what he was saying about how it's wrong and it's not. It this and that. Nobody cares what he says anymore, and that's driving him nuts.
Yeah. Jeff H.
Absolutely nuts. But this next one, Christy put out another one, guys. She sent it to me, and I want you to show you this before we get out of here. Another amazing job, and it's just more proof.
So good.
And she's going to be continuously doing this, showing how badly the evidence tampering and the bullshit has been within this case, guys. It's insane.
Follow her other channel. I got to get to her other channel too. I think
Yeah, if we could drop her other link in here, guys, or both of her links, whatever works, please, please, please. I love what she's been doing. I'm very proud of her. It's
her
just
and Annie. I love listening to Annie read the docs too. Sometimes Annie.
there's a whole lot of people out here that Meg and Lucy,
Yeah,
Annie and Christy and Eddie and Willie, everybody that's out here that's doing in Lana. I was so pissed off because I was supposed to join Lana at 10 this morning and I never got a chance to. My internet was out. And we're gonna get together and do something.
Oh.
We're gonna do something together coming up, you guys. So, and I know I understand, Krista, with your scenario before you talked about, but don't take it personal.
I know.
There's Christy's link, guys. Please make sure you subscribe.
Look, I still am a member of her channel, so I still,
It's not. It's just there's so much going on.
Yeah, that's okay.
It's hard to focus on specific things, but I get it. I understand, and I felt bad about that. You're smarter than you type. I love it, Meg. I love it.
Yeah, do you see? I can't spell. I tried etiquette. I couldn't do etiquette. They told me how to really spell it. I was like, guys, I spelled it like this, and it was so bad.
Right.
I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's the pot from the last couple. I don't know. All of a sudden, I'm like stuck on stupid, and it's like not just when I smoke. It's like all the time. Can't.
Well, I'm gonna tell you right now. And you can deny it all you want, but I have it, and I see it, and I live it. So you're obviously very, very chronically ADHD. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
You talk, the way you talk, and all that. You just got to try to find a way to slow yourself down, and I promise you'll be more comfortable and easier. But you get so worked up, like I do, about this stuff. You have a passion for it, and you want to know this, you want to know that, but you
things.
Yeah, you get stuck on stuff and you overexcite yourself. It's just you got to be able to back down a little bit sometimes and just kind of chill. You know what I mean? That's my biggest thing. I had to learn how to do that too. So
well, listen, I get comments all the time in my chat. I know, and I say it all the time. I'm like, guys, I'm sorry. Like I know when I'm doing it, and it's like
the one video of yours I watched, I have to laugh. I love you to death, but I had to laugh because I had to turn on closed captions to know what you said. You were talking so fast that you were just. And I was like, what did you say? Hold on. I had to back it up and hit the thing again. And it was like, Jesus Christ, don't ever put any of her videos on a higher speed, guys. You'll miss it all.
Krista has great conversational powers.
Yes, very much so. Very much so. That's why I'm saying she's great.
Yeah.
You just got to slow down and it'll be perfect then. That's all.
I listened to myself and I was like, oh my God, Krista. I cannot understand.
I understand why you do it because you got 35 different things going on. Your mouth wants to talk about them all at once, but you can't. That's what ADHD is. We get it.
It goes off
when I was first diagnosed, I would think I was 20 or 21. And I couldn't handle it anymore. And there was no ADHD when we were kids. We were just bad kids.
Yeah,
They never,
exactly.
you know what I mean?
Yeah. I was
And he
all
said it's like having 25 televisions going on in your head and you're trying to watch them all at one time. And I went, that's exactly it. You know? So I mean, and it's you want to talk about it all at once. You guys have seen me do it. I stutter over my words. I forget. That's why I interrupt people sometimes, and I don't mean to, because if I don't spit out what I'm thinking, I will forget it because I have the next thought pushing it through. You know what I
No
mean?
matter how hard we try, it's so hard not to interrupt. It's so hard. I try all the time, and I'm like, oh, thank God for the mute button.
Yes.
But I
Very
appreciate you guys a
hard.
lot. And
Yeah, I'm having issues with that as well. Typically, I know I've been struggling with that for
I have it too.
a few months too now. Just saying, I'm waiting for somebody to catch what I'm saying here, but nobody has.
What the? No, I really am premeditated. I am really bad. Like it's starting
Yeah.
to get like, my rage is getting even worse, and I'm like, oh shit. I told my
Yeah,
husband.
my wife has some issues that she's been seeing a doctor. She's about to have a partial hysterectomy done, and I'm thinking,
Aw.
do I need to look for an apartment now, or do I wait until afterwards? Because I know when it's done. Oh boy,
I know.
Scary.
My mom had it. She's just
Her mom had it. That's what I'm afraid of. Her mom had it, and I was like,
There you go.
we don't have to go visit your mom anymore, do I? Because she scares me at this point.
My mom left my dad after 48 years last October. Okay, left him. She hates his fucking guts now, and we had no idea. I'm like, holy shit! It's the wildest thing.
It happens, guys. Hormones ain't no joke. You don't mess with them things. You don't.
Free. Like I had no idea she hated him that much.
Well, I mean, we keep stuff like that from kids on purpose, but
I know,
that's
it's
not an
crazy.
issue with me and my wife. We love each other to death. And I will take care of her when she
I
has
feel
it
like a
done.
little kid reverted down. Me and my sister are like, we're like, you're getting a divorce. Oh my god! Like, what the fuck?
Oh, it's still rough. I'd be broken to death if my parents got
It's
divorced.
horrible. It's horrible. They're sociopaths.
It's part of life, guys. So this again is from Christy, Nevada. It's another video pointing out the evidence tampering. Mama Bear. That's why Eddie and I are so quiet. I agree with that with Eddie. You do sneak attacks, Mama Bear, and then have your little rants, and then you go off in the corner and don't say a word. She's a trip. But anyway, let's check this out, guys. Again, please, if you will, hop on over, subscribe to Miss Christy's channel, show some love and support, and let her know how great of a job she's doing. Hit the like button. I appreciate it, and so will she. Here we go.
So I think I got hacked. I think somebody got into my stuff is what I'm thinking. So I'm kind of like in a freak out mode right now because I'm losing stuff. Things aren't working right. Things aren't anything. Well, Witchy, I appreciate you if it was you, and I'm pretty sure it was you for a donation a couple days ago. So love all you guys for that. But anyhow, my computer's acting up. I'm losing stuff. Things aren't downloading right. So I'm having a heck of a morning. And hi, Rodney. So nice to see you. I haven't got to see you for a while. So anyhow, I've been in like trying to hurry up and get these videos and store them in hopes that I don't lose them all. And ironically, I found another clip that I have had to do nothing to it, and it lines these cars up. So I'm gonna play that and see what you guys think about it. Hi, Carla. I know, Carla should know last time there was drama. If drama shows up, just please, time out drama because I'm not dealing with drama today. Woke up, Rodney, Carla, and Witchy, I think is all yins are here. Oh, Swamp Side Chick. Hey. Gotcha. So let's see this, okay? Oh, where's it at? Okay, ready? I'm trying to wait for more people to get in here, but hey, Truth Seeker, and my thing's in front of somebody else's. It says Meemaw. That's all I can see on it. I don't know who you are. Sorry. Mao, yeah, there you are. There's my Lucy. Okay, Lucy, watch this one. I done nothing to this one. all I did was try to line them up at the very beginning. As you can see, the timestamps are on them, 340 and 358, I think it is on there. So let's watch this. Look at that. Now,
Fucking wow. Wow,
as
wow,
you can
wow.
see, obviously.
Damn it.
I wish
They
I could.
fucked us again.
There, let me move it that way. Okay, Crystal, there you are. I'm like, I can see names, but I can't see them because of the screen. But you can see that? That
Even
was, I did nothing besides try to line it up. Obviously, I'm a like second off on it, but this is 340 and 358 cars
Right?
coming in and or going out doing the exact same thing.
Why would they fucking do
Exactly.
this?
It blows my mind. I ended the 358 clip by mistake too soon. But hi Steven. Crystal woke up, Lucy, Truth Seeker, phenomenal. That's it. That's what the meme all was. I could only see the ending of your name. And I'm like, I don't know who that is. But here's another clip. Like I said, I'm just, I sent Heather a book this morning because I'm freaking out. I don't know.
All she's doing is syncing these up, folks. Syncing them up and lining them up side by side like that. The timestamps are different, but they line up exactly. You tell me that there's not something being done. Come on.
I know. Like, look at the shine on each of that. Like, look at all the glares. All the glares line up in each one. Not even without the car. With or without the car.
Even when the car turns and you look at the back taillights, the shine and the flashing, it's identical.
Yep. I mean, how many times did that car drive by? Really? Right? So, wow.
What's in the computer or why I'm losing stuff and why things won't load, or ever since I put out the other video, my laptop has really been crazy. So I was just messing around this morning and hey Tonka. Hey. I'm on the other account, but yes, Christie's Chaos is the other one. If you haven't already subscribed to it, please make sure that you go and you hit up the other channel too. But I had to come on here today because, I'm having a little bit of an issue. And I mean, you know how much of an issue I'm having? StreamYard's acting like I've never had StreamYard before.
Oh,
so it made me put in all my new stuff. It made me, give me the week free and all this other stuff. So I don't know what's going on.
She's not the only one. StreamYard yesterday and then last week, I signed in like I've been signing in for almost 4 years. Okay. And it told me I was blocked.
Wow.
I was blocked on StreamYard. What do you mean blocked? It said I was using something, and then it took me, because Mama Bear and I, we're both admins for each other. Okay. Mama Bear's like the other part of me in here. And like it took me to her account instead. And I'm like, what? So there's some screwy shit going on with StreamYard. So if anybody else is in here that uses it, just bear with it. It's not just you. It's doing it to everybody. Poor Christy's going through it as well. That's what you're talking about. Doing crazy shit.
Yeah, that completely. I was on it with Kane, or not Kane. That wasn't Kane. Or I'm sorry, I didn't have StreamYard. But that night I completely, my audio went out. It's never ever done that before, and I got completely shut out. Completely just kicked me off, and I couldn't get back on my computer. It went black, and I got dropped out. I was like, that's never happened. I couldn't even get back on to tell them that I didn't drop out, and I've never had issues. It's crazy.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Meaning says my brain's trying to connect the dots since hearing that they were what.
My head hurts.
That hit me hard too, like a baseball bat. Meaning I was like, "Are you serious?" Word for word, it's crazy.
Yep. Thank you, Mayflower. I'm trying to find stuff because I'm like.
All right, on we go with this one.
So,
thank you, Meg. We got. I can't even see the goal right now, but that's one for the goal for sure. Or did we hit it? Or is that just one of them, Meg? Either way, thank you so much. I appreciate you, sis. God bless. So very much appreciated.
Yeah.
So it kind of has me a little upset. I don't know. I never even touched a laptop till this case pretty much. So I'm new to this stuff, but I wanted to get this out. I wanted you to see. We'll start it over again for everybody coming in. I'm off by a second or two.
Thank you, Maggie.
It happens because of how, I don't know. I can't get it to go exactly, but just so you can see, because you're going to see. I mean, I tried to pay attention to windows. Everything seems to be matching. Everything seems to be right there. Hey, there's the Chappy boss. There you are. I see you all the time, but I never see you over here. So I'm happy to see you over here. These are all awesome, 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 awesome. Again,
No problem, Joanna.
Not expect it, but greatly appreciate it. I think there's Venmo. So I know Meg's just coming in, but thank you guys. You are all, I mean, I wouldn't be here without you guys, and I wouldn't be here either way because we all got to get together and do this. So here we go. Let me get this going. I had to stop the one for a second to kind of get them together, but the one on your left is a tad slower than the one on your right, but I don't know. I mean, my personal opinion, they look pretty much alike, don't they? I mean, I didn't go any farther with it. I didn't really deep dive into it yet because I wanted to see what everybody else thought about this. But I don't know. What do you guys think? Does it look right? Yes, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Share, subscribe, whatever you need to do.
Poor Jeff is probably soaking over this again.
There's something wrong in this town, is all I'm going to say.
All right, Krista, have a good night. Thanks for joining us. If you're bored later, I'll probably be back in here for a little bit again. So enjoy your dinner or whatever else you're doing. And thanks for
We'll
joining.
tease again. But yeah, thank you guys for everything. Appreciate you guys.
Every time. Have a good one.
You guys are amazing. Bye. See you
Sorry.
later.
Bye-bye.
Hi, Doug. Or Doug. Why'd I say Doug? Tony. Maybe I should put my glasses off. It looks like it to you? Swamp Side check? Okay. I'm going to play it again. See what you guys think. I mean, obviously, as you can tell, the one to the left is like a second ahead. So I try to stop it real quick and try to catch up with it. But everything's the same. Like I said, if you can go yourself and go to my channel and go under my clips and just take the 340 clip and take the 358 clip and put them side by side like this, and you're going to see what I see. And this one I think is pretty spot on.
I agree with her. It is. Any thoughts on this? Is this here, Eddie?
Yeah, I got a few questions.
Absolutely. Let's do it.
Well, the first is what in the state's story? I mean, is there a narrative to go along with this? Like the point to this is to show that the state's story, they would have a motive. Well, first of all, am I right in assuming that what's being shown here is trying to prove that they're taking a video of one car at a timestamp that really happened in real life at that time, and then inserting that same video footage in a different timeline of that night to tell a story? But if you were hiding behind that house and you were like alive and a witness that night, and And that second time that they're saying that it happened, if you were standing there watching, there was really no car that ever went through there. But the state has doctored this, and they patched in that real footage.
That's the biggest thing is the state has taken this and
that-
done things to it. Yeah.
Is that, but okay, so what in the state's story? What are the times here? 340 and 358?
I don't know in particular.
Before? I forget. I can't read it.
Yeah, it's 358 and 340. So that
what,
one right there is
where in the piece? So the PCA, they really had two times in there. It was 329, I believe.
Yeah.
And 420.
Right. I think the basis of it.
329, the car comes in and then it starts, going out and returning, and then 420, it's seen again speeding away.
Yeah,
So
and again,
two key times in the state story. And then doesn't the FBI have like other times that are
right. Yeah, well, before we go forward, listen, I'm trying to, I think the reason all this is trying to prove is she's showing that there's video here at different times that's identical. So it's proving that somebody messed with it. Somebody screwed it up. Somebody did something to it. I don't know if it's pointing directly at a specific part of the PCA or something like that. The point is that they are absolutely tampering with shit. And that's the point, I believe.
That's the theory. It's not provable, but it's a theory because it looks similar. Am I right?
I mean, that based on what I'm seeing and what the other ones she put out, they're like identical. Yeah. That's how it looks. Yes.
But that's why I'm going with what in the states like. So we're trying to establish that the state is telling the story, and that these exact specific times in their story, and we can connect those times to where we find it in like documents, whether it's the FBI. I forget where Pod had them all. He's got, where the car comes in because the FBI says it comes in and the lights are like this and all that. So there's times with the FBI's, say so. So are we trying to align this up to like factual things? Because there has to be a purpose to this. Otherwise, we could undermine our own argument, so to speak, right? Like, if it's our theory that we can't prove,
right?
But there's a motive. We can prove that the state would have a motive at these exact times to do this because of yada yada yada, right?
I can see what you're saying. I don't know if I've not really like gotten definitive reason as to why she started doing it. All I know is that she pointed out, I think she's found it by accident and then started messing with it all to see. But if you, sorry, you guys, hold on. Sorry about that. Yeah, David Bird, like part of this, the issue is that this was handed over for discovery. So if it's handed over for discovery, it's part of the case, and it was tampered with by obviously the either LE or the state that had it. Okay. And if the point that I was like the other video she put out too, if you watch this happen, this one's the colorized one now, but you see it happen, and then up here in the top left corner on these, you'll see the car come flying down Walenta, and they match up all the way around. Okay. So what I gathered from this is she's pointing out and trying to show that there has been somebody that messed with these videos. Okay. And the only people that had this was the owner, and then the law enforcement, and then the prosecution. So it's in my opinion, how I took it is it's just proof that there's been tampering. Now, as far as the timeline itself and the specific times, I don't know that is what her purpose is. I haven't been able to like truly ask her that. But
let's say that there is
right
tampering, right? And of course, before it was leaked or however these videos came out, for sure, the state had control over that, and they didn't release these videos until they're good and ready to.
That's exactly it. Yes.
And if that is the case, then you would know for certain that there is no way, even if the defense has their experts, because at trial, this would have been, number one, the defense wouldn't have been able to say with exact certainty. They would have had a theory, and it would have been their expert saying, yeah, it's our belief that these videos are tampered with, and
Right.
here's why. And then the state would have their experts. But can you imagine that argument? If Anne knew that, and it was by their experts that they could, put forth an argument that would say so.
Right.
They wouldn't even do it at trial, and here's why. Because can you imagine that argument? Now, keep in mind, it is absolutely true that the state did it, but can you imagine the argument in the eyes of the jury? The state would retort with, can you even believe it? They're saying that we had the audacity to change things. I mean, how ridiculous of the defense to even go there. That is conspiratorial. And our experts argued it. No, if Anne knew it and could, so to speak, with their experts in their own way, prove it, they still wouldn't even do it that way. They would try to overcome that with a different, they'd try to skin that cat in a different way.
There'd be another angle they would take it as. Yeah, I got you.
They would prove that it's not even he wasn't even in the neighborhood, at that time. The state knows that his phone wasn't in a stationary position around. They would just do it differently, where the jury, it wouldn't look ridiculous. Because after all, if it's true, it would be absolutely astonishing and ridiculous that if the state did that.
Sure.
And the jury would perceive it in a whole different way. It would be ridiculous for the defense to even put that argument forward.
Well, I think if you agreed, but if you add something like this, Eddie, to what has already been put out on the table as far as the prosecutorial misconduct that has happened along with the rest of this stuff, it's just like, I could see her presenting it like, okay, folks, here's this now. Okay, look at the timestamps. It's identical. It's the same film clip from the camera, but it's 2 different times. Hold on one second, you guys.
I think what I'm saying is, like, if there's a way to prove, like, if there is a way to prove that, okay, this is the state's automobile, that's the unmarked squad car, and align it to, something like that, then you might have something, right?
I get what you're saying. I absolutely understand you 100%. I think she was just excited to find the fact that here we are. These are identical, and they are identical for who's saying they're not. I've sat and watched this in normal speed, slow motion, everything matches, including the sparkle from the taillight. Okay. The point that I think, like I said, and I get it, because I think it's great that she figured it out, that they're lined up so much that it has to be whatever reason they did it. I don't know why. It's an 18-minute difference or whatever the hell it is. Just like the other one was the 7-minute and 26-second difference. Did they cut something from that? Is that what the point is? Is that there's something that's been cut from one and something else added to another one to give a specific narrative? That's how I was seeing it, possibly. What that is, I'm not sure of yet. But I'm hoping that these are, at some point, they're all going to point to something, because she's repeatedly still working on these. So it could be, and I agree with you. Like, that would be a good way to do what you just said, is from a specific angle to point out something in particular or specific, not just this. But
yeah,
agreed.
Yeah, you're tracking with what I'm trying to say.
100%. I know what you mean, bro. You know that we're always on the same page, and maybe in a different chapter, but we're always in the same chapter. We might be on a different page, but we eventually end up in the same spot. So, yeah, I get it. I mean, I just think it's really good. She spends a lot of time doing this, and I really respect her for. She's on playing the same game we're playing. We're trying to get to the truth, and we're trying to prove the absolution that they have cheated and lied and done so many different things to make this story come to play for them the way they did. And it's just one more version of it. You know what I mean? Now, how it relates, it may come out in the end that it is of importance because of the time difference and what happens at specific times here. which would be interesting to me. I guess if we watch and listen to, maybe what you said, I think it's what you said first, was that there was only one video and they clipped it and added it to four different timestamps, and it's all the same damn video clip. You know what I'm saying?
It would just be nice to hear the whole story
Yeah,
come together, like, okay, like talking us through, like giving us a play-by-play. Now look at the timestamp on the left and look at the timestamp on the right.
Sure.
Now, the motive for the state to do this would be for this purpose,
Yeah. Yep.
and then lay it all out so we can understand it, like in that way, so we know.
Of course.
That the state would absolutely want to substitute another car in at that time for this reason.
Sure, 100%. Yeah, agreed. And Joanna's saying to you, I fear it's the same with the phone and the DNA data. The prosecution dare question it, and would be met with fiend horror at the suggestion Ellie would lie, or vice versa. Yeah, that's the thing. You know, I love how you put that too, Joanna. I love it. Fiend horror.
Yeah.
God forbid anybody challenge. Yes.
Fiend horror. Yeah.
Yes. It's great. Charm. Good to see you. God forbid you challenge the prosecution in the state and suggest that they're even lying in this. What, are you serious? Like, how many times have they done it? You know what I mean? And they've been called out on it multiple times. Different things have gone like, so no, there's no doubt in my mind that there is. I don't think it's just prosecution, because I told you guys before, Bill Thompson is the boss. End of story. I don't care whether it's Chief Fry, Brett Payne, Gilbertson. I don't care who you work for. You still all reported to one guy. Okay, he's the boss, the be all end all. Every decision made, nothing's done without his approval. Period. In this entire thing, that is the boss. Okay, and every decision made, or every assumption, or everything in regards to this has to go through that guy before it goes to anywhere. So that's interesting to me, okay? Because he has control of this entire investigation, in my opinion. Whether or not you want to believe the FBI was the one doing this or doing that, they all still go right back to one person with everything. And he's the one, the ringleader, the whatever you want to call him, the big boss man that made all of this happen.
Yeah, and Joanne's comment, what a comment, because it is so true. Because think of it, this is a case where the lack of evidence against him is the evidence used against.
That's 100% what Twiz said. Absolutely, word for word, bro. You are absolutely right. The lack of evidence is the evidence they use against him.
Yeah, and Anne would know that, and the state knows that Anne knows that. Anne knows that the state knows that he's innocent. Anne knows that the judge knows that he's innocent. And yeah, it would be feigned horror. They would completely be aghast that Anne would put that argument forward, and Anne knows that, and she wouldn't have been able to, because it is so ridiculous. She would have had to, like I said, come at those arguments in a different way, and she would have been able to figure out the other way to go at that.
Yeah, because can you imagine Hitler's reaction to this?
Oh,
we saw. Well, guys, think about this. We saw how he reacted to the Cy Ray situation. It's a conspiracy theory. It's this and that. Jesus H. Christ. Imagine what he would say to this, you guys. He'd probably come off the bench for this. Not lying. He probably would. Eddie, you know I'm right.
Absolutely right.
I mean, he would stand on his head and do a head spin or some shit. I'm telling you, he'd lose the grip. How dare you? What that kind of a thing. Sorry, but it's happening in front of your face there, guy. And you know it because you're part of it. So, which in turn would be why he would react like he would, because how do they know? How'd they figure this out? I was told that we were safe and sound. I'm reaching here when I say this, but it's just saying, I was told that we had this in the bag, that I didn't have to worry about any of this. So now they're going to look at me in a certain type of way and blah, 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 blah. I can see that. I can see that happening.
The conspiracy here is so big that it's too big to be undermined.
Yeah, agreed. And like I said, Eddie, you can tell everybody, especially the newer people that didn't know me very, very long for this, but how long did it take for me to, I was running behind you on
warm up to that idea?
Yeah, I was running behind you, slowly jogging, and then I had to catch up, and I finally jumped on the back of the wagon with you at some point, but it took a while, didn't it?
Yeah, I've been it's been a work in progress. I know every time I come off your panel, like, I don't know.
He was
I
by
keep
himself for a
trying.
long time. Yeah. He was by himself for a long time, you guys. And I just said, because I was trying to, okay, let me rephrase this. The reason why it took me so long to get on board with this whole thing is because 90% of it, and that goes for all of you as well. We are all programmed to look in one direction and think one thought. You can say you're not. You can deny it. You can say that you run against the grain. You can say whatever you want to say. You're wrong. From the day we're born to the day that we sit here right now, we are all trained to think, see, live, and act a certain way. It's just part of life. It's normal, okay? It's not per se a bad thing. And when you go against that grain and you look in a different direction, you're automatically a bad person, okay? Which is why we get attacked like we do. You're automatically, you're against the establishment, and you're this and you're that and everything else. And it's facts, folks. That's why it's so hard to get on board with stuff like this, because that doesn't happen. That's not possible. It's not true. It's not real. Come on, get out of the rabbit holes, guys. It's such a conspiracy. You're insane. You're crazy. I've heard it all. Eddie's heard it all. We've all heard it
Part of
all.
how they do it. That is, the pushback is so
Yes. They
firm
make
and
you
so
doubt
extreme
yourself.
that
Yes.
who wants to even be standing in those ranks? You don't dare.
Right. They force you to doubt yourself. They force you to doubt your own mind, you guys. Think about that. When another person can force another human being to doubt their own thoughts, that's insane, you guys. Think about that. It's been a struggle, Gretchen. It's been a daily struggle until, and I'm being honest with you, it was like somebody drove a truck off of my chest when it finally came into focus for me, and I was like, you've got to be kidding me. Like, this is just absolute insanity. It's bullshit. Is it still hard to believe? Of course it is, because it should not be this way. We all know that it shouldn't be this way, which is why we fight tooth and nail to show it to everybody. Now, the people that, like the guilters that refuse to see this, the Jeff H's, okay, that will die on that hill no matter what you tell them, this is what it's going to be. They fear it. Truth being, in my opinion, they fear the truth because it's not the norm. It's uncomfortable. It's an uncomfortable chair that they have sat in that they can't get themselves comfortable in no matter which way they sit. It's never going to be comfortable for them because of what chair they've been sitting in their whole life. They're used to that chair. It reclines the right way. It's nice and soft and broken in the right way. All that, they've always sat in that same chair, so they don't want to leave that. They're not prepared to. So you bring a brand new chair to them. It's brand new, beautiful, smells new. It's got all that. And you have them sit in it. They refuse to stay in that chair because it's just not the same feeling. It's just not that comfort zone that I've always had.
The thing of it is sometimes when they're so disingenuous, you can just know and feel that they know the truth, but they're
Of course, they just don't want to admit to it, right?
Entrenched for whatever reason. The reasons may vary.
It's a fear, Eddie. Like I said, I think it's a fear. I think it's a fear because they don't know what's on the other end of that. Okay, they don't know what's going to happen when they finally succumb to that understanding of the situation and say, okay, I'm ready to do this, but no, I'm not. I'll do it tomorrow. I'll go that way tomorrow. I promise you, I'm going to go there. I'll look at it all. I'll take it into heart and I'll look at it tomorrow. Tomorrow comes. I can't do it. I can't do it because I don't know what the hell is going to happen after I do this. It's fear, folks. I'm telling you, I'm not a psychologist. I mean, I'm lucky enough to be married to an amazing person that has these amazing outlooks and shows me how to look at these things because of her background and all that. But that's it. The rest of this, I come forth myself because I look at this so much and I see it for so much. And I have amazing people surrounding me, such as her, such as Eddie, people like Lucy, Mama Bear and SRB, that all of this, guys. I mean, it helps, because if I was by myself on this, nope. Hell no. I'd probably still been over here going, well, come on. No, I want to sit in the truth chair. I like that one now. I'm gonna stay there. I don't give a shit what you bring to me. That's where I'm at. I'm sorry for the stupid ass analogies with the chair thing. I was just trying to give it a good basis so that it's clearly understood what I'm trying to say.
Like, it can't be overlooked either that one other possibility, and there may be many reasons, like we said, but one of those reasons could be that they're being paid. Like Jesse said recently while on
Money.
your panel.
Yeah.
Even if we can sit here and know that the 4 families have benefited financially because of this, and who knows in what ways the
In
payoff
any
came.
respect, yeah.
But all along, we could all agree that the media is behind this propaganda. And if you don't think that hiring YouTube channels as part of that was in play here, then you'd be silly.
100%, you guys. People, absolutely. What do you think these people that come in here and they troll us and challenge us and so on and so forth? Yes, Tomboy, I know, and that's why I love you, dear. That's why you're here with us. But that's why these trolls come in here, because we're going in a direction that is no. That's no. We can't. No, get in there and shuffle them up. Get them confused. Get them back over here with us, or at least to think about it. Truly, I agree with that. I'm not saying that all the people out here that are on YouTube that are doing this are getting paid or they're in that boat, okay? But I promise you, there's at least a handful of them that are. They pop in. They call them plants. Okay, it's already been proven that they throw these people into these communities and say they're really going in a direction pretty hard. Get in there and turn something up with her. They do it in multiple different channels. Okay, they do, and then there are people that truly feel this is what I mean. I'm not saying everybody is a plant or anything. Don't take that way. There are people though that are doing that. It's been found. But a lot of people truly are just comfortable. It's always been the norm that anything the police say is right. Anything that comes from the government is right. You don't challenge it because it's just not right to do that. It's wrong. There's nothing here that, and as far as I'm concerned, okay, and I'm not degrading anybody's thoughts or feelings on this. Please don't think that. I respect everybody's thoughts. Even if I highly disagree with it and it makes no sense to me, I still respect your feelings about how you feel about this, okay? Because that's what I would expect people to do for me. So that's why I do that. But there's some things like that are just so 360 from what you're saying sometimes, and it's like, how do you see that way when I see it like this? That's the part that causes a lot of problems sometimes. Hey, Critical, things like that. You know what I mean? My channel is here because, and most of the people, whether they have the same narrative or they're on the same boat that we're on, I believe, want truth. That's it. And there's people that will come in here that are completely opposing what we think and feel, but they're respectful. They state their feelings. They don't come in here and call us a bunch of stupid ass idiots and this and do that and everything else. And we don't call them that. We just disagree on the outcome of what we see happening here. And that's okay. Because truly, like I said, there are way more than enough echo chambers out here, guys. You gotta be your own person. And that's one thing that bothers me about the guilters, as they call them. There's quite a few of them that do it because that is the safer route. They know that they're not going to get beat up by guilters if they're in the group with them. And that's not everybody. Don't get me wrong. I'm not speaking on everybody, because everybody has their own reasons, but that's another thing that I've seen as a fact. Now, I've seen a lot of guilters that have come this direction recently, a lot. Literally over the past 2 months, I've seen people that used to be 100%. He did this. I have no doubt that are nowhere near that anymore. And it's kind of interesting. You know, I still don't understand, like with guilters, even now, I'd love to hear somebody that's fully guilty, period, that has seen everything we've seen and still thinks he's guilty. I want to know why. Why do you overlook these things? Why aren't
all the
these
talking points that they have relied on during this entire time has been taken away from them? The 3 loops with the car and it all. I mean, it's no longer there.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing too. Like all of these they were listed at one time as facts. They've all been proven to be bullshit, that they're not true now. That they were rumors that were started even out here, MSM, whatever. MSM's very bad for some of this. And it's really sad that they used MSM and social media to get their case progressed and to get their case where they wanted it, to get him guilty in prison, found guilty. Sorry, I can't think. And never have they didn't step aside from that until it was done. And then they come back and now they're answering all these questions about, well, he didn't bleach his car. He didn't throw the garbage in the garbage can. He didn't do this. He the thumbs up. And I've seen people that literally said 3 months before that this meant that he did it and that he accomplished it. And the very same person says he's got a bunch of those. No, that's not what that meant. Are you serious? Why is that okay? Why is that okay for the guilters? The people that follow those people that do that, why are you okay with that? That's what I want to know. I'm just saying, like, I don't see him. Hey, Firefly. She says to me, there's a list a mile long of things that point to his guilt. I'll admit the investigation was less than perfect, but I'm satisfied. I'd love to hear them. I would, because I don't see it. His car's not there. We know that now. They've proven that that's a police car doing all that. That was one of the biggest deals with him, that he drove around for, what is it, 20 minutes or something like that, or a half hour. I don't even know the time anymore, but that's not even him. That's a big deal, I think. That's not him. We know that all the other things they've said, that the bleach didn't happen, the garbage didn't happen, and many other things that we can throw out there didn't happen. Even though those things are eliminated, do you still have those same things on the list? That's what I don't get. And I don't want to call you out, Firefly. I respect you very much. You've been around a long time, and I appreciate your theories, your feelings, your opinions on this, and I have a high respect for you. So I'm not trying to call you out by any means. I'm just saying I don't understand that. You know what I mean? But if you're
with
go ahead.
one lie is enough to question all truth. So when the state is lie after lie after lie in this case, then that means that nothing that they have said can be useful. It is, you have to assume everything has been a misdirection and a falsehood.
Yeah. Yes. Good point. Didn't Cyril put him basically in some senses? Yes, Vivian, I agree. David said it boils down to them mistaking a mental disability for, that's another big issue. Yes, the man has been diagnosed with something, and they're taking that diagnosis and turning it into something dark and ugly. And that's how they're looking. They're making people look at him with all those things, saying this is why we know he did this, because of his actions. But that's not what it is. You know what I'm saying? There's that as well. I haven't seen anything, and that's where I'm at too, Pamela, pointing at him at all. Even detectives said that they couldn't prove anything. Big deal, folks. That's a big deal. Gilbertson and Payne both said, no matter, guys, listen, these were their words, and said this the same way. Listen, everybody, we really wanted him to be able to find that connection, and didn't. There's nothing at all. That should tell something right there. This man is not a genius, okay? Brian Kohberger is not a genius by any means. And like it was stated, I think it was Andrea Burkhart said, if he did this, if Brian committed this crime to try to get the clout for committing the perfect crime, this absolutely is not what happened here, because it's not the perfect crime. There were multiple mistakes made. So why would you allow for that to be that? And I can't. So yes, I agree with that too, Pamela. And one more big thing that I am so tired of hearing, because I think that is an excuse to give an answer. That is an excuse now. What I'm about to tell you is an excuse to stay on that narrative and stating that, well, he agreed to the charges. They don't hear, most of them say he admitted to guilt. He didn't. But he agreed to the charges. Okay, and that's not an answer to this. That is an excuse for people that don't have another answer, in my opinion. I'm sorry. And I don't mean that disrespectful to anybody that does say that, but that's what that is. That's an excuse, in my opinion, because you don't have another answer. I'm sorry. That's how I see it. And I'm not saying you're a bad person or that you're wrong or any of that, folks. Don't take me wrong. I just feel that that's an excuse because you don't have a better answer. So that's how you put it. I've seen a lot of people say it. I think he's guilty because he agreed to the charges. No, folks. Go look at 10,000
other cases. Right. The state
do the
still has
same
the burden
thing.
to prove someone who admits to doing the crime. It doesn't end there. The state still has to prove that that person indeed did it.
That's right. That's right.
And
That's
the fact that
absolute
they
fact.
didn't even bother with any allocution, as part of the
And made up
plea deal.
some bullshit because why would we believe you? Well, you believed him when he agreed to the charges, but you won't believe him if he allocutes to it? Come on
And the,
now. That's
and the
insane.
reason, it's just an insincere reason to hear them say, well, he's just going to have the floor and victimize, the victims yet again. Nonsense.
Agreed.
That's utter ridiculous.
If the docs come out and there is, I don't believe that's going to happen, Critical. No disrespect intended, but if that was the case, think about it, dude. They would have came out with that 3 years ago if there was anything other than this minuscule amount of DNA, because that would have solidified their case, don't you think? It would not have been any form of nothing but fact at that point, because look, we have blood, or look, we have this, or look, we have that. The man, Jesus H. Christ, the man had no damage done. Now they're trying to pull pictures that they just put out that came off his phone where somebody sees on his hand a scratch on his knuckle that they pointed out in a stupid thing. Guys, if you look at his hands, they're so dry, cracked because he watches them because he's OCD. I've been telling you guys that for a long time. So there's a little scratch there. Oh my God. And if you give it the Trashley Manfield, she puts it out and says that I bet you that's from the day of the murders.
Oh, you should see my hands in the wintertime. They get so dry and around the cuticles.
Me too.
They crack and they bleed and they sting. And it's just.
Yes. Guys, when the pandemic happened, my hands were bleeding because I'm already OCD. I'm already, in that mode. And when the pandemic hit, I was nuts, folks. You can ask my wife, they would bleed because I was washing and scrubbing all day long because I was still working with the public. And then I was sanitizing on top of that. Holy hell, that shit hurts. I'm telling you. But yeah. And you can look at his hands in these photographs they put out, which when I come back later, we might look at. Or if I make it back later, it's later than I thought. But anyway, I'm trying to. But anyhow, you can look and tell that's exactly what's wrong with them. But people are saying that means he did something. No, it doesn't. You got to stop. So anyway.
Yeah, no, we've been going a long time, but kind of taking us full circle when we started with the stabbing on the light rail in Charlotte.
Yes. Yeah, it's been a good conversation all day. Yeah.
Did you guys notice something that? So he's walking around inside of that car, and the media got something wrong, in my opinion. That you see the trail of blood, and the media said that that's the knife dripping. Guys, that is his hand. He cut himself bad during that. There is no way that amount of dripping can be from the knife. The knife can only hold, right? There's like surface tension, right? In other words, you dip your knife into the water or whatever, and as soon as you pull it out, it's going to dribble some water off of it, right? But eventually it's going to be done dripping the water. There's not like a endless supply of water on the knife. There's a finite amount.
Yeah, you hear a guy, one of the guys,
himself really bad, and you can tell by the way he's like favoring his hand, and then he finally wrapped it up.
and the guy standing there's like, "You're losing a lot of blood, bro. You're losing a lot of blood." Yeah. Yeah, it's in the
from
audio.
Stabbing 3 times?
Wait, say that again.
He only stabbed 3 times.
That's what I think. Yeah, I think it was just 3.
No, I get it. There wasn't a hilt.
He must
Right?
have came back. Yeah, either his
A
hand
different
went
knife.
down.
I understand all that, but he cut himself bad.
It looks like he did. Yeah, for sure. There was a whole lot of blood loss there, and they're telling him about it, and he's trying to hold it with this. I think he's got his jacket or his shirt over or something. Yeah, I agree with that, but I do. Try thinking of it another way. Which I have, Firefly. I promise you, I've looked at it at every angle possible to try. If you guys remember some years ago, I said I wanted you to prove. I wanted Brian to be the one that did this, so this would make so much more sense to me, and it's never happened. But try thinking of it in the other way. Consider for a moment that all of these circumstantial things are true. But there's really not that many of them, I don't think, though. They've proved them all to be wrong, most of them. There was no stalking. It's been proven that they truly don't know.
Let's hear them.
Yeah, that's my thing, too.
List them for us, what they are, because we don't see them.
That's it, too. I don't see the same things you guys see. You know what I mean? So please put together a list. You're always welcome here, Firefly. You know I love you to death. And I know that we disagree on some topics here, but truly, I would love to see what your I know I won't get you to come up here, but that's just not your thing. But I would love to see what you have on that list and how it pertains as far as the circumstantial things. I just don't think there are. I think there's maybe 1 to 2 from what I've seen that are still existing, okay, that are circumstantial pieces of evidence. And they're very, very weak circumstantial, in my opinion, from what I've noticed. And I don't want to, I'm asking this politely, guys, because she obviously has a differing opinion. I expect everybody to be just as respectful to her as you would to me or anybody else, is all I'm saying. And that goes for anybody that has a differing opinion, please.
Diggle, I was just going to finish my point with that knife.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. The
point being is, so here we can clearly see the result of someone using a knife just 3 times. And if someone perpetrated that quadruple homicide, as they say, 1 person with 1 knife, and how many,
50
wounds per victim?
Yeah.
There probably with all 4, there might be 100 or better.
I think better because Kaylee's 20-some plus, Xana's 50-some plus, and then you got Maddie and Ethan. So yeah, you're right. Over 100 possibilities. It's crazy.
You're gonna injure your hand in some way.
Yes. Hey, AR, what's up, brother? Good to see you, bro. Absolutely, you're gonna hurt yourself somehow. And that little scrape on his knuckle, that ain't it, folks. That's a dry skin that busted open, period. No damage to that man's face, hands, neck, arms, nothing. It's amazing to me. It's amazing. Absolutely amazing. Because I know for a fact that Kaylee and Xana fought to the death with him, in my opinion. It's absolutely nuts.
Good Trouble's right, in a very bigly way. That's right.
I like it. Yeah, if you have time, as Firefly, and you feel like it, of course, put together a little list of those things, and like next time you're around, throw them at me, please. I want to see if there's something that I missed that I just don't see, or of course, if I disagree, I'm going to explain why. But I would love for you to do that, and I agree. It's good to have a differing opinion and differing feelings on things, because it helps us to see everything, not just one-sided of a one-sided situation. So yeah, I agree with Meania. I appreciate it 100%. Firefly is awesome. She's been around here a long time on YouTube, guys, and I've always respected her. So I hope and appreciate anybody else that does too, please, when they're in here.
The last point about the injuring yourself while using a knife like that is, it really looks like that crime scene. That was the case. Whoever really did it did injure themselves, and possibly badly, because there was a cleanup and there was blood all over the place.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It's not just cast off. It is very likely in some of those places that the only blood it could have been was the perpetrator.
Yeah, 100% makes sense. Thank you, Firefly. I'm looking forward to that. I really am. I'm sure Eddie was too. It says she said she's going to make a list of inculpatory evidence. I appreciate you so much, Firefly. Seriously, absolutely, and we can go over it 100%. Like I said, there could be something on there that I missed, or something I didn't understand. And if that's the case, then I we can work through that. But I'm strong with my feelings, and if anybody can show me differences, I want that to happen, and so on and so forth. So I'm looking forward to it. I truly am, and I appreciate you being here for this too. A lot of people don't come in here because they have different opinions, and like, we're not the community. You're not going to get your head cut off for it, and I will not let people attack each other because of it, because it doesn't make any sense. We're already divided enough. There doesn't need to be any more division here. We're all here because we want truth and justice for the victims, and we don't want to see this kind of thing happening. If it's truly happening this way, it's not right, because it can happen to you, me, or anybody else that we know. That's the problem. So appreciate you guys all so very much. Eddie, thank you, brother, for joining me.
Thank you for having me up. As
Always, every time, bro. You know you're part of this, period. That's all there is to it.
Everybody, see you, chat.
Good. See you soon, brother. And everybody in the chat, thank you guys so much for every bit of what you come in here with, your thoughts, your interactions, and just you being you guys. You're amazing. I appreciate you all so very much. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other, and please don't change nothing, because you guys are the beautiful people. Thank you to my moderators. I adore you so very much. I couldn't do this without you, each and every single one of you. I'd be sitting here with the dunce hat on without you being here, guys. I promise you that. So thank you guys so very much. I'm going to try to pop back in here in a little bit. I got to go do a couple things, but I'm definitely going to try to pop back in here because I don't have nothing else to do after that. So it may be a late one, but not super duper late. I don't like to start super late, because then, you know. Again, thank you to Christy for dropping the video. I appreciate it so very much. And please go make sure you check her out. If you guys aren't doing nothing, no shenanigans. Good to see you. If you're not doing nothing here in a little while and you see me pop back in here, please join me. I have plenty of room for you guys, and I love each and every one of you so very much, and appreciate you that much too. Thank you to anybody that may have donated to support the channel in that aspect. God bless. Never ever expected, but more than appreciated, and it helps keep us going. And just thank you for being here, for hitting that like button and supporting us just by being here, guys. We love you. And I will hopefully see you guys very soon. Have a great one, folks. Bye-bye now.
Blood on the counter, splattered like rain. Coffee stains tell stories of pain. Spoons clinking, whispers in the night. Shadows dance beneath the neon light. Who drank the poison, who lit the flame? Everyone's guilty, no one takes the blame. True crime cafe where secrets bleed. Truth's a bullet, truth's a need. True crime cafe where lies collide. Order up a story no one can hide. Black boots stomping, floors of regret. Ashtrays full, but we're not done yet. Clock ticks louder, the walls close in. Every scene tastes like original sin. Who's the killer? Who's the saint? Fingerprints smudged, they don't paint. Truth or dare or just pretend? What's the start? What's the end? True crime cafe where secrets bleed. Truth's a bullet, truth's a need. True crime cafe where lies collide. Order up a story no one can hide. Who's the killer? Who's the saint? Fingerprints smudge, they don't paint. Truth or dare or just pretend? What's the start? What's the end?